Previously on The Dark Side of Hey Arnold. Harold Berman is a character who, much like Helga, is kind of like an onion. He has many layers of complexity that attribute to him being the way that he is. Sure, it might not be as complex as Helga's onion is, but there's still quite a bit to peel back here. He's generally portrayed as immature, cowardly, naive, dumb, and overall just kind of obnoxious. A lot of times, Harold is portrayed as the bully of the group, however, he is relatively harmless. This one definitely showed us just how far Harold is willing to go to cover for himself under scrutiny for any of his wrongdoings. Granted, blowing up a police station is a serious offense. He was literally willing to take a train down south and straight up become a hobo at the age of 9 instead of facing the reality of what he had done. This one also gave us a good glimpse into what Harold's home life is like. Harold has two parents who love him dearly. Harold comes back and he gets off of the ship looking significantly heavier than he was when he left.
Harold, what happened? You're as big as a house!
What do you mean?
Have you looked in the mirror lately?
That just shows what you know. They don't allow mirrors on the ship.
Well, you might want to take a gander at one, on account of you're as big as a house.
What are they talking about, Arnold? Who's that guy?
That's you.
That's me?
I guess you put on a couple of pounds.
We then see poor Patty standing in the exact spot where Harold said he would meet her, but of course he is nowhere to be found. Harold ends up sitting with Sid and Stinky at lunch, and this happens.
Yes, if Big Fatty tried to dance with me, I'd run for my life.
Stop it! You guys don't know what you're talking about. Her name's not Big Patty, it's Patty. And she's not clumsy and she's not dumb. Not only that, she's smart and she's nice and she's funny. I must be crazy to listen to you guys. What do I care what you think? The only thing that matters is what I think. And what I think is, I like Patty. And if anybody's got a problem with that, I'll beat you up so bad it won't even be funny!
After blowing up on Sid and Stinky, we see him walk right up to Patty and apologize for being late and ask if she still wants to sit with him for lunch. In the last episode of The Dark Side of Hey Arnold, we dug deep into the mind and psyche of Harold Berman, and boy was it a wild ride. It wasn't as emotional as the Helga episode got, but it definitely hit hard, that's for sure. If you missed that episode or any of the other episodes in this series, then you're seriously missing out. However, you are in luck because down in the description box you'll find a link to a playlist with every video in this series. Definitely check it out if you're new to this series. Also, really quick, I just want to say, I see your comments. Tons of people are requesting that I make an episode about Gerald, and to that I say, bet. But also, hold up, because there's a method to my madness. This is subject to change, but I've got at least 8 other episodes planned for this series, and I'm making them in a very methodical order. Gerald will definitely get his time, and I'm telling you right now, it's gonna be an amazing video. But just be patient, because his episode is coming up in the near future. As I've continued with making this series, I've found so much love for this show. Hey Arnold has been one of my favorite shows since I was very young, but I've never taken the time to look at it under the lens that we're looking at it in this series, and it's definitely changed my perception of this show. I've come to realize that the writers of this show definitely knew exactly what they were doing when they produced it. Hey Arnold is unlike any other show that was playing on Nickelodeon during its time. It took regular, everyday kids and put them in more often than not really serious and tense situations that one might face in real life. They weren't afraid to go there. They never turned a cheek to the dark side of being a kid in the big city. It's a show that stared negativity and fear in the face and didn't blink for a second. All things considered, this show is just perfect in many different ways. The colorful cast of complex characters is definitely one of the most necessary elements in making it the show that we know. Making these characters have layers the way that they do really adds value to the quality of the show. One aspect of this show that I love is how they tend to put certain characters in as what seems at first like shtick or just for light comedic effect, but at some point they almost always end up adding additional elements to that character's personality or their background. There are many cases of them leaving no stone unturned as for the background of these characters, which is why today, on our nostalgic walk down memory lane, we're gonna dive deep into the mind and history of a character who seemed like a side character for comedic value, but ended up getting some additional background and even was the main character in a few episodes. This is The Dark Side of Hey Arnold. Eugene Horowitz. He's a boy who, in many ways, is a walking contradiction. He's a 4th grader who's widely known for his cheerful and upbeat demeanor and attitude. However, despite his positive disposition, he's also known to encounter a high level of misfortune and is very danger prone. It's rather ironic because his name literally means born lucky. Yet, this lucky child was born on Friday the 13th of March, 1987, and has been dubbed a Jinx by the rest of the kids in his class. He is a rather socially inept kid who never fails to be optimistic to a fault. Aesthetically, I'd say that Eugene is an interesting looking character. His head is full of red hair and has a rather interesting shape to it. He's often seen rocking flip-flops with socks, and is seen on multiple occasions with his underwear showing in a constant state of a wedgie, most likely due to the fact that he's constantly bullied in school. In a lot of ways, Eugene is a very inspiring character. Though life has handed him not the best hand, he plays that hand with a smile and a positive outlook. He's a character that throughout many episodes is used as a comedic device, usually being the butt of a joke, getting injured, or causing an accident of some sort. He's more often than not kind of a side character. We see him in many scenes. Throughout the totality of the series, he appears in a majority of the episodes, yet it's common for him to feature in the episode without providing any dialogue or adding any substance to the story itself. However, today, we're focusing on the episodes that tended to revolve around Eugene in one way or another. Taking it from the top, we're going to look at a few episodes that kind of highlight how much of a Jinx that Eugene can be. The first episode we're checking out is the Season 1 episode, World Records. This episode starts out with Arnold on his stoop with all of his friends while they're reading through a book of world records.
Deepest hole, 7,265 feet? Wow!
Most kites on a single string, 11,284.
Most chocolate chips in a single cookie, 2,684.6.
All right, chocolate.
Most pokes on a pogo stick.
Fattest worm.
Most bones broken in a single bicycle accident.
Helga walks up rather menacingly, basically saying that it's a book full of morons acting like geeks and weirdos. She tries to convince them that nobody cares about any of these records, and that them reading the book is a waste of time. Helga tells Phoebe to come with her as they have more important things to do, specifically throwing rocks down by the river. The other kids walk off, seemingly convinced by Helga.
Helga's wrong about this book.
I don't know. She made a couple of good points. I mean, who really cares how many sardines a guy can clean an hour?
Gerald, the people in this book are the best in the world. They're at the forefront of human achievement. To be listed in the Book of World Records is to get a little piece of immortality.
You want to go down the river and throw rocks?
Gerald, don't you see what I'm trying to say? If you and I broke a world record, we'd be listed in this book forever.
After just a little bit of convincing, Gerald agrees to help Arnold break a record. They start by trying to break the world record for walking backwards.
So how far you think we've gone?
About a mile.
What's the record?
Let me check. Franny Caudell walked backwards from Santa Monica, California to Istanbul. 8,773 miles.
Let's try something else.
Next up, they try to break the world record for most times bouncing a ball on your head. When that fails, they go for hula hooping, which also is a fail. Gerald and Arnold end up back where they started and discussing ideas.
How about flaming limbo dancing?
You kidding? I don't want to burn my belly.
Okay. What about chainsaw juggling?
Skip on down.
Mansell bees?
Forget it, Arnold. We're never going to find a world record we can break.
You guys still trying to break a world record?
Yeah. You don't have to do that kind of stuff.
You should do stuff you already know you can do. Stuff that doesn't take any real talent. You know, kid stuff. Like,
Most days without taking a bath.
Yeah!
Arnold and Gerald end up inspired by this idea, so naturally they just stop bathing, but their stench is so foul that they end up attracting all of the neighborhood animals. They end up failing when all of the residents from the boarding house get fed up with their odor and ambush them with an impromptu bath. Feeling defeated, they sit on the stoop yet again as Helga explains that the two of them will never break a world record.
You're right, Helga.
I am?
The two of us can't. What we need is more kids! Highest pyramid of kids.
Next up, they decide to attempt the longest game of Crack the Whip, which goes pretty well until this happens.
This is not safe.
After that fails, Arnold gets the bright idea to attempt the record for most kids riding a single bicycle.
No!
I'm fine.
Arnold and the gang end up on his stoop again. Harold says that he's fed up and that he's gonna try to break his own record. Brainy decides to join him, but everyone else stays behind with Arnold.
This really bites. I'm not sure how many more records we can try to break. I'm game.
Come on, you guys. We can't give up. There's plenty of records we haven't tried yet.
Look, Arnold, wake up, okay? I mean, come on. How many things do you have to fail at? How many windmills have to knock you on your butt before you realize you're just an average kid with a bunch of average friends and you can't do anything better than anybody else?
Helga being rude inspires Arnold, and he starts talking about how uniquely talented all of his friends are. He says that no one can roll a sleeping bag tighter than Stinky, Phoebe has an encyclopedic knowledge on Italian sauces, and Gerald is the only person who can chop up a zucchini with his mom's car keys. Arnold says that they have to combine those seemingly useless talents into one idea to make something so cool that no one else can ever compete.
Great. So Stinky can roll something, Phoebe knows sauces, and Geraldo's a human Vegematic. So what?
So we'll cook something.
Yeah, right. What? Like the world's biggest casserole?
Biggest donut.
Yeah! Biggest sundae? Yeah! Biggest crawdad? Yeah!
No! The world's biggest pizza puff!
Arnold puts Stinky in charge of the crust, Phoebe in charge of the sauce, and Gerald in charge of the toppings, as they all jump into action. Meanwhile, we cut over to Harold, who's with Brainy and trying to beat a world record. He plans to set the record for longest ride on a 25-cent pony ride as Brainy goes off to collect quarters from people. Back at the boarding house, Arnold and basically the entire community are working together to make the world's largest pizza puff. The group stands by watching as the pizza puff cooks. Gerald makes a comment about hoping that they put enough baking soda, and Phoebe says that 150 teaspoons should be plenty. But then Sid chimes up saying that he didn't know TSP meant teaspoons and he thought it meant 10 square pounds.
Look out, she's gonna blow!
Well, that's it. We've tried to break just about every record in the book, and we haven't even gotten close.
Arnold and Gerald feel defeated. Gerald sits in sorrow, saying that maybe they're not special or unique, and maybe they'll never break a world record. After sitting on it for a sec, Arnold gets an interesting idea as he runs off, saying that he has a letter to write. We fast forward an unknown amount of time where we see the entire town working together to clean up pizza sauce when this happens.
We did it! We did it!
I say you did it. And we're still cleaning it up, too. Arnold, what in the world is that?
Now what, football heads?
It's from the people at the Book of World Records. They say they're gonna put us in the book.
What? Huh? Why are they gonna do that? We didn't break any records.
Oh, yes, we did. We broke the record for most attempts to get in the Book of World Records. They say we're the most determined neighborhood they've ever heard of.
Everyone celebrates, even Helga, and the episode comes to an end with everyone dancing outside of the boarding house. This episode feels like a good, mild starting point before we get deep into the nitty-gritty. There's a couple of things to gather from this episode. First and foremost, this episode definitely shows us how much of a jinx Eugene tends to be, but honestly, it kind of feels like none of this is his fault, and a good majority of it isn't really a result of bad luck. When the group tried making the highest pyramid of kids, they make it seem as if Eugene was the cause of it failing, which very may well be the case, but look at the layout here. They clearly didn't think this through. On the bottom row, you've got Iggy, Sid, Eugene, Robert, and Park. Now, with all due respect, I feel like they could have done a better job at organization here. Harold definitely should have been at the bottom. He's strong and stable and would have been perfect for Eugene's spot. I would have also put Stinky, Sid, Park, and Gerald down there too. The next row up would definitely have been Iggy, Robert, Arnold, and Joey in my opinion. The row above that should have probably been Sheena, Rhonda, and Curly. Above them would be Nadine and Phoebe, and of course Eugene on top. My logic being that the one they've all dubbed the Jinx should be saved for last, right? That way, if he fails to get on, it's not going to take everyone else out in the process as it did with him on the bottom. Also, he's possibly the smallest and thinnest kid in class, so with his light weight, he would have been a perfect candidate for the top spot. After that though, they ended up doing the world's longest game of Crack the Whip, which might I point out I've literally never heard of, but it sounds kind of fun. With this one, Eugene literally got in and within seconds was green in the face and ready to vomit. Now, this doesn't really have anything to do with being a jinx or bad luck or really anything like that. It's literally due to motion sickness, which Eugene has no control over. So honestly, if I was Arnold, I would have taken his place, considering they didn't attempt to add any other kids after Eugene, assuming that they were going for the record of longest length of time played and not most amount of people playing. Sure, he may have been green in the face, but Eugene didn't vomit though. What ruined it was the fact that he went flying and got hurt. Now, this one is a little bit ridiculous. I feel that Eugene isn't fully to blame for what happened. Sure, maybe he should have held on to Sid a little better, but the same could be said for Sid, to be honest. The entire school labeled Eugene as a jinx and treats him differently because they truly believe him to have just terrible luck. You'd think that with that in mind, Sid would hold on a little tighter Eugene while cracking the whip. Lastly, we see them attempting the record for most kids riding a single bicycle. This one literally didn't even involve Eugene. However, his bad luck did shine a bit when we see the bike go down a hill and Eugene gets taken out as a casualty of the incident. That one is actually a pretty good example of his bad luck, I can't lie. Eugene was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. However, I don't see why Eugene turned around and ran away the way he did instead of running to the left or the right or even just jumping to the side or something. He only got hit by the bike because his attempt at evading was just trash and, again, wrong place, wrong time. Moving on from that though, we see the group discussing the next record to attempt and something interesting happens. While most of the kids are feeling defeated and ready to give up, we see Eugene in a wheelchair with basically a full body cast, but he's still enthusiastic about pursuing the next record. This is something we're going to circle back to a little later on, so I want you to keep that in the back of your mind. But this speaks volumes about Eugene's outlook on life and his ability to keep on keeping on through the tough times. Everyone else was feeling defeated because they failed to break any records, and they were ready to give up for the most part. Meanwhile, Eugene faced nearly the same exact failure and got severely injured multiple times in the process, yet he didn't give up at any point. Of anything, we can say that Eugene definitely has a good attitude. Another thing that I'd like to point out is how ironic it is that the giant pizza puff played out the way it did. It went great until it just didn't all of a sudden. We learned that Sid accidentally put way too much baking soda, which caused a chemical reaction and the whole thing exploded. Eugene, the alleged jinx, didn't do it. It was Sid, the same kid who couldn't hold on to Eugene tight enough during their game of Crack the Whip and caused him to get injured. I gotta say, it does make me glad that they didn't make Eugene the one to ruin the pizza puff, but I can't help but wonder, what if it isn't Eugene who's the jinx, but it's actually Sid? I don't have any other evidence to back that up other than this episode, but it had me truly wondering and rethinking everything I knew about this show. However, that's another topic that we're going to touch on later in a way, so keep that theory in mind as well. One last thing about this episode that I just can't ignore is the part where pizza sauce rains from the sky. Literally, the chemical reaction caused pizza sauce to rain from above, like in the song Raining Blood by Slayer. It was pretty crazy how it basically covered the whole town, but the big thing that really stuck with me was that sequence with Harold. We see him on his 25-cent pony ride as he gets covered in pizza sauce, and without question or even a shred of hesitation, he licks the sauce. Sure, okay, it was just pizza sauce and it didn't cause any harm, but what if it wasn't? What if it was like bodily fluids or something gross like that? I get that they did that just for the comedic effect, but it kind of blew my mind seeing how he just licked the strange liquid falling from the sky with no questions asked. That clearly has nothing to do with Eugene, but for the sake of reviewing this episode, I just had to bring it up because that was kind of gnarly. Moving on from there, we're going to check out another episode that relates to the theory of Eugene being a jinx, and that's going to be the Season 3 episode, Roller Coaster. This episode starts out with Arnold and all of his friends at Dino Land preparing for the best day ever. The kids can't decide what they want to do first. Sid recommends the pterodactyl egg cups, but then this happens.
Forget it, guys. We can't go.
Huh? Why not?
Because, Arnold, look who's on the ride. Eugene, the living jinx.
Oh, come on. He's just a regular kid like you and me and everybody else.
Oh, yeah? Take a good look, Arnold.
Okay.
Eugene overhears Stinky and the other kids talking about how much of a jinx he is, and you can just see how much it crushes his spirits as he walks away sadly. Fast forward a bit, and we see Helga hyping everyone up to go on the newly renovated Tyrannosaurus Rex when this happens.
I'm game too, guys. We can all go together. It'll be great. Come on, guys. If you don't line up now, you'll miss your chance to get a seat.
Aren't you guys coming?
Are you kidding? Not with the all-time jinx of the century, Eugene.
But Eugene's our friend.
What's your point?
We should stick by him, shouldn't we?
Oh, criminy. I smell a speech about virtues and nobility coming on.
Helga, I just think it's stupid not to go on rides you're all dying to go on, just because Eugene's on it.
Sid admits that he sees Arnold's point and that it is kind of stupid not to go for that reason. However, he openly states that he's still not going because they'll all be killed for sure. Arnold dismisses them and goes to get in the ride.
Don't do it, Arnold! Whatever you do, he's a jinx!
Stinky, I am getting on the roller coaster, and I'm going to prove once and for all that Eugene is not a jinx.
Arnold, if you don't make it back, can I have your tokens?
I'm gonna make it back, Harold. Eugene and I are gonna ride the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and nothing bad is gonna happen.
So, can I have your tokens? Yeah!
The ride takes off and everything goes great, though you can tell that Arnold is apprehensive as seen through the nervous look on his face. They reach a point where the roller coaster is just about to descend from the highest point, but right at that point, a rope connecting the cars that Arnold and Eugene are on to the rest of the cars snaps, and they end up stranded at the highest point on the ride.
Gee, Arnold, you don't think we're stuck, do you?
Of course not. Move. Please move.
Oh, I'm sure everything's going to be fine. The Dinoland people are probably taking care of the problem right now.
Sure they are. We'll be rolling in no time.
We have a slight mechanical problem. Nothing to worry about. We'll get you rolling in no time. Oh, they always say that. Oh, like the time I was stuck in the elevator at the library, or the time I was trapped in the helicopter at the Air and Space Museum.
Arnold tells Eugene not to worry, but Eugene keeps a positive mindset, looking at the bright side of things, where Arnold is clearly worried and stressing hard up there. Meanwhile, all of their friends are down below watching and talking about how doomed they are. We see some employees talking about how they don't know what the problem is and that they can't figure it out. However, they use a megaphone to tell Arnold and Eugene the exact opposite, saying that they've got it figured out and they'll have them down in just a matter of minutes.
Think they bought it?
Someday, Arnold, we'll look back on this and laugh. Yeah. And besides, the man said we'd be on the ground in a few minutes.
Eugene, That was an hour ago.
Oh, don't worry. If there's any more delay, they'll just bring in a cherry picker.
Boys, you're doing great. I just wanted to let you know that we're bringing in a cherry picker to rescue you. It'll be here in no time.
Eugene starts talking to Arnold about how cool it was the multiple times that he's been rescued by a cherry picker when this happens.
You know, I was kind of surprised you decided to come on the roller coaster with me, Arnold. Why did you? Well, because no one else would, and you didn't want me to feel bad? Well, sort of. That's so nice of you. You're a real pal, especially considering my being so unlucky and all. I don't know what you're talking about, Eugene. It's okay, Arnold. You don't have to pretend. I know what everyone says about me. They all call me a big jinx, don't they? Nobody says that, Eugene. Come on, Arnold. I've heard it my whole life.
Arnold tries to tell Eugene that he isn't a jinx, but Eugene says that no matter what he does, something always goes wrong. Naturally, while Arnold is trying to make him feel better, this happens.
Hey, Arnold! Didn't I tell you Eugene was the living jinx?
Yeah, and you said you were going to prove that he weren't. Told ya!
Can you see my house from there?
Give me that.
Hours pass, and it starts to get dark. Arnold and Eugene are still up there, and Eugene tries to break some tension by singing the Itsy Bitsy Spider song, saying that it always calms him down. Right at that moment, the cherry picker shows up, and a firefighter by the name of Lucky shows up to save them.
I just want to assure you that I've got everything under control. Nothing can go wrong. Oh, mercy, no. No, not again.
Is there a problem, Lucky?
Of course not. Everything's fine. There's no problems when Lucky's around. Oh, no!
Back on the ground, Helga approaches the employees asking what they're going to do about it, and they say that there's a professional fireman up there who will talk to the boys and keep them calm.
I don't want to fall. I'll be crushed like a bug. Please, someone, please.
Don't worry, Lucky. Someone will be up to save us in no time.
No time doesn't mean anything. They just say that when they have no idea how long it'll take to really save you. The truth is we're all gonna fall and be crushed like bugs.
If you're scared, I know something that can calm you down.
What?
Down came the sun and dried up all the rain,
and the itsy bitsy
spider went up the spout again.
As the cherry picker starts to collapse more, Arnold has to think quick. He sees a rope on the wall behind Eugene, and he instructs Eugene to get the rope and to make a lasso that he can pass to Lucky. Eugene is apprehensive, saying what if he falls or if I drop the rope, citing that he is a jinx, but Arnold calms him, telling him that he can do this.
Please, let me do something right, just this once. Let me not be a jinx.
Oh, please, hurry.
Pull it tight. That's it, Eugene.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Just then, the employee finally figures out the control mechanism and gets the roller coaster started again as Eugene, Arnold, and Lucky ride it down safely.
You really surprised us, Eugene.
You the man, Eugene.
Hey, you want to go on the Mr. Gator ride with us?
Sure, guys, I'd love to.
Eugene! I'm okay!
First of all, this is a great episode. Just had to get that out of the way. This episode is one that always made me feel bad for Eugene. In the beginning, we see Eugene on the pterodactyl egg cups when it goes haywire and sends him flying. Before that happens, Sid says that he isn't going on the ride because Eugene was on it, with the reason being because Eugene is a jinx. Now, that statement and those actions right there are literal proof to Sid changing the way that he does things based on the fact that Eugene is involved and he thinks Eugene is a jinx. The other kids follow suit. They acknowledge that Eugene is seen as a jinx and they change their plans literally based on that one fact. Now, reflecting on the last episode that we checked out, I just have to point out how ridiculous it is that Sid didn't grab Eugene more firm while playing Crack the Whip. In this episode, we see him change his approach based on the fact that Eugene was in proximity, and I still can't get past the fact that Sid didn't do that in the World Records episode. Same goes for all the other kids. If they knew Eugene was a jinx, why did they let him be on the bottom of the pyramid when they were trying to make the tallest kid pyramid? I know, weird hill to die on, but the contradiction is just driving me a little nuts right now. We also need to keep in mind the circumstances of what happened to Eugene. The pterodactyl egg cup ride broke and literally almost killed him. After that, the Tyrannosaurus Rex roller coaster broke and left Arnold and Eugene stranded. Now, I can't help but wonder, did those things happen solely because Eugene is a jinx? Or did they happen due to negligence by the theme park? We see just how unprofessional and seemingly inexperienced the employees are during the whole sequence of them trying to get Eugene and Arnold down. I'd imagine that with this theme park hiring people like that to run the rides, the odds of them performing proper maintenance on these rides is very low. So in all reality, is it Eugene's fault that this happened, or is he just a victim of circumstance? Who knows? But I do know that I truly feel bad for Eugene due to his reputation. Everyone blatantly calls him a jinx and just completely disregards his feelings in the way that they do it. We see the group of kids talking behind his back and he overhears them, which truly hurts his feelings as evidenced by the way he walks away so sadly. From there, we see Eugene sadly explaining to Arnold that he knows how all the other kids feel about him. He knows that they avoid him because he's a jinx. Then, as Arnold is trying to make him feel better, the kids take a megaphone from below and start yelling into it about how much of a jinx Eugene is for not only Eugene himself, but also everyone in the park to hear as well. There was no thought as to how that would make Eugene feel, no consideration to if it was going to affect his confidence or his perception of himself. They were solely focused on basically saying "I told you so" to Arnold. Speaking of Arnold though, his interactions with Eugene are a true testament to how good-natured and kind-spirited Arnold is. In this episode, we see Arnold blatantly dismissing the belief that Eugene is a jinx and saying that he's going to prove everyone wrong by going on the ride with him. That would be a constant theme in many Eugene episodes. There are many times that we see Arnold go to bat for Eugene and attempt to either prove that he isn't a jinx, or just to simply try to make things better for Eugene. So with that being said, we're going to move on to our next topic, and that's going to be Arnold's interactions with Eugene and his attempts to help him. Starting out with the Season 2 episode, Eugene's Pet. This episode starts out at PS 118 during Show and Tell.
All my life, I've wanted a pet, you guys. Someone I could call my own. But my dog ran away. I was allergic to my cat, and my rabbit gave me nightmares. I thought I was never gonna get a pet of my own, but then I found Henry. I've had him for 6 months, and nothing bad's happened to him. Henry's my best friend. I feed him, I talk to him, and I bought him this neat plastic castle with my allowance. Show everyone how you play hide and seek, Henry.
Eugene goes and sits down, and Mr. Simmons calls on Arnold to come up and present his show and tell next.
I bought this yo-yo last week, and the guy showed me how to do cat's cradle.
Gosh.
And I can shoot the moon, too.
Wow.
Henry! Huh? He's croaked, Eugene. I'm sorry, Eugene. I'm really sorry. It's a trick. It's a new trick. Yeah, he learned a new trick, okay.
Eugene is straight up in denial about the fact that his fish is dead. We fast forward to Arnold and Eugene in the bathroom as Eugene is about to flush the goldfish down the toilet.
You gotta do it, Eugene. It's time. Goodbye, Henry. Oh, I can't do it, Arnold. I had Henry since he was a little baby goldfish. Okay, I'll flush it for you. Here. Wait! You really loved him, huh? Yeah.
Arnold suggests that they bury the fish somewhere that Eugene can visit him, and we fast forward to the funeral for Henry the goldfish. Everyone stands around the massive hole that they dug for him, and Eugene asks for someone to give a eulogy. Helga offers, but Eugene denies, saying that he feels like she didn't really appreciate Henry. Instead, Eugene asks Gerald to say a few words about him.
Henry wasn't the biggest or the best looking goldfish, so no one came to buy him for a long time. He thought he'd never find a home, Then one day, a lonely boy came into the pet store. He was kind of a geek, really, but he needed a pet, and he wanted Henry. And that was the start of a beautiful friendship.
As Gerald continues giving his eulogy, we see a cat jump down into the hole and take the fish as it runs off, leaving Eugene devastated. Later on, we see Arnold and Gerald walking with Eugene as Arnold says that he feels terrible and that he wants to make it up to Eugene. They decide to go to the pet store to shop.
Can I see your bird?
Welcome to my world.
Hamsters are pretty good. Yeah, and so friendly. Ow!
Oh, bad chemistry. Can't fight that.
After neither of those pets work out, Gerald suggests that Eugene get a snake to add some machismo to his style. Eugene is apprehensive, but the employee says that they're just harmless garter snakes.
Try it on for size. See? It pulls your whole look together.
Hey, guys, I think he likes me. Look, guys, he's giving me a hug.
Guys, I can't breathe.
After that doesn't work out, they all leave as Eugene is just bummed. He feels like there's just kids who can't have pets and that he's one of them. Arnold feels really guilty, but Gerald assures him that Eugene will be fine tomorrow, simply saying that he always bounces back. We cut to the next day at school, where this happens.
This can't be good, Gerald.
What you doing, Eugene?
I brought my hippo to school. Isn't he neat?
I don't see any hippo.
Albert's right here. You can't hide a hippo.
Eugene is left out in the rain while all of the other kids go back inside.
Oh!
Man, he slept. I guess Eugene was just hanging on by a thread, and losing that little fish was the last straw.
I feel terrible about this, Gerald. Why did it have to be Eugene's fish?
Later on, we see Arnold and Gerald approach Eugene as they ask what he's doing. We learn that Eugene's imaginary pet hippo ran away, so he's putting up signs just in case anyone finds him.
Man, losing a pretend pet? Now that's pathetic.
Eugene, maybe you should talk to your mom about Albert. She should know about this. Oh, she's not a hippo person, Arnold. Anyway, I got a lot more flyers to put up.
Later that night, we see Arnold at the dinner table as his grandpa's serving up some fish for dinner. Arnold says that he doesn't want to eat it, and his grandpa can sense that something's wrong. He asks him what's up, and Arnold explains how he accidentally murdered Eugene's fish and how Eugene is so sad now.
I don't get it, Grandpa. Why does everything bad happen to Eugene?
Yeah, some kids are just plain unlucky. Bad things always happen to them. I guess all you can do is be a friend to him in his time of need. But most importantly, never go to Vegas with that kid or fly in an airplane with him.
It's just not fair, Grandpa. I can't stand seeing Eugene so alone.
We're all alone. That's life.
Grandpa gives Arnold a talk about as long as you have your dreams and fantasies to hold on to, you'll continue to move on. This makes Arnold think, and later that night he falls asleep, dreaming that he's scuba diving in a giant fishbowl. He sees himself swimming with Eugene's pet fish when the large suit of armor falls and kills the fish. Except this time, the fish takes shelter in Arnold's hair, where it inflates into a huge fish that Eugene ends up riding into the sunset. Arnold wakes up invigorated with an idea of how to remedy the situation. That morning, we see him, Gerald, and Eugene go to the aquarium.
Gee, thanks for bringing me to the aquarium, Arnold. But I don't get it. Why are we here? Eugene, see that angelfish? I talked to the people at the aquarium, and from now on, that angelfish is gonna be your pet. Wow! See, it's official. You can come down and visit him anytime. Arnold, this is so great. You're the neatest friend anybody ever had. Look, he waved at me. I'm going to call him Angel.
Eugene says that it's perfect. The fish is in a safe tank surrounded by security guards, so nothing bad can ever happen to him.
He's totally safe safe in there. And I can come see him anytime I want. Oh, I'll tell him my secrets, and we'll take pictures of him from my wall. We'll grow up together.
Don't say a word, Gerald.
Hi, Angel. Hey, where'd he go?
Angel's hiding, Eugene. He's, in the back.
This episode is just tragic. This poor kid finally found the perfect pet, and after 6 months of no issue, it dies tragically. Seeing Eugene so heartbroken was definitely upsetting, but yet again, the things that happened to him in this episode weren't necessarily his fault. When his fish died, that actually had nothing to do with Eugene. Technically, it was Arnold's fault that the fish died. So far, I've learned that Eugene, more often than not, tends to be a victim of circumstance. Sure, you can chalk it up to bad luck or being a jinx, but all in all, these things that happen are usually out of Eugene's control and tend to just be a case of terrible timing. At one point, this episode takes a really dark turn. After the goldfish died, it was like something changed in Eugene's brain. He ended up fabricating an imaginary pet, the hippo, which he named Elbert. This is an interesting concept. Is Eugene just a normal kid who decided to have an imaginary friend? Or did he genuinely believe that the hippo was real? He literally missed school because he was too busy outside with his imaginary hippo. He had hippo food that he was putting in a bowl and was even holding an umbrella over the bowl when it started raining. Part of me genuinely wonders if Eugene knows that the hippo wasn't real. Everything about his demeanor and the way he was responding to Arnold and Gerald would lead me to believe that in his mind the hippo actually existed. The depressing icing on the cake of sadness though, Eugene's imaginary pet hippo straight up ran away. Let that sink in for a sec. Eugene has such bad luck that even his imaginary pet hippo ran away. Bear in mind that, again, this is imaginary. Eugene came up with this in his head. He imagined the hippo running away. That leads me to so many questions and theories, but more than anything, it speaks volumes to how self-aware Eugene is. Apparently, he knows that he has bad luck. It's no secret to him that bad things happen to him, so much so that he even imagined his own imaginary friend running away. Overall, it's just really sad. However, I really do appreciate Arnold in this episode. Sure, he accidentally murdered Eugene's goldfish, but he had nothing but good intentions throughout the entire episode. It really resonated with me when Arnold was at the table with his grandpa and he found himself asking why is it that bad things always happen to Eugene. Arnold was deep in a moral dilemma, trying to understand why Eugene always gets the short end of the stick in life. That was kind of a breath of fresh air. Arnold really is a good person. So far we've seen him put himself on the line by getting on a roller coaster with Eugene, and now we've seen him try to help Eugene with his pet dilemma. This episode is definitely one that showed us just how good of a friend Arnold is. And though things didn't necessarily work out in the end, it showed us that Eugene is lucky to have a friend like Arnold. Moving on from there, we're going to tackle one of the first Eugene-centered episodes in the series. That's going to be the Season 1 episode, Eugene's Bike. The episode starts out with Arnold in the jungle chasing after a butterfly when all of a sudden he gets scared by a lion that turns into a gorilla that turns into a cheetah. He falls down a waterfall, then he wakes up to the sound of Gerald talking to him, and that's when we learn that this is just Arnold daydreaming as him and Gerald walk to school together.
Hey Arnold! Hey Gerald! Want to see my albino worm collection? I call this one Pinky.
No thanks, Billy.
Okay, but you don't know what you're missing. Look, you guys! I got a new scab! If you squint real hard, it looks like Texas.
That's nice, Sheena.
The crusty part's the Alamo.
That's disgusting.
Nuggets?
None for me. I had a big breakfast.
Gerald says that he thinks they've reached the end of the dork parade, but we hear the sound of a horn honking as this happens.
Here comes Eugene. I stand corrected. Am I seeing things? Nope, that's Eugene, all right. And he's riding a really cool bike. What'd you do, rob a bike store?
No, it's Flag Day and my family exchanges gifts.
Eugene says that all his life he's wanted a bike like this. It has shiny metallic paint, lots of gears so he doesn't have to pump hard when going uphill, and thick tires so that he can run over glass. He says that it's his dream bike and he wanted it more than wealth or world peace, but there's just one thing it needs to make it perfect, as he pulls out a card to attach to the frame so it sounds like a motorcycle when the card hits the moving spokes.
I guess every dork has his day. Yeah. I'll be there in a second, Gerald.
Eugene runs up to his bike, just devastated. Arnold apologizes and says that it was just an accident. We then see Eugene crying and throwing a fit when a man is throwing the bike into the trash.
No, please! Not my bike. Man, I feel terrible about this, Gerald. Look, Arnold, it wasn't your fault. Stuff like this always happens to the geeky kids. And of all the kids in the school, Eugene's gotta be the geekiest.
You could say that again. Hey, where's Pinky? Pinky? Anybody see my Pinky? You.
Later on, as it pours rain outside, we see Arnold climb into the dumpster, and next thing you know, he's at home playing mad scientist with the bike as he cuts it up, welds it, and paints it red in an effort to make Eugene a brand new bike out of the pieces.
Wow, Arnold. It's beautiful.
Thanks. It is kind of nice, isn't it?
Nice? Heck, it's better than ever. You didn't have to do this, Arnold.
Yeah, but I wanted to.
Wow, Arnold. You're a pal. I'm gonna take it for a ride right now.
Hey, wait! Don't forget this.
Just then, Arnold's amazing pet pig Abner runs up holding something in his mouth, which Arnold realizes is the brake cable for the bike that he forgot to install.
I'm a bird! I'm a plane! I'm about to be hurt very badly.
We see Arnold visit Eugene in the hospital. He apologizes, but Eugene says that he doesn't need to because he didn't do anything. It was just a thing that happened. Arnold goes to give Eugene some chocolates that he brought him, and this happens.
Here, let me help you with that. Oh no, I'm sorry. Here, let me take that. Help! Help! Man, I'm sorry. I'll just...
No! Arnold, please. You don't have to. Please, just sit down there. Right over there.
Look, Eugene, somehow I'm gonna make it all up to you. I don't know how yet, but I'm gonna do it. You'll see.
What a guy.
As Arnold runs out and slams the door, we see the number 9 on the door flip upside down, turning it into a 6.
Here it is, 336, tonsillectomy. Let's do it.
Back at home, Arnold is laying in bed and thinking. He recalls back to when he was still in diapers at daycare. We see him on the teeter-totter with Eugene when Gerald calls him, and as Arnold gets up, Eugene falls and gets hurt. After that, we fast forward a few years later, in school. We see Helga antagonizing Arnold with a crab from the classroom aquarium, and when Arnold bats it away, the crab ends up attacking Eugene in the face. Then, in art class, while Arnold is using glue to make a picture, he sets down the tin next to Eugene's frosting, causing Eugene to accidentally stick his finger in it and eat some of the glue, humiliating him in front of the entire class. Arnold gets up out of bed, saying that every dork deserves his day, and that he's gonna give that dork his day.
Hi there, Arnold. Hey, Eugene, what happened to your voice?
I don't know. There was some kind of mix-up. They took my tonsils out by mistake.
That's terrible.
No, not really. You don't need them anyway. I kind of wish they would have left my spleen, though.
Listen, Eugene, I just want you to know I'm sorry for everything. The teeter-totter, the crab, the paste.
Huh? I don't know what you're talking about.
But I figured out a way to pay you back. I'm gonna take you out for one full day where nothing bad happens at all.
Arnold promises Eugene a day full of non-stop, action-packed fun with nothing bad happening. Arnold runs home and tells Eugene that he'll pick him up in the morning. We then get a montage of the two of them going to a baseball game, and on the way, Eugene falls down a manhole. They get to the stadium and watch the game as we see Eugene get beamed right in the face by a fly ball. Then, over at the park, we see Eugene eating a hot dog as it gets caught in his throat and he starts to choke. Arnold gives him the Heimlich maneuver and the hot dog goes flying out of his mouth and ends up ricocheting and getting Eugene right in the eye. Then, lastly, at the end of the day, we see Eugene trying to use a tower viewer on the pier as it breaks off of its perch, sending him flying down to the ocean below.
Sorry, Eugene. I guess we shouldn't have taken that ferry ride.
Oh, that's okay. You couldn't have known I'd get motion sickness.
No, Eugene, I'm really sorry.
Arnold says that he feels so bad. He tells Eugene that he just wanted to pay him back for all the trouble that he caused, but he just made it a terrible day for him.
Are you kidding me, Arnold? I ate hot dogs in the park. I almost caught a home run ball hit by Studs McGee. I watched the sunset on the river. And I even got to swim in the river. By accident, sorta. I had a great time. You know, nobody's ever done anything like this for me before.
Eugene gets on the bus to go home, and the bus driver straight up closes the door on him, causing his arm to get stuck in the door of the bus as they drive off, which is where the episode ends. This one is interesting to dissect as it really shines a light on Eugene as a character and his mindset about the world and life in general. Let's be honest, that whole day was misfortune after misfortune and was overall just terrible, as was the day before. Literally, Eugene's brand new bike was destroyed, he got in a horrific accident that put him in the hospital where he straight up had his tonsils and spleen mistakenly removed. That's just wrong on so many levels. Like, the bike breaking and the accident I can get past and comprehend, but that whole thing at the hospital is just unacceptable. First of all, this surgeon should know his way around the hospital that he works at. He should have known that he was at the wrong room, and even if he didn't, it's his job as a medical professional to make sure that he's talking to and working on the correct person. It's kind of funny though, they play it off like it was just a thing that happened and Eugene just moved past it, but like in all reality, that hospital would be sitting on a fat lawsuit and his family would probably win a massive settlement that would most likely have them set for life. After that though, we get a glimpse into the past, which tells us that it's always been that way. Eugene has always faced misfortunes, even since he was straight up in diapers. I mean, come on, the kid was straight up born on Friday the 13th. He's had an unfortunate life seemingly since the day he was born. During that day when him and Arnold hung out though, something really amazing happened. Not surprisingly, the day was terrible, just accident after accident, but that didn't bother Eugene. As morbid as it is, that's his life. He's just used to bad things happening to him again and again. But he literally refused to let that ruin his day. Regardless of any misfortune, he enjoyed his day with Arnold and had a blast. This, all in all, says so much about Eugene's character and how he looks at life. He said that no one has ever done anything that nice for him. Eugene isn't used to that. He doesn't have anyone to just spend an entire day trying to make sure that he has a good time. But as unsuccessful as it was, Arnold spent the entirety of his day doing just that. I have to bring it up though, this says just as much about Arnold as it does about Eugene. This early on episode is a good example of Arnold's ethics, conscience, and morals. Arnold's conscience is racked with the guilt of causing so much harm to Eugene, even by accident. It was all he could think about, so what did he do? He tried to give that dork his day, to put it in Arnold's terms. That gesture was a huge one, and Eugene definitely saw it that way as well. It's almost inspiring how, even in the face of issue after issue, Eugene still keeps his chin up and continues to live his life the best he can. However, you have to admit how dark just the premise of a character like Eugene is in the first place. This kid's entire role is just being the butt of a joke, being the punching bag, or just having bad things happen to him in general. The writers of the show paint Eugene's life out to be 9 years of constant misfortune and accidents, and honestly, even though he has people like Arnold who empathize with him, it's still really sad. Next up, we're going to check out one last episode that highlights Arnold's want to help Eugene, and that's going to be the Season 4 episode, Eugene's Birthday. This episode starts out with Eugene and Arnold walking down the street as Eugene talks to Arnold about how excited he is for his birthday.
Sounds like fun, Eugene. Of course, it won't be a perfect party, It won't? See, I've always wanted a surprise party. I sure love surprises, Arnold. Oh! I'm okay.
Arnold tells Eugene that he wouldn't miss his birthday party for the world, as Eugene proceeds to trip over a bunch of oranges he knocks over. We see the two continue walking as Eugene tells Arnold that all he has to do now is mail out the invitations, as Eugene then proceeds to fall down a manhole.
Take these, would you, Arnold? Thanks. Good thing I didn't drop them.
You know, why don't I keep these invitations, Eugene?
Keep them?
Yeah, I could mail them for you.
Gee, what for, Arnold?
Well, Eugene, it just might be better if I did it. There's a mailbox right by my house.
Okay, then. I guess I'll see you Saturday.
Bye, Eugene.
Bye, Arnold. What a guy. Ow.
As Arnold sprints home, he accidentally bumps into Harvey the mailman, who's leaving Mr. Green's butcher shop carrying a package suspiciously similar to Arnold's. The two drop their packages, not noticing when they accidentally swap packages. Arnold explains that he was just in a rush to mail something as he drops his stack of envelopes into the nearby mailbox and continues on his way. We fast forward to the day of Eugene's party as Arnold wakes up and calls Gerald.
Hey, Gerald. Ready to go to Eugene's?
Eugene's?
Yeah, Eugene's. You know, his birthday party.
What birthday party?
You didn't get your invitation? But you'll still come, right?
Oh, I can't. I gotta go to a bris. I'm sure everybody else is going. Relax, man.
Hello? Sid? It's Arnold. Did you get an invitation to Eugene's party? Your cooking class? Okay, bye.
Hello?
Arnold then proceeds to call everyone from school to find out that nobody got their invitations, as we cut over to Harvey the mailman, who is eating a sandwich that has an invitation to Eugene's birthday party instead of lunch meat on it. Later, at Eugene's party, Arnold arrives to an excited Eugene who's celebrating by himself and is super happy to see Arnold.
You're the first to arrive.
Some people aren't going to make it today, Eugene.
Really? Who?
Everybody. See, I called everyone about the party this morning, and no one got an invitation. I think it's kind of my fault.
Oh, that's nonsense, Arnold. Somebody's bound to show up. Meanwhile, let's just enjoy the party. We could play musical chairs.
Hours later, Eugene and Arnold are each trying to finish entire cartons of ice cream before they melt, while Eugene's mom is vacuuming in the background. Arnold apologizes for ruining Eugene's birthday, and Eugene tells him not to apologize, saying that this was the greatest party ever. He keeps a very happy and optimistic mind as he says how happy he is that he got to spend the whole day with Arnold. He goes on to say that he even got 2 presents and that he must be the luckiest kid in the world. Later on, we see Arnold in a treehouse with Gerald, Sid, and Stinky.
Why do you want to throw him another birthday party? You have got to stop trying to fix Eugene. He's the unluckiest kid in the world.
Yeah, why bother, Arnold? He'd probably just jinx up that party too. Like the roof would cave in and crush everybody.
Or the cake would probably explode or something. Eugene is an all-fired jinx after all.
The brother's a jinx.
Yeah.
He's a walking... Look, you guys. It's just something I have to do, okay? He's my friend, and I can't let him down. Now help me think of a really good place for a party.
They brainstorm ideas, and they end up settling on the aquarium. Arnold tasks Sid and Stinky with gathering all the kids and meeting them in the aquarium at 4 o'clock for Eugene's party. We then cut on over to the roller rink, where we see Sid and Stinky having a blast with all the other kids in class, talking about how good of an idea this was. Helga comes up asking where Eugene and Arnold are. That's when Sid and Stinky realize that they got it all mixed up. Meanwhile, at the aquarium...
Hi, Angel! Remember me? Your old pal Eugene! Woohoo! See, Arnold? He waved at me!
Eugene, I think I blew it again.
What are you talking about, Arnold?
Well, this was supposed to be a surprise party. Only no one showed up except for me and Gerald, and it's been hours.
You were going to throw me a surprise party? Oh, that's so nice of you, Arnold.
Eugene, don't you understand? No one showed up. This party is a total bust.
Eugene very optimistically says that this party was even better than his first party because they got to hang out and look at all the fish while they waited for someone to show up this time. A security guard comes up and tells them to beat it because they close in 5 minutes.
Eugene, I am so sorry.
For what, Arnold?
For everything. Every bad thing I've ever somehow done to you. You know, the goldfish I killed, the bike I wrecked, the paint, the glue, the crab, the car door, both birthday parties.
I never stopped and counted. That is a lot of things, Arnold.
So I'll throw a third, foolproof birthday party for you. The best party ever. In my backyard, tomorrow. I'll invite everybody. and I'll personally deliver the invitations to every single kid, so nothing goes wrong, okay?
Eugene takes a sec to think about it, and he realizes that all of the bad things that happened occurred when Eugene was around Arnold. Eugene says that he came to the conclusion that Arnold is a jinx, and that throwing him another party would be a bad idea, because Arnold is the jinx.
You think I'm a jinx?
You shouldn't do it, Arnold. I mean, what with you being a jinx and all?
Look, Eugene, I'm not a jinx, and I'm throwing you a birthday party whether you like it or not. In fact, it's going to be a surprise party.
Gee, how can it be a surprise party?
Look, you're going to show up and you're going to be surprised. Got it? It's going to be perfect, and nothing is going to go wrong.
Sure, Arnold. Sounds like a good plan. Well, I've gotta go. Be careful on the way home.
Later on, Arnold is telling Gerald about what happened, and Gerald is cackling at the idea of Eugene calling Arnold a jinx. We fast forward to the next day in Arnold's backyard, where all of the kids from school are awaiting Eugene's arrival. Arnold has the backyard jinx proof with bubble wrap, a first aid stand, and everything. Just when Helga starts to question whether or not Eugene will show up, it starts pouring down rain.
Poor Arnold. It's raining on his party. It must be hard to be such a jinx.
Arnold surprise party, yeah. Chocolate cake, yeah. Big chocolate cake, yeah. Chocolate, you going?
I don't know. I'm supposed to. I mean, the party's for me, but I just know something bad's gonna happen. I think maybe I should just go home. What do you think?
I think it's a chocolate cake, yeah. Big chocolate cake, yeah, chocolate.
Hey, could I have one of those?
No, I need these.
Back at the party, Stinky says maybe they should just call it off, but Arnold refuses. Meanwhile, Eugene's across the street debating on whether or not he should go, and he comes to the conclusion that Arnold is his friend and he has to go. Just then, as everyone's about to leave, Eugene bursts through the doors and the clouds clear and the sun lights up the party.
Everything looks perfect. The sun is shining, all my friends are here, there's a beautiful birthday cake.
And to top it off, we all chipped in and purchased you this brand new scooter.
A scooter? Oh, you shouldn't have. You guys are the greatest. See, Eugene, I told you this was going to be a perfect party. Nothing bad happened.
Hey, chocolate cake!
After Eugene's accident, everyone leaves and we see the party in ruins. Grandma helps clean Eugene up and Arnold sits by sadly, saying that this is the third party that he messed up and that he's sorry. Eugene, ever the optimist, points out that this party was everything he wanted. He especially liked the part where he got completely washed out by the falling water. He sees it as a surprise that he never saw coming.
You threw me a great birthday party, especially considering that, well, you're a jinx.
Sure, Eugene. I'm the jinx, whatever you say.
Well, I had a wonderful time. I'm gonna try out my new scooter right now. Whee!
A great party, Arnold.
I am not a jinx.
Yeah, sure, buddy. Sure thing.
Gerald, you're bugging me. Stop it.
Look, I'm king of the world!
This episode is another one that really speaks volumes as to Eugene as a character. First of all, though, I need to call out the oddball situation that led to no one getting their invitations. Arnold, in such a rush, crashes right into Harvey, who had just freshly picked up a whole lot of cold cuts. When they crash, they accidentally switch packages, but honestly, what are the odds of neither of them noticing? Like, the weight of freshly sliced deli meats and the weight of birthday invitations are noticeably different. Furthermore, why are Harvey's cold cuts packaged like that? Did Mr. Green put like individual slices of meat in their own envelopes? Regardless of the weird packaging and weight difference, what's done is done. Arnold put the cold cuts in the mailbox and Harvey takes the invitations home. We then fast forward to the day of the party, and that's when Harvey finally makes a sandwich and uses a birthday invitation instead of meat, realizing that something was wrong. My question is, though, why did it take so long for everyone to realize that there was a mix-up? You know good and well that Arnold didn't mail those invitations the day before the party. There's no way they would have been delivered in time, so it had to have been at least a few days in advance. In that time, I'd imagine that Harvey would have had a sandwich and realized that something wasn't right when he had no meat. Or maybe over those few days, Arnold could have asked some of his friends if they got their invitations, and when they say no, maybe he would realize that something wasn't right. Also, this is totally out of the blue and random, but why did Harvey put that invitation in his sandwich? The sandwich didn't put itself together, so if it wasn't Harvey, somebody did and just didn't notice that it was paper and not meat, I guess. Regardless of the weird timeline though, I just have to take a moment and say, what the hell? Literally, all of the worst things happen to Eugene, and it's so unfortunate because he's so nice and positive. I can't imagine him ever doing anything to spite anyone or doing anything wrong in general. We've seen Eugene go through some pretty messed up things so far, and he always just keeps the most positive mindset. Like, in this episode, we see his birthday party fail time and time again. At possibly the lowest point of the episode, we see Eugene and Arnold at Eugene's house being the only two that showed up for the party. To most, this would be a total bummer and kind of a spirit breaker. How does Eugene look at it though? He says that he must be the luckiest kid in the world because he got 2 presents and to hang out with Arnold all day. I can say this much, in the face of adversity, not only is Eugene resilient, but he's wholeheartedly positive, which speaks volumes about his character. It seems as if no matter what's thrown at him, Eugene tends to always look at the glass half full, and that's an admirable trait if you ask me. So many people would be fed up with life if put in Eugene's shoes. Think about it, bad things just seem to happen to him. He gets hurt a lot, things that he loves get hurt or break. More often than not, things just don't go his way. As a result of his seemingly bad luck, his social life has been more or less tarnished. Kids don't want to hang out with Eugene or even associate with him as a result of being branded a jinx. It's so bad that even when Arnold successfully planned a party, all of the kids were apprehensive to be there and they all left in a hurry right after Eugene showed up. Granted, it was mostly because they spent so long waiting for Eugene, but still, overall his entire situation is just sad and it seems like such a lonely existence. However, none of these negative things ever once stopped Arnold from trying to help. Even when things seemed absolutely hopeless, Arnold was always there to try and make things right for Eugene. He took the chance and rode the roller coaster with Eugene. He tried to remedy the issues he caused with Eugene's bike. He did his best to help Eugene find a new pet after Arnold murdered his goldfish. And of course, he made multiple attempts at throwing the perfect birthday for Eugene. All of these things may have not gone according to plan, and now that I put it into words like that, it kind of makes sense as to why Eugene would try to label Arnold as a jinx. But honestly, it's the thought that counts. Arnold may have caused Eugene strife on many numerous occasions, but in all reality, he had the best of intentions through it all, and deep down, Eugene definitely knows that. Moving on from there, we're going to check out some episodes that really exemplify our perceptions of Eugene as a character. First up, we're going to dive into the Season 3 episode called Grand Prix. This episode starts out at the local racetrack with Stinky and Sid admiring Arnold's go-kart that he made for the go-kart race.
Now all we need to do is give her a name.
It's on the other side, Stinky. See? Dark Avenger. Cool.
I love it.
Hi, guys. Nice cart, Eugene. Thanks. I worked hard on it. All my life, I wanted a great go-kart. So I designed and built my own creation. I call it the Mauve Storm.
The Mauve Storm? Oh, please. Is this it? I just have to beat you losers?
Just then, Wolfgang rolls up in a crazy-looking go-kart. He mocks the 4th graders, saying that he's gonna destroy them.
Well. So I'm racing the 4th graders today.
Morning, Wolfgang. Ready to rumble?
In your dreams, Twiggy. You don't stand a chance in that purple little cream puff. Why don't you just go home now and cry in your bed?
Well, some kids would do that, Wolfgang. Some kids would just give up and start falling apart piece by piece. But others come home from school and wash up and go racing in the streets.
We see the first race start as Helga, Wolfgang, Eugene, and Arnold go head-to-head. The race is cutthroat, and we see all of the racers give it their best until this happens.
Hi, Arnold. Exhilarating, isn't it?
Eugene, keep your eyes on the road.
Wolfgang ends up taking first place, with Helga in second. In a shocking turn of events, turns out that all 4 cars qualified for the citywide finals, even the Mauve Storm and the Dark Avenger. That is, if their drivers can manage to fix their karts.
Fix our karts? Look at him! My poor Mauve Storm, so young, cut down in the prime of life.
Well, guess that's the end of your little go-karts.
Maybe not.
What's that mean?
Look, now we have 2 busted-up go-karts, right?
Right.
But if we take parts from both of them, I bet we can make one really good go-kart.
That plan really bites, Arnold.
Arnold peps everyone up and tells them that with their combined resources, they can build a cart that'll beat Wolfgang. Eugene says that he still has his designs, leftover parts, and paint. Sid and Stinky agree to help, and we cut right over to Arnold's house where the kids are working on the cart.
Now, let me get this straight. You're going to take 2 wrecked go-karts and put them together with some rusty screws and duct tape and somehow in less than a week build an amazing racer that'll win the Junior Grand Prix and defeat that big Wolfgang fella that's always giving you trouble. Is that right?
That's right, Grandpa. What do you think?
Oh, wonderful idea, short man. Go get him. You'll win for sure. Oh, look, a pig just flew by, and it's raining malted milk balls.
We get a nice montage of Arnold and his friends trying to fix the go-kart while Eugene gets hurt and covers Stinky in oil in the process.
Now all we need is some paint, some tires, a name,
Guys, a little help.
and a miracle.
All finished. What do you think?
I can't believe we let you talk us into painting it purple.
It's not purple, Arnold. It's mauve.
Whatever. We're still calling it the Dark Avenger.
But Sid, look at it. It's the Mauve Storm.
The Dark Avenger.
The Mauve Storm.
The Dark Avenger.
As Eugene and Sid argue over the name, Stinky chimes in and suggests that they call it the Mauve Avenger, which sticks regardless of Arnold's lack of interest in the name. We fast forward to the day of the race, and we see Wolfgang antagonizing Arnold and Eugene.
Everyone will fear the Mauve Avenger.
The Mauve Avenger? Ha! I'm so scared. The big, powerful Mauve Avenger's gonna beat me. Not! You pathetic 4th grade losers are wasting your time! Laugh and agree.
I agree. Good series of insults, Wolfgang.
Shut up.
As the junior division finals prepare, we see all 5 racers approach the starting line. The light turns green and they're off at high speed. The race gets off to a cutthroat start, and around lap 4 we see people starting to take pit stops. Wolfgang takes his pit stop and makes a comment about how crazy it is out there.
Hey Wolfgang, when do I get to drive?
You get to drive? Never!
Harold, get some air in my left front tire. Move! Move!
Hey, when's my turn to drive?
When geese fly out of my nose.
Unfortunate, Mommy.
Helga, we all work together on this go-kart to prepare for this race. We're a team.
Okay, you want to lose? Here.
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly.
You don't want to drive? Okay, fine.
Out of my way.
We see Arnold go in for his pit stop next, and this happens.
Sid, take the wheel for a while.
Actually, it's my turn to drive.
No.
No way.
Listen, guys, exactly half of the Mauve Avenger is mine, so I get to drive at least half the race.
Are you kidding? He'll crash for sure.
Yeah, he's a Jinx. And all 5 Jinx. Fellers, I think the whole thing's moot.
We're dead meat.
We see Eugene, Phoebe, and the other racers with laser focus as they speed for the finish. We see Eugene take first place, and immediately his tire comes off and he ends up driving on axle, causing all of the other drivers, except for Phoebe, to crash. Miraculously, Eugene is still rolling and closing the gap between Phoebe, who's now taken first place.
It's gonna be close. A photo finish. And the winner is... Helga's Angel.
I'm okay.
I told you should have let me drive.
Shut up.
Well, you should have. I wouldn't have crashed.
Well, we got second place. That's pretty good.
Yeah, but we didn't win.
But I didn't crash.
But we didn't win.
The episode ends as we see Harold and Helga walking by carrying their massive trophy, and Sid and Eugene are still arguing about whether the go-kart is named the Mauve Storm or the Dark Avenger. This is an episode that I always enjoyed as a kid, and it did a really interesting thing to my perception of Eugene as a character. Before we get into that though, we have to take a sec to unpack a few other things. First of all, I just want to talk about this scene.
You don't stand a chance in that purple little cream puff. Purple little cream puff.
Purple little cream puff. Purple little cream puff.
Wolfgang is a massive jerk. He's probably one of the most notorious antagonists throughout this series. No matter the context of the episode that he appears in, he is always the bad guy or causing some sort of trouble. Fun fact though, the guy who voices Wolfgang is actually the original voice actor for Arnold from Season 1. What happened was, between recording the audio for Season 1 and Season 2, the creator of the show, Craig Bartlett, realized that the kid who had been voicing Arnold had his voice change and get deeper due to puberty, so he couldn't properly voice Arnold anymore. As a result, Wolfgang was created as a means to keep Arnold's old voice actor as part of the cast. Instead of playing our open-minded and calm protagonist, he transitioned to being an older antagonist and a bully, which I imagine was quite a change of pace, but I will say he does a great job at it. He truly made me hate Wolfgang, and this episode is a good example of how much of a jerk that Wolfgang can be. As it relates directly to Eugene though, we see Wolfgang being a jerk to him in the beginning, and Eugene just holds his chin up high and responds positively. I swear, Eugene doesn't have a mean bone in his body. In the face of a bully putting him down and saying that he's definitely going to lose, Eugene still maintains his happy outlook on life and holds on to hope that he'll win the race and qualify for the finals. One thing that did surprise me though was after Eugene and Arnold crash their go-karts, we see Arnold, Eugene, Stinky, and Sid team up to make a Frankencart and join forces as a team. Honestly, this shocked me. So far, we've seen everyone except for Arnold do everything in their power to avoid Eugene at all costs. They've all labeled him as a Jinx, and with that title comes everyone wanting to not even go near him in fear that bad things will happen to them. However, Sid and Stinky were game to have Eugene be part of their team for the go-kart race. In a way, this felt kind of out of character just on premise, but when we look at how they behave towards Eugene, it checks out and is consistent with their normal behaviors towards him. When they're in the final race, we see Arnold come in for a pit stop and Eugene requests that he get to drive, given the fact that technically the kart is half his. Personally, I find that to be a reasonable request, but Sid and Stinky on the other hand try to immediately shoot down the idea due to them believing that Eugene is a Jinx. They treat him like crap, and honestly, it drives me nuts a little bit. They're fully convinced that they're doomed just for the simple fact that Eugene is the one driving the car. Not gonna lie, the joy I felt when Eugene nearly won was just amazing. He was just a hair of a second away from first place, despite having lost a wheel. It really drove me nuts in the end when Eugene is happy about getting that second place trophy and just taking a moment to enjoy the fact that they were that close to first. Sid and Stinky just have to rain on his parade and say that they still didn't win. It feels like they literally can't give Eugene even an inch. They just have to constantly tear him down. Even in this moment, when Eugene damn near won the race, they still can't help but be negative. Eugene getting second place, regardless of the circumstances, was a feat in and of its own. Let's be honest, Eugene doesn't have the best of luck, and we all know that. But even in a moment when he finally comes close to winning, Sid and Stinky can't even let him have that. It just makes me wonder, if he had won, what excuse would they pull out to drag him down then? You know, they wouldn't just celebrate him and let him relish in the fact that he won. They would find something to bring up in an effort to drag him down. As a viewer, this episode definitely shined an interesting light on Eugene for me. Like, as you'd expect, Eugene stayed positive regardless of Wolfgang being a jerk, regardless of Sid and Stinky's opinions, and regardless of the fact that he got second place. However, this episode was proof that Eugene is capable regardless of bad luck. He can win. He can have moments of good luck, and this is a perfect example. Even though he lost a tire and their go-kart was destroyed, he nearly won, which, in my opinion, is a massive feat in and of its own. This episode made me realize that even though the writers of the show always go out of their way to portray Eugene as a total klutz and a jinx, he still has potential to do great things, though the writers don't really allow that to happen all too often. Another thing that I can't help but bring up, and this is totally random, are these shots right here. It's just for a split second and only happens like 2 times, but we see the screen split in half where on the top of the screen is the shot of the racers driving, and on the bottom of the screen we see an over-the-top view of the entire racetrack as the racers proceed. This made my inner nostalgic gamer happy. This totally reminded me of Super Mario Kart for the Super Nintendo. If you've ever played that game, you'd recognize that shot being similar to the layout of the game, where you see a behind view of your racer driving, and below it is an over-the-top view of the map as each character races through it. Again, that's completely random and has nothing to do with Eugene or the topic at hand, but I just felt the need to bring it up. Moving on from there though, we're gonna check out another episode that shines an interesting light on our understanding of Eugene, and that's gonna be the season 5 episode, Stuck in a Tree. This episode starts out in the city park. We see a kite break free from its line and pass kids playing and people having a picnic, and it lands right in front of a tree where Arnold approaches it.
Hi, Arnold.
Who's there?
It's me, Eugene.
Eugene? Where are you?
Up here. I'm in the tree. Hey.
What are you doing up there?
Oh, just hanging around.
That's nice.
Actually, I'm stuck.
Stuck?
Yup, stuck. I got up this morning and thought, what a perfect day for climbing a tree. And it was, until I got up here and remembered I have a tremendous fear of heights. I've been here for hours, just hoping someone might come by and help me.
Arnold scales the tree to help Eugene get down, but right when he reaches the branch that Eugene is on, the one below that Arnold's standing on breaks and leaves Arnold stranded up there as well. Eugene says not to worry because he's sure someone will come by any minute now to save them, even though he had to wait for hours for Arnold to even show up.
Yup, any minute now.
Stupid bush, get out of my way!
Hey, Harold, up here!
Huh? Well, what are you guys doing up in that tree?
We're stuck.
Stuck? Arnold and Eugene stuck in a tree. S-T-U-K in a tree.
Harold laughs at them and calls them stupid for getting stuck in a tree. Arnold asks Harold to help them get down, and he makes them agree to each give him a nickel if he does. We then see Harold run off, and this happens.
Yeah, I found this ladder leaning up against the water tower. There was a guy up there, but I didn't figure he'd mind if I borrowed it. You guys are so stupid! Getting stuck in a tree. Oh, I'm so stupid!
It's okay, Harold.
At least you tried.
Harold immediately panics and starts trying to brainstorm ideas of how to get down. Arnold says that they tried that, but all they can do is just wait for somebody to come by and help them. Another hour passes, and Harold starts crying, saying that they're going to be stuck there forever and that he doesn't want to die. Just then, this happens.
Hey, look! Someone's coming!
Hey, up here!
Mister, help me, mister!
Help!
Aw, he can't hear us.
Maybe if we throw something, we can get his attention.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea.
After that happens, we see Chocolate Boy walk by. The boys wave him down, and they try to explain to him what he needs to do to help them.
Go to the fire station. Tell them we're stuck in a tree, and we need help getting down.
Tell them Eugene sent you. They know me. They've rescued me many times before.
Go directly to the fire station. Tell them we're stuck in a tree, and whatever you do, don't stop for chocolate.
Got it. Go to the fire station. Tell them we're stuck in a tree. Don't stop except for chocolate.
No, go to the fire station. Tell them we're stuck in a tree, and don't stop for chocolate.
Go to the tree. Tell them we're stuck in the fire station, and don't stop except for chocolate.
No, listen carefully and repeat after me.
Chocolate Boy walks away, repeatedly saying that he's stuck in the fire station, go to the tree, and stop for chocolate. Harold and Arnold immediately just lose hope, completely confident that Chocolate Boy isn't coming back. Eugene, on the other hand, says that he's sure Chocolate Boy is going to come back riding on a fire engine with a bunch of firemen who will save them. We see time start passing as the boys just sit there and wait. About another hour passes by, and Harold realizes that he's hungry. Thankfully, he has 4 pounds of leftover egg foo young in his backpack, which he pulls out and offers to share.
What are you doing? Don't give it to him, he'll drop it, he's a jinx!
Oh, don't worry, I'll be very careful. Don't worry, guys. I just know Chocolate Boy's on his way here with the fire trucks to save us.
Sometime later, Harold starts freaking out. Arnold tells him to take it easy, but that just seems to make things worse. He's convinced that he's gonna live in the tree for the rest of his life.
I'm gonna end up living in this stupid tree with you two, eating tree worms and bark, picking splinters out of my butt every night. I'm never gonna grow up or go to college or get married. I mean, who am I gonna marry, that squirrel?
Arnold tells Harold that they're gonna get out of there, but Harold counters, saying what if they don't, which leads to Arnold having a daydream of the future. We see flying cars and floating conveyor belt sidewalks surrounding the 3 boys who are still living in the tree. Eugene says that today's the day they celebrate their 70th anniversary of being in the tree, and that any minute now, Chocolate Boy will be back with the firemen.
What are you talking about? It's been 70 years, he's not coming back! told you I can't clean out the bird nest tonight. I'm playing poker with the boys. Oh, nag, nag, nag. That's all you do. Take my advice. Don't get married.
Especially to a squirrel.
Hey, look! There goes the gang!
Too bad they're all deaf. Otherwise, they could hear us and go get help.
Gosh, you'd think eventually he'd run out of gas.
Back in real time, we see Harold crying his eyes out while Eugene is trying to console him, telling him that life in the tree won't be that bad, to which Harold responds by threatening to pound him. We fast forward and the skies turn gloomy and it looks like it's about to start storming.
Stop hiccuping, please. Stop hiccuping. I can't take the hiccuping. Ah, stop it, stop it.
Calm down, Harold.
Hey, I stopped!
Ah, I'm trapped and hungry and...
A little scared?
No, I'm not scared.
You're gonna be fine. You just have to have a little faith that everything will work out. Look at Eugene. He's looking on the bright side.
I know, Arnold, but that's because he's living in his own little pretend land.
Right as Arnold says that, it starts pouring as lightning strikes. Eugene starts singing a song to try to calm Harold down, which just makes Harold freak out even more. Harold threatens to beat up Eugene, but Arnold sits in his way.
Stop it! Stop singing that idiotic song!
Down, and there's
That's it!
Harold, seriously. Someone's going to get hurt.
Eugene, I'm gonna break your face!
Cut it out, both of you!
It's a life-saving
You asked for it, you little...
Like
Harold,
that
stop!
What?
Harold struggles just to simply hold on to Arnold, and Eugene tells him that he needs to believe that he can lift up Arnold if they're going to be able to save him. Eugene starts singing a motivational song to help Harold get the strength to hold on. Harold starts singing along with him, and as they sing, the rain stops and the clouds part as the sun comes out again. Just then, the fire engine pulls up with Chocolate Boy in the front seat.
I knew everything would turn out all right. Chocolate Boy came with the firemen, and we're safely in the cherry picker. Here we go! Gosh, first we're stuck in a cherry tree, now we're stuck in a cherry picker. Isn't life funny?
Oh, Eugene, I'm gonna pound you!
Harold.
There's a lot to love about this episode, but we gotta unpack a few things here. I just have 2 words. Chocolate Boy. I don't want to go too in-depth with him, considering that I plan to cover him in part of a future episode, but like, how messed up is it that this kid literally can't even remember what he was supposed to do because he's so addicted to chocolate? Let's get past that though. This episode is definitely one that stuck with me as a kid. Honestly, seeing Eugene's mindset and his outlook on life is something that has really had an effect on my life over the years. When life gives me lemons or things get hard in life, I try my best to adopt a Eugene-esque mindset. This episode got pretty dark though. As these poor kids are stuck in a tree, literally no one notices. Granted that, according to Harold, they're in a part of the park that no one ever goes to, but still, the struggle they had to go through to get help was just kind of insane. These poor kids had to endure a whole thunderstorm while up in that tree, not to mention Harold literally trying to beat the hell out of Eugene while up in the tree over the simple fact that he was being positive. Personally, I feel like Eugene being positive was completely necessary given the circumstances. If all 3 of them were all doom and gloom, that just makes for a situation that probably won't end well, but Eugene staying positive had a good effect on the outcome of the situation if you ask me. Without a doubt, the episode reached its darkest when Arnold ended up dangling from the tree with nothing but the combined strength of Harold and Eugene keeping him alive. A fall from that height directly onto his head definitely would have had the potential to be life-threatening or potentially life-changing if he did survive the fall. Sometimes it blows my mind that the writers of the show would put these literal children in some of the scenarios that they did. Hey Arnold really just wasn't afraid to go there, and when Eugene is involved, it seems more often than not that someone's going to end up in a life-threatening situation. More than anything, this episode acts as a great example of how others tend to respond to his attitude and positivity. Eugene, just being his normal, positive self, almost got him beaten up by Harold, who just couldn't stomach the positivity. And like, I would get it a little more if Eugene was displaying, like, toxic positivity, but in this specific scenario, he was literally just trying to look at the glass half full and to have hope that they would get saved. It got really close to toxic positivity when Eugene started talking about the bright sides of living in the tree for the rest of their lives, but on the whole, it was mostly just positive hopefulness that they would be rescued. Overall though, this might be one of my favorite Eugene episodes. This is one that really stuck with me as a kid. I absolutely adored that part where Arnold daydreams of their future living in the tree. The way Arnold imagines the future is just hilarious, and I love it. Moving on from there, we're going to check out the Season 5 episode, Eugene. This episode starts out with everyone outside of school looking at a sign that was put up about auditions for a play called Eugene that the school is putting on.
What the heck's Eugene?
It's a wonderful musical Broadway play about a hero named Eugene, who's kind of a loser, but also plucky and positive and extremely lovable, who triumphs over misfortune.
Oh, that's my favorite musical ever. And I've always wanted to play the part of Betty, Eugene's oh-so-complicated love interest.
Yeah, Eugene tries to win her away from the bad guy Lawrence. At first, Betty's torn between the two suitors, but in the end, she falls for Eugene.
Eugene excitedly explains how the show ends with the main character singing his happy song called Keep Your Sunny Side Up, and we cut right on over to auditions.
That will be quite enough. I consign you to the chorus. Next.
But Red, whatever will become of me?
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a hoot. Next.
It's not easy being perfect. It's not easy being sweet.
Milky Princess, you're breaking my heart.
Oh, she's perfect, all right.
Stinky is in the audience fawning over Lila, and the director is nearly brought to tears by her performance. We see Eugene come up next and sing a number.
When life gives you lemons, dance. Dance like there's a muskrat in your pants. When your toes are tapping, nothing bad can happen. When life gives you lemons, dance!
I'm okay.
That was more than okay. That was inspired.
We then see the director in front of everyone announcing who was picked to be in the play. He says Eugene is playing the role of Eugene, Lila will be playing Betty, and the role of the antagonist, Lawrence, will be played by none other than Arnold.
Me? Is Lawrence the black-hearted villain? It's a juicy role, Arnold.
Well, I'm gonna run home and reread the whole play, even if it takes me all night. Oh, I love that scene. Wait a minute, this isn't what happens next. Eugene what? Betty? Lawrence? Nice guys finish last! Arnold, did you read the play? Eugene doesn't get the girl, Arnold. He gets hit by a trolley on page 78.
Eugene and Arnold are blown away by the fact that the show has been completely rewritten, and it finishes with the bad guy singing a song about how nice guys finish last. They go to the theater director's office to confront him about the change in the script.
I rewrote the play for today's disenfranchised modern audience. In real life, the loser never gets the girl because the girl always turns out to be a scheming, duplicitous harpy who tears your heart out, still beating, and trust me, it's a much better ending.
But now there's no redemption for the hero. He gets hit by a trolley.
And I don't know about ending the play with a song like Nice Guys Finish Last. It's a really depressing message.
The director brushes them off and excuses the negative ending as black comedy. He's confident that the audience will love it. Eugene just goes along with it and accepts. Meanwhile, Arnold tries to argue, but the director basically tells him that they can't do anything about it as he dismisses them from his office.
Oh, if only the hero had gotten his dream. His Betty. My Betty. But alas, he did not.
Let's just hope for the best and try and look on the bright side. After all, things still get to be happy and optimistic for the first 77 pages.
You mean before Betty dumps you for me and you get hit by the trolley?
As they walk by, Eugene remarks about how it's going to be Arnold dancing with Betty in the end, which very abruptly catches Helga's attention. We fast forward 2 weeks ahead to the day before the premiere show as the kids are rehearsing.
I just can't be with you.
Because she's with me. Now for the last time, get lost.
Oh well, I guess I have no choice but to give up and leave town.
Perfect! Just like real life.
Ow. Well, I guess it's true what they say, Betty. Nice guys finish last. Bad guys have a blast. Take his money, grab his honey.
As Arnold attempts to sing the final song, the director interrupts him angrily, telling him that he needs to be meaner and nastier, as the director sings a portion of the song to show him how it's done. After he finishes, the director tells him to go home and take some time to focus for the big premiere tomorrow. We then see Eugene sitting by himself at the piano.
So, keep your chin in the air, the spring in your step, keep a-walkin' with flair, chock full of pep.
Arnold walks up out of nowhere, saying that there's something he needs to tell Eugene.
I'm quitting the play.
Quitting the play? But we open tomorrow night.
I can't go through with it. I can't go up there and watch you get hit by that trolley again.
But Arnold, what about the first 77 pages? They're really great.
I know, but it's the ending that really counts. I thought I'd get used to Mr. Lighter's rewrite, but the truth is, it's just too mean.
You're right, Arnold. You're absolutely right. I should be ashamed of myself for ever agreeing to go along with it in the first place.
You were just being optimistic. It's exactly what Eugene would have done. Eugene?
Eugene says he wishes there was a way to fix the play, but it's just too late. Just then, he gets an idea, and we immediately cut to the night of the premiere as the director introduces the play.
Good evening, welcome all to my adaptation of the award-winning musical, Eugene. I think you'll find it enjoyable, and perhaps even painfully truthful. Oh, Betty. If only you knew how painful.
The play starts, and all of the kids are singing a song about Eugene. Meanwhile, Helga is up in the rafters, rigging up a bucket of red paint, saying that she plans to dump it on Arnold and Lila during their big scene together. The play continues on, seemingly without a hitch.
Oh, Eugene, let me help you.
How many times have I told you, Betty? There's no helping a loser like Eugene.
Well, you know what they say. When life gives you lemons, dance. Dance like there's a muskrat in your pants. When you're caught in a downpour with nothing to live for, strike your most spirited stance. And dance, dance, dance. I'm okay!
After that number, Eugene runs backstage and approaches Arnold, saying that this is it, the moment of truth. Lila comes up and asks what's going on, and Arnold just tells her, "You'll see, and whatever happens out there, just go along with it." We see the play continue from the scene where Eugene is supposed to get hit by the trolley.
Oh well, I guess I have no choice but to give up and leave town. I'm okay!
Well, gosh, what's going on?
Didn't you read the headlines?
Oh, Eugene, I finally realized that Lawrence is pushy and cruel. It's you that I love, you and only you.
Curses! Foiled again!
The brat has restored the original ending!
As that's happening, Helga realizes that Arnold isn't gonna get the girl, so she rushes to stop the paint bucket from falling, but she trips over a rope, and as a result, the bucket of paint falls on her instead. Eugene breaks out into the final song that was intended to originally be a part of the play.
Keep your chin in the air, a spring in your step, keep a-walking with flair, chock full of pep, despite all the odds, just pop on those clogs, keep your sunny side up.
Wait a minute. They love him!
The song finishes, and we see the director impressed and clapping for their performance. Just then, Betty, the woman that the director has been crying over, shows up, telling him that he's the one that she really loves, and the two embrace each other.
I'm okay!
No.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I completely forgot that this episode existed, but when I started watching it, everything came back to me. This episode is a really interesting one, and it gets dark for many different reasons. First of all, how messed up is it that the director just blatantly uses these kids as a vessel to take out his relationship problems? Like, I have no idea what happened between the director and his love interest, but it's clear that it affected him deeply, and that sucks. I feel bad for him in that regard, but taking out those feelings on anyone is just uncalled for, especially taking it out on innocent kids. Eugene in particular was just exuberant about the play as someone who's familiar with the original work. However, the director stripped Eugene of all his excitement due to the fact that he felt the need to rewrite the script to reflect the negativity that he had experienced in his own personal life. It was just really sad seeing Eugene go from hyped and super excited about this play to just heartbroken over the fact that partway into the play, it was distorted into this big, nasty climax where the antagonist prevails. It hit me especially hard during that scene where Eugene's sitting at the piano just mourning the loss of what the play was originally intended to be. Arnold tries to do the right thing by saying that he's going to step down from his role because it just doesn't feel right. Arnold, with his highly in tune moral compass, just couldn't stomach the idea of having to be mean to Eugene and having to see him get hit by a trolley. Meanwhile, Eugene just feels ashamed of himself for being willing to participate in this play in the first place. It put a bad taste in my mouth seeing two good people like Arnold and Eugene being seemingly forced to go against everything they stand for morally at the bidding of a bitter director who's holding on to the grudge of a previous relationship. This episode acts as a good reminder to keep yourself in check when you're going through something. Don't get me wrong, it's okay to have feelings. It's okay to cry. It's okay to be upset. But what's not okay is taking it out on people who had nothing to do with anything you went through. Nobody should ever have to endure that, especially not kids who are just trying to learn from their teacher. One thing I want to bring up in regards to this episode is how they didn't really lean into the Jinx thing too hard with it. Usually it's constant people putting Eugene down for being a jinx, or just bad things constantly happening to him for no rhyme or reason. It was kinda nice to have that not be the forefront of this episode. Like sure, there was a few random gags like Eugene falling off the stage, but on that same note, he's playing a character that's a happy-go-lucky guy who just so happens to have bad luck, so it's fitting that he would fall off stage. For the most part though, it felt like all the bad things that happened to Eugene in this episode had someone to blame for it. The play getting rewritten because of the bitter director was a good example. That wasn't something that just happened because of Eugene's luck. That was a result of a spiteful director, but also that ending serves as another great example. We see the entire stage destroyed as Eugene falls, but he didn't trip out of bad luck or fall on his own accord. He fell as a result of people dropping him, which is ultimately out of his control. The stage being destroyed was a domino effect that was caused by the tipping point of people dropping Eugene, so ultimately that's another thing that wasn't necessarily his fault, and he more or less was a casualty to the situation. Moving on from that topic, we're going to dive into a more broad topic, and this is essentially going to be a few episodes where general bad things have happened to Eugene, or situations where he was just truly done dirty by someone with bad intentions. Starting off, we're going to check out the Season 1 episode, False Alarm. This episode begins at school with kids wandering the halls when, out of nowhere, someone pulls the fire alarm.
It's a false alarm! Wait till I get my hands on the kid who pulled that alarm.
We fast forward to all the kids gathering in the cafeteria for what seems to be a mock trial deciding whether or not Eugene is guilty.
Eugene Horowitz, you have been caught red-handed in the pulling of the fire alarm, a most serious offense.
But I didn't do it.
What my client is trying to say is, he didn't do it, Your Honor.
Principal Wirtz cites the school's bylaws by saying that a student can't be expelled unless a jury of their peers decides whether the student is guilty or not. At the same time, we see the jury full of kids all busting up laughing at Eugene. Stinky, acting as Eugene's lawyer, whispers to him that he needs to face the fact that he's gonna fry. To which Eugene says that he didn't do it, but the jury laughs even harder at him for proclaiming that he's innocent. We cut over to the jury meeting as Helga is reviewing the votes.
Fudgy nut bar?
It's on the back, Madam Fortress Mommy.
Oh. Guilty and not guilty?
Come on, get this stuff out of the way.
All right, who's the bonehead?
Helga, our votes are supposed to be secret.
Yeah, right, Phoebe. Quit kidding around and change your vote so we can get out of here. I've got tickets to WrestleMania.
Better smeared on the fire alarm.
Phoebe didn't vote not guilty. I did.
Arnold explains that he thinks there's reasonable doubt that Eugene pulled the fire alarm. Arnold asks them what's more important, their petty little pleasures or making sure that their classmate gets a fair trial, to which all of them rudely proclaim that their petty pleasures are far more important. Arnold insists that they go through the evidence again.
Anyways, according to the testification of Squeaky Peterson, just before the fire alarm was pulled, she observified Eugene walking right by the fire alarm. It was at that moment that someone, unknown as to the rest of us, but definitely not me, you guys, pulled Squeaky's right pigtail hard, detracting her. While as Squeaky was detracted, someone pulled the fire alarm. And who was right there?
Helga explains that what Harold is trying to say is that Eugene had the opportunity to do it, to which Arnold argues that lots of other kids were also there and had the opportunity. Helga brings up the peanut butter that was on the fire alarm, but Arnold says that peanut butter means nothing.
In addition to the peanut butter evidence, a pair of eyeglasses were found a few feet from the scene of the crime. A few minutes after the fire alarm, the students were allowed to re-enter the building. It was at this point the eyeglasses in question were discovered by our classmate Sid.
Hey, these appear to be Eugene's. Look, everybody, Eugene's glasses! Boy, howdy, Eugene is gonna fry.
These are Eugene's glasses.
Phoebe continues to explain, but Helga cuts her off, telling her to get to the footprints.
Footprints were found leading up to the fire alarm and then into a nearby broom closet. They were of the same size and unusual make of Eugene's distinctive sandals. And finally, a pencil stub with the word Wankyland was found outside the broom closet.
Oh, look at this Wankyland.
Therefore, in conclusion, it
appears that Eugene is as guilty as sin.
Helga tries to tell Arnold that the facts are all there and questions what more evidence he would need. Gerald agrees, explaining that Eugene was found in the broom closet, which Helga interjects, saying that signifies Eugene attempting to flee from the scene of the crime.
Helga, baby, put your feet up. I'll tell it. Now, after he committed the above-mentioned heinous crime, Eugene must have figured that he could hide in the broom closet, so all the kids ran past. But he accidentally locked himself in.
Hello? Could someone please let me out?
And that's where the principal found him, about a minute later.
Arnold says that means nothing because they found Eugene locked in closets multiple times. He begins to explain his reasonable doubt.
Okay, here's my version. Maybe when he was eating lunch, someone distracted him from his peanut butter sandwich.
Hey, Melvin!
Who? Me?
Later, when Eugene was going to class, he could have tripped, just like he does every day for one reason or another.
I'm fine.
Here, I'll help you.
Thanks.
No problem.
Arnold says that there's one piece of evidence that certainly can't be traced back to Eugene, and that's none other than the Wankyland pencil that was found on the scene.
Everyone knows Eugene. He's been in more accidents this year alone than all of us combined. And everyone knows that Eugene was banned last fall from Wankyland when he tripped off the bandstand and caused the whole Thanksgiving Day parade to crash. Anyway, even though he loves Wankyland, it's not likely that he'd have one of their pencils, since he hasn't been near there since.
Arnold claims that someone framed Eugene and planted the evidence. Someone who hates Eugene and has reason to harm him.
Someone.
Okay, I did it! I confess. I planted the peanut butter. I made the shoe prints. I left the glasses at the scene of the crime.
But why, Curly?
Because 3 months, 2 weeks, and 4 days ago, Eugene borrowed my favorite pencil. The pencil I got last summer at Wankyland. And then when he finally returned it, it had chew marks all over it. And he sharpened it down to the metal part.
Curly explains that all he could think about was Eugene writing with his pencil, biting the eraser, and sharpening it over and over again. And then when he gave it back, he just said, "Here you go," like it was no big deal. So Curly hatched a plot to frame Eugene.
Bingo! He'd be branded for life!
We cut back to the courtroom where Principal Warts announces that Eugene is innocent and everyone cheers, contradictive to the laughter that they were spewing at him when he was claiming how innocent he was.
So you admit you pulled the fire alarm?
That's right. I did it.
I pulled the fire alarm! And I do it again, too! See?
This episode hits a little different for a few reasons. I definitely have to point out the art style and animation of Season 1. After looking back at all these episodes from later seasons, this one just feels so interesting. It's like looking back at Season 1 of SpongeBob after watching episodes from later seasons. The older, hand-drawn style is just so eye-catching and it feels so nostalgic to me. Right out of the gate, I have to point out the utter chaos that was the fire alarm being pulled. When I was a kid in school, whenever the fire alarm went off, there was always some sense of order. Sure, people would rush to get out of the school, and it could tend to be a bit of a stampede, but once everyone was outside, there would be some sort of organization. At minimum, we at least had a place for everyone to gather together. However, apparently at PS 118, when the fire alarm goes off, everyone just goes outside and sprints away from the school in whatever direction they can. Principal Warts' effort at stopping them from fleeing was just so mediocre at best. Speak of the devil, I gotta say, Principal Warts' mannerisms in Season 1 were just so weird. If you compare this Principal Warts to the one seen in later seasons and episodes that we've covered, this one just feels a lot more clunky and awkward. The way he stomps up to the fire alarm and straight up tastes the mysterious brown goop on it had me cackling and gagging at the same time. Moving on from there though, this mock trial was just a little completely obnoxiously ridiculous. Nobody was taking this seriously except for Eugene and Principal Warts. The power imbalance in the situation was laughable considering that Warts basically has the last say as the principal and adult in the situation. Meanwhile, Eugene was just a kid who had seemingly no one on his side, considering his lawyer was ready to give up and the entire jury was just laughing at him. Which, that in and of itself is a problem. What kind of trial blatantly just allows the jurors to be biased and ridicule and laugh at the defendant? Okay, I get that it's not a real trial and that it's just an elementary school mock trial, but seriously, the fact that Eugene seemed doomed from the start was just kinda gross. Thankfully, Arnold was basically the only other person in the room who took this seriously and saw Eugene for who he truly is. Like, sure, I'd understand all of the kids finding him guilty if Eugene had some sort of history of pulling fire alarms or doing anything with ill intent in general, but that's just not Eugene. You know that, I know that, and of course Arnold knows that. I've never once seen Eugene do anything malicious whatsoever, at least up to this point in the series. It's pretty ridiculous that they would think he's guilty. On top of that, the basis of expulsion and the trial is that Eugene pulled the fire alarm out of spite or malice. However, even if he did accidentally trip, fall, and pull the fire alarm on his way down, it would be extremely draconian for him to be expelled over an incident like that. I also have to bring up Curly. What the hell is this kid's problem? If you saw my first episode in The Dark Side of Arnold, you might recall the episode where Curly snaps and they basically mimic a school shooter scenario with him throwing dodgeballs and barricading himself in the principal's office. This is yet again another episode where Curly snaps and does some unhinged out-of-pocket shit. Curly is just one of those people that you definitely need to keep an eye on because he's very apt to do some crazy shit just for you looking at him the wrong way. I will admit though, his voice actor does a great job. He portrays someone snapping and losing their shit pretty well. I was convinced, that's for sure. Overall, the entire premise of this episode was just screwed up. More or less, it just felt like everyone was against Eugene because they don't like him, and they all don't like him because he was branded a Jinx. Literally, him being branded a Jinx almost got him expelled from school over something that he didn't even do, simply due to the fact of how all of his peers perceive him, save for Arnold, who's just an absolute saint. I'm still just mind blown about the idea of your expulsion being dependent upon a mock trial. Like, in all reality, it's just a popularity contest. Like, if everybody likes you, they will say you are not guilty and then you won't be expelled. But, of course, everybody labeled Eugene as a Jinx, so they're all naturally just gonna say he's guilty. On a more light-hearted note though, we have to talk about Squeaky Peterson. Squeaky is an interesting character to me. This is the one and only episode that she appears in, and she doesn't have any lines. she just appears in this flashback. We can assume that she's probably related to Stinky, considering that they share the same last name and look pretty similar to one another. I find it rather mysterious though. We have literally nothing on Squeaky other than the assumption that she's related to Stinky. We don't know if she has any friends or what grade she's in, and on top of that, she would never be seen again outside of this episode. It's obvious that she was just a throwaway character and only there for the gag, more or less, but I can't help but wonder if at any point they had plans for the character. They could have put literally anyone else there in that place, be it an established character or just a random character that has no background or story, but oddly enough, they chose a probable relative of Stinky. It makes me extra curious considering that we've also had multiple episodes where we dive into Stinky's family life a bit, so I feel like that's a bit of a missed opportunity for them to unpack Squeaky as a character, just a bit, but regardless, I just felt the need to bring her up. Next up, we're going to tackle another really interesting episode. It doesn't necessarily revolve around Eugene completely, but there's some good Eugene context here for us to digest. We're checking out the season 4 episode, Deconstructing Arnold. This episode starts out with Arnold waiting for the bus outside of his house. He gets on the bus and meets all of his friends.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Pipe down, Arnaldo. Can't you see we're trying to listen here?
Hello? Yeah, I was just wondering, is your refrigerator running? It is? Then you better go catch it.
Oh, cut it out, Curly.
Cool phone, Sid. Is it new? New? Sort of. I borrowed it from Lorenzo. That was awfully nice of him. Yeah. Plus, what he doesn't know won't hurt him.
Arnold starts to question Sid's morals due to the fact that he took Lorenzo's cell phone without asking. Helga calls him a wet blanket as she snatches the phone from Sid in order to make the next prank call. We cut over to the school where we see all of the kids sitting around Rhonda as she writes a note.
Dear Curly, I've been admiring you from afar for quite some time. And even though I'm too shy to tell you how I feel in person, I just had to write you and say that frankly, Curly, with your bold eyewear, jaunty upper lip, and attractive bowl-cut hairdo, I think you're a total hottie. Sincerely yours, your secret admirer.
Yet again, Arnold brings morals into the question. This time, Rhonda's morals. She explains that she's tired of Curly being obsessed with her, so she thinks that if she writes him an anonymous secret admirer letter, then maybe he'll forget about her in pursuit of his new secret admirer. Yet again, Helga criticizes him for being a spoilsport. We cut over to Arnold approaching the other kids, asking if they want to play some baseball with him and Gerald.
Harold and I are planning a little monkey shines for Eugene. Yeah, when Eugene gets on his bike for his afternoon ride, it'll be all wobbly and break apart, and it'll fall right off.
That's a really bad idea.
It'll be a hoot.
Yeah, Mr. Goody Two-Shoes. How about you stop being such a party pooper for once in your life?
Really, Arnold, you are quite the busybody.
Yeah, you're a regular nosy Parker.
When it comes to meddling, you're the king.
And you're a kibitzer, too.
What the heck's a kibitzer?
It's Yiddish for big, fat Budinsky.
Helga tells Arnold that she doesn't even think that he could go a whole day without sticking his nose in someone else's business. Sid agrees, and just like that, Arnold agrees too. He says that if that's how they really feel, then he'll just stop giving people advice. No big deal. All the kids are relieved that Arnold will be keeping to himself, and we cut over to the park where Gerald and Arnold are hanging out.
Do you think what the other kids are saying about me is true? I mean, do you really think I'm always going around butting into other people's business?
You? Are you kidding? Of course not. I mean, that's crazy. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Gerald.
Sorry, man. I mean, truth is, you are kind of a Budinsky.
And that settles it. As of right now, I'm never giving advice to anyone ever again.
You never give advice again. I'll believe it when I see it.
We cut back over to the school where Stinky and Harold just finished messing up Eugene's bike. Eugene walks up and he gets on his bike and this happens.
Hey, my bike feels kind of funny. Uh-oh. Hey! Whoa, 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 whoa. Ow. I'm okay.
That's about the point where the dominoes start falling. Eugene got hurt, just like Arnold said he would. Back in class, Curly is reading the note that Rhonda wrote anonymously. He glances over to Rhonda and notices her writing with a pen that has identical ink to the writing on the note that he got, and he immediately connects the dots just like Arnold said he would. We then cut over to Sid, who's still walking around with Lorenzo's cell phone as he prank calls a bunch of pizzas to be delivered to the school cafeteria. Some kid throws a paper airplane and it hits Sid in the face, causing him to drop the cell phone as it shatters on the ground. He then approaches Arnold at the drinking fountain.
See, I've got this problem.
Look, Sid, I'm sorry,
Oh, Arnold, I am so glad I found you. You have just got to help me.
Hey, Arnold, Harold and me is in a manure load of trouble. And we need you to get us out of it.
Look, you guys, I'm sorry you're having problems, but I can't help you.
What do you mean you can't help?
Yeah, you're always giving advice.
And figuring out what we should do in moments of crisis.
Yeah, well, that was before this morning when you all agreed that it was a busybody and told me to keep my nose out of your business.
Arnold says that they told him to stay out of things and that's what he's gonna do, so they're all on their own. The group of kids angrily approaches Helga, saying that this is all her fault because it was her idea to tell Arnold off in the first place. Helga says that they don't need Arnold to tell them what to do, and she says that she can give advice just as good as he can.
You stole Lorenzo's phone and broke it, eh? Okay, all you gotta do is put it back in his locker before he comes back from vacation. He'll never even know it was you. Next, look, Princess, if you want Curly off your back once and for all, just let him keep on thinking you're his secret admirer. You know, tell him that you're really, really wild about him. Trust me, once you put him on the spot, he'll be totally repulsed.
Repulsed. Got it.
All right, boys, here's the plan. You blame the entire Eugene incident on some other stooge before he finds out that you dolts are the ones who tampered with his bike and finally snaps. Believe me, it's the right thing to do.
We fast forward a bit, and we see the kids taking Helga's advice. Rhonda approaches Curly and tells him about how in love she is with him, and as you'd expect, Curly is ecstatic, and he ends up planting one on her. Meanwhile, Sid is attempting to break into Lorenzo's locker right when Lorenzo walks up and catches him red-handed. Then we see Harold and Sid talking about who they're gonna blame.
Hi, guys.
How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm just fine. In fact, the doctors say I should have the feeling back in my legs in just a couple of weeks.
Eugene, Harold and I know who the shifty feller was that tinkered with your back.
You do?
We sure do. It was Harold's fault. It was him. It was all him. Hey, what in the heck are you blaming me for? The whole bike prank was your dumb idea. It was not.
In the midst of them fighting, Eugene gets pushed away and ends up rolling down the stairs nearby, causing him even further injury. Arnold sees what happened and contemplates helping them out, but Gerald tells him to remember what Helga said and that he shouldn't interfere with their lives. Because that's exactly what they asked for. Helga overhears the interaction and she ends up pulling out her Arnold locket and belting out a soliloquy about how she's done wrong to her beloved Arnold, and she walks down the stairs as she keeps talking, walking past Eugene's cracked wheelchair and all of his bandages strewn all over the place.
When I get my hands on that Helga, she's gonna be sorry she was ever born.
Yeah, not Helga's advice really bites.
Why'd I even listen to her?
If she wasn't a girl, I'd pound her.
Guys.
Let me smell it. Let me smell your hair.
Get away from me, you four-eyed freak.
Please, just one little whiff. That's all I need.
We cut over to Helga and Arnold in a broom closet as Helga is basically begging Arnold to start giving people advice again. She admits that she has literally no moral compass and should be the last one giving advice, and that all of Arnold's friends are in a mess without his guidance. We cut over to the front of the school where Arnold is addressing all of his peers in need of advice.
Alright, you guys, listen up. Rhonda, tell Curly you're sorry for making him think you were his secret admirer.
No problem.
Sid, you can start by apologizing to Lorenzo for stealing his phone.
Okay.
Stinky and Harold, the first thing you need to do is ask Eugene to forgive you. That is, if he can even hear you.
I'm okay.
As Arnold is finishing giving everyone advice, the episode comes to an end with Helga gazing longingly into her locket. Like I said, this episode didn't necessarily revolve around Eugene per se, but not only was he done dirty in an extreme way that took a dark twist, but also shined an interesting light on our perception of him as a character, yet again. This episode is another one that definitely went there. It tackled themes of bullying, stealing, shaming, but all in a way that led to a good moral of the story. There's a few things I need to unpack, and I'm going to start with something simple and straightforward. What the hell is Curly's problem? In the last episode we checked out, we saw him basically being unhinged and acting like a psychopath over a pencil, and now we see him basically being a creepy stalker predator. He even goes as far as asking Rhonda just for a whiff of her hair. Not to mention him kissing her without her enthusiastic consent. Granted, she did say that she liked him, which might lead to him believing that it's okay, but like, it just feels extremely inappropriate to grab someone like that and pretty much forcibly plant one on them like he did. Even if that person does like you, consent is important and they should definitely be in a position where they're expecting something like that to happen, not just forced into it the way Curly forced Rhonda. Getting back on track though, as far as Eugene is concerned, this episode was gnarly. When Harold and Stinky were messing with Eugene's bike in an effort to make him have an accident, I just couldn't help but roll my eyes. According to them, Eugene is a jinx, so I figured they would assume Eugene is just going to have an accident regardless of their tampering. The show's writers make it seem like Eugene often faces danger regardless of what he's doing, so them messing with his bike probably wasn't all too necessary, as the likelihood of him getting hurt regardless was pretty high. However, them doing what they did made his accident substantially worse than it probably would have been if they didn't tamper with his bike. Eugene ended up being hurled into traffic and nearly got hit and potentially killed by multiple cars that were passing through the street outside of the school. Furthermore, he crashed through a fence and got straight up mauled by dogs so bad that he literally ended up not having any feeling in his legs anymore and was left in a wheelchair. Then, when Eugene ended up getting pushed down the stairs by Harold and Stinky, he was injured even further, leaving him straight up in a full body cast that covered even his face. This might just be the actual worst injuries that we've seen Eugene face. Now, I hate to contradict myself a bit, but I can't help but wonder what this would have looked like if nobody had messed with Eugene's bike. Honestly, I've noticed time and time again in making this video that when Eugene faces danger, it's often caused by other people, in this case by Harold and Stinky and both their substantial injuries that he suffered. It just leaves me questioning repeatedly, is Eugene really a jinx, or is he the victim of circumstance caused by others? As far as our perception of Eugene goes, this one definitely shined an interesting light on him. Like I said, I feel like this has been pretty well established by this point, but Eugene is a good person. We haven't really seen him do anything malicious or in spite of anyone. We never see him bullying anyone or being a jerk. He usually stays in his lane, keeping positive and acting respectfully. Now, this was the first episode we've came across today that changed that. During the scene where Rhonda is writing that anonymous note to Curly, Eugene is a part of the group of kids who's standing around Rhonda and laughing. Now, I get it. Kids will be kids, and it's rather common for kids to laugh at someone else's misfortunes, but this was a malicious act. Rhonda was writing that note in an effort to not only prank Curly, but to get him off of her back as an alternative to either asking him to stop or going to an adult for help regarding Curly. The fact that Eugene was in the background laughing just kind of felt out of character for him. He's not usually the one to laugh at someone else's expense. Him and Arnold particularly are the last people I'd expect to be standing around and laughing at a rather mean-spirited prank that was being pulled on one of their peers. Thankfully, Arnold did the right thing and tried to tell Rhonda not to do it, but Eugene couldn't resist the urge to get a laugh at someone else's expense in this one specific scenario. That scene in particular feels like a pretty decent transition to our next and final episode that we're going to check out today, and that's going to be the Season 2 episode, Eugene Goes Bad. This is an episode that damn near contradicts pretty much all of the groundwork that we've laid for our understanding of Eugene as a character, but I can't talk about Eugene and not bring up this episode. It starts out at Eugene's house while him, Gerald, and Arnold are watching Eugene's favorite show.
You have broken the law, and now you must pay for your crimes. It's time to take you out to lunch.
I knew the Abdicator would catch that guy. He always does.
Yeah, that was pretty cool, Eugene.
He's my hero. He stands up for the little guy, the guy like me. He's the Abdicator, defender of the poor, the weak, the clumsy. He's the greatest.
Gerald explains that he's just a TV hero and that he isn't real, but Eugene argues, saying that he is real and he's going to be in town tomorrow filming an episode of the show and that he has to meet him. We cut to the next day where Eugene, Gerald, and Arnold are on the scene of the set.
It's time to take you out to lunch.
This must be the big fight scene. The Abdicator will cream this guy. See? He's a real hero, you guys.
Okay, cut it. That's a print. Bring in the stuntman.
Huh? Where's the abdicator going? Who's that guy?
Eugene is stunned to find out that the abdicator doesn't do his own stunts, but even more stunned when he hears the real abdicator talking.
Where is my lunch? Where is my apricot juice? Where is my mushroom brioche?
It's Hollywood, Eugene. I can't believe it.
Come on, people. I've been working since 11 o'clock, and this suit is still too hot and confining. What do I have to do to get some help around here? I mean, the last time I looked in the trades, I was still a major television star.
And he's whining like a baby. That's not the way the abdicator would act.
Maybe he's just having a bad day.
Eugene explains that the abdicator is supposed to be honest, brave, and polite no matter what, and that he's just a big faker.
Boo! Boo! The abdicator stinks! Ow! The abdicator's a fake! Boo!
Hey, you're not allowed here. No fans can cross the barricade. Why isn't somebody on this?
You're a fake!
I'm just an actor.
Yeah, well, to millions of kids, you were a hero. We looked up to you. But now I know the truth. You're nothing but a fake.
Look, kid, it's just a role I play.
Come on, you're a wimp.
As Eugene storms off angry, Arnold and Gerald follow him. Arnold tries to reason with Eugene and explain that the guy is just an actor, but Eugene claims that if the abdicator is fake, then there's no reason to be good or honest anymore. Eugene goes home, and that night, he tears down his abdicator posters, throws all of his abdicator merch into his abdicator trash can, and tosses it into the dumpster. Eugene takes black paint and covers his walls in it as we see him in bed reading a book about how to go bad. The next day at school, we see bad Eugene standing in the hall near a fire alarm. He pulls it, and everyone runs outside in a panic.
Did you pull that alarm?
So what if I did?
Did you observe a fire in the vicinity?
Hey man, there's no fire.
Pulling the fire alarm without probable cause is a violation of the school code and a very serious infraction.
So, sue me.
All right, that's it. That's it. In my office, right this minute, young man.
Hey, that's not my scene, man.
Eugene walks out of school, litters a gum wrapper, kicks over a bunch of bikes, and goes to the park where he cuts in front of Arnold in line for the water fountain. Arnold tries to talk to him about how he's changed and he isn't a nice kid anymore, but Eugene brushes him off.
Why are you doing this? 'Cause it's there. That doesn't even make sense. It's not complicated, Arnold. I used to be a nice guy, but somewhere along the line, I changed. And once a guy like me changes, there ain't no changing back. Got it? But Eugene, later for you.
Later that night, Eugene walks out of his house, leaving the door wide open. Some kid approaches him, trying to talk to him, but Eugene is just a huge jerk to him.
Hi, Eugene.
Moving her loose, it's Spud.
Is that all you got to say to me?
What else would I say to a punk like you?
Well, used to be I thought you might give me some advice. Used to be I thought you might provide an example I could look up to and emulate. It used to be that because I was younger and smaller than you, I looked up to you as a hero, as an example of what I might be when I grew up. I used to look up to you, Eugene, but now that you've gone bad, I guess there's nothing for me to do but, well, go bad too.
The kid walks away, defeated, and based on the look on his face, I have to guess that his words stuck with Eugene. Meanwhile, we see a limo parked in the city.
Last night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what that clumsy kid said to me the other day. About how he always looked up to the abdicator.
Every big star has one or two disgruntled fans.
I was so troubled I woke up my neighbor to borrow a dictionary and look up the meaning of abdicator. It means to give up responsibility, to abandon your position without fulfilling your duties. I couldn't believe it. It left me haunted. This morning I was so upset I could barely work out.
His agent tries to explain to him that he isn't a real hero, and it's not his fault that Eugene was affected by what he saw, but the abdicator is just too racked with guilt over the situation, so he runs out of the limo to go take a walk. Meanwhile...
So what if it's past my bedtime? I'm going out, and I might not be back till 9 o'clock.
Not too far from there, Eugene is throwing tomatoes at a mural of the abdicator. Arnold and Gerald get off a nearby bus to try to talk some sense into Eugene, but he isn't buying it. He walks off and stumbles upon the kid from before, hanging from his fire escape a few stories up and begging for someone to help him. Eugene realizes that everybody needs a hero, and he springs into action to save the kid. He climbs the fire escape and just narrowly catches the kid as he falls. Eugene falls as well, and the two end up dangling from the fire escape while Eugene is hanging from his jacket. Everyone stands by watching, but it ends up being none other than the abdicator who springs into action and saves them.
You saved me. You really are a hero.
No, I'm not a real hero. I'm just a highly paid TV star. But I still care about the kids who watch my show and look up to me. And I want them to do the right thing. Everybody needs a hero.
Thanks, Abdicator.
Eugene, you saved me.
You shouldn't have been out here to begin with. It must be way past your bedtime.
I'm supposed to be in bed by 8:30, right after my favorite show, Yo Ernest.
Good, I'll take you home.
Eugene, you're my hero.
As Eugene and the kid walk away, Gerald says that he still thinks Eugene's a jinx and a geek. Arnold says that may be so, but he's something else too. A hero. The episode comes to an end as Gerald and Arnold walk away. This is yet another episode that really stuck with me as a kid. Growing up, my parents made a huge point of stressing about how shows, music, video games, movies, and most media are not accurate representations of real life. My parents did this because they didn't censor me at all. They let me play all the violent video games that I wanted and watch all the gnarly horror movies that I wanted, as long as I grasped the fact that none of that was real, and you can't just run over pedestrians in real life like you do in Grand Theft Auto. So at a very young and formative age, I had an understanding that all of the characters I was watching on TV weren't real and were just played by actors. Now, I guess Eugene never got that talk because he was so sure that the abdicator was a real hero. I totally get Eugene being affected by the realization that his biggest idol isn't the same way in real life as he is portrayed in the show, but Eugene kind of took it too far. I mean, he went as far as publicly ridiculing the actor playing the abdicator, then going home, throwing away hundreds of dollars of merchandise and furniture, and setting up his room with just a bed and black walls. He even kicked over and broke his TV. Ultimately, that realization had Eugene acting completely out of character. The normally happy-go-lucky and positive kid we were all used to had flipped a switch and became essentially the opposite. This not only affected him, but others around him as well. That little kid looked up to Eugene. He idolized Eugene and hoped that maybe someday he would grow up to be just like him. However, when Eugene went bad, so did that kid, and it led to a snowball effect that ultimately almost got the both of them killed. As they hung from that second-story fire escape, it would have just taken Eugene letting go, or his jacket ripping, and they could have died hitting the pavement from that high up, or at minimum, cracked their skulls open. This episode is one that comes with some interesting life lessons to it. It's important to have idols. Everyone needs a hero, but that's relative. It's okay that the abdicator was just an actor on a show. It doesn't matter that he's not really in the streets fighting crime. What matters is the moral portrayed through his character. If that set of morals is what led to Eugene being the kid that he naturally is, then in my opinion, I think it's great that he idolizes the abdicator. Eugene is one of the few kids in the show who is routinely positive and looks at life with a glass half full mindset and always just wants to help everyone as much as he can. This may have possibly been the darkest chapter in Eugene's life, but he made it past it in stride and learned a lot from this whole situation. All in all, I can say that Eugene is an inspiring character who's been dealt a tough hand in life. Everyone at school treats him like crap except for Arnold. In a way, it's like he's been shunned from all social groups because of everyone branding him a jinx. Bad things happen to him, he gets hurt all the time, but for the most part, none of it's really his fault. I truly believe that Eugene, for the most part, has been dealt the hand that he's playing mostly by everyone surrounding him, and that's really just sad. It's truly messed up that Eugene's been treated the way that he has been and labeled a jinx by everyone at school, when in all reality, the bad things that happen to him are usually at the fault of the same kids who are shunning him. But above that, Eugene is inspiring due to the fact that regardless of any bad things that happen to him, he still maintains a positive outlook on life and always looks at the glass half full. But above that though, it's astonishing that even though all the kids at school talk bad about him and don't like him for the most part, he still stays positive towards them and is open to being friends with all them. It takes really strong character for someone not to hold a grudge against people who've done them wrong, or labeled them as something they're not. It really does take a lot to still be welcoming to people who constantly try to tear you down or ridicule you. However, Eugene does it. The whole school has labeled him a jinx and tries to avoid him at all costs, but that doesn't cause him to hate everyone. Regardless of them wanting nothing to do with him, he still wants everything to do with them, and I'd say that really just speaks volume to the kind of person that Eugene is. But what do you think? Did this video change your perception of Eugene? Let me know in the comments down below. I always love seeing your guys' feedback. If you enjoyed this video, let me know what you thought about it and maybe share it with a friend. And as always, thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Peace. Previously on The Dark Side of Hey Arnold. Eugene Horowitz. He's a boy who, in many ways, is a walking contradiction. He's a 4th grader who's widely known for his cheerful and upbeat demeanor and attitude. However, despite his positive disposition, he's also known to encounter a high level of misfortune and is very danger-prone.
You don't have to pretend. I know what everyone says about me. They all call me a big jinx, don't they?
Nobody says that, Eugene.
Come on, Arnold. I've heard it my whole life.
Arnold tries to tell Eugene that he isn't a jinx, but Eugene says that no matter what he does, something always goes wrong. He recalls back to when he was still in diapers at daycare. We see him on the teeter-totter with Eugene when Gerald calls him, and as Arnold gets up, Eugene falls and gets hurt. After that, we fast forward a few years later, in school. We see Helga antagonizing Arnold with a crab from the classroom aquarium, and when Arnold bats it away, the crab ends up attacking Eugene in the face. Then, in art class, while Arnold is using glue to make a picture, he sets down the tin next to Eugene's frosting, causing Eugene to accidentally stick his finger in it and eat some of the glue, humiliating him in front of the entire class. It's truly messed up that Eugene's been treated the way that he has been and labeled a jinx by everyone at school, when in all reality, the bad things that happen to him are usually at the fault of the same kids who are shunning him. Rhonda Wellington Lloyd. She's a 9-year-old student at PS 118, and she's known as a self-proclaimed popular kid. Despite her claims of being the most fashionable kid in school and being a trendsetter, we see her sporting the same outfit on a daily basis for the most part. She's usually spotted donning a red sweater with a white turtleneck collar, as well as black pants and red shoes. She is described by most as arrogant and greedy, often putting herself before anyone else and showing little empathy towards anyone, including those that she claims to be her friend, unless she gets pushed to the point of showing empathy as a lesson for a wrong that she's done towards someone. This, more often than not, would end up being the typical trope for a Rhonda-centered episode. Usually we would see her doing somebody wrong and then subsequently being placed in their shoes, learning a lesson, and developing a sense of empathy for the person that she's wronged. Her wronging someone usually being the result of the fact that she's one to think very highly of herself, though, ironically, she's kind of a pathetic person if we're being honest. She's the kind of person who's known to make a mountain out of a molehill of a problem. If even one slightly inconvenient thing happens to her, it's automatically the end of the world in her eyes. All in all, she's a very entitled person, and that's likely due to her upbringing. See, she comes from a historically wealthy Welsh-American family, and she's used to getting whatever she wants for the most part. One really interesting thing about Rhonda, though, is that despite her family's vast fortune, she lives a rather modest daily life. She rides the city bus to a public school, and after school she comes home to a townhouse that's really just average in comparison to the rest of the other kids' houses. Whereas her classmate Lorenzo is seen in limousines and luxury homes, as well as owning a cell phone when no other kid in school had one. This is likely because when they were originally designing her character, the show's producers and writers didn't really know what they wanted to do with her or where they were going with her character yet. She was originally an undefined side character who appeared in the background and rarely spoke. It wasn't until season 2 that we actually got some background on Rhonda and we were able to place some character traits on her. By that point though, they had already established that she rides the city bus and lives in that kind of townhouse, so it would have been really out of nowhere for them to portray her everyday life as any different, considering that they had already laid an entire season of groundwork. To be honest though, as badly as she's portrayed and as intolerable as she can be, I actually really like Rhonda as a character. The role that she plays is one that you can tell as a viewer was very thought out and intentional. They wrote her character very well and portrayed her in such a way that really sparks emotion, which can be a hard thing to pull off. She's a character that I'm gonna admit definitely grew on me over time, and as much as I can't stand her, I also appreciate the role that she plays in this show. That's why today, on our nostalgic walk down memory lane, we're gonna deep dive into the background of Rhonda Wellington Lloyd. This is The Dark Side of Hey Arnold. To start out, it feels appropriate that we begin our journey by covering the episode that started it all in regards to our understanding of Rhonda. Like I said earlier, Rhonda was originally just a side character that really didn't have any traits. She was there to fill space on the screen, and that was about it. It wasn't until the second season that we would be treated to a look into her background and characteristics. That would happen in the first episode where she had her major starring role, Rhonda's Glasses. This episode starts out on a busy morning with a city bus full of kids en route to PS 118 for school. Helga talks secretly to Phoebe about how Rhonda thinks that she's the princess of the bus as they see her sitting in the very front seat and messing with her hair.
Excuse me, but can we do a mirror check? No offense, but you belong in the back with the rest of the geeks. And take your geeky glasses with you.
You must be new on this route. The front seats are only for the cool kids.
We cut over to school where Principal Wartz is going over the PA to tell all of the 4th graders to report to the nurse's office for a compulsory eye exam. We then see the nurse, who's actually Sheena's aunt, giving Rhonda an eye exam. Rhonda literally can't read a single letter on the chart, and the nurse tells her that she needs glasses right away. Rhonda is completely shocked and appalled at the implication of her wearing glasses, as she tells the nurse that she can't because glasses are for nerds. The nurse tries to calm her down by saying that glasses are no big deal and that she herself wears them and doesn't think that she looks half bad.
Rhonda, just accept it. You can't have contacts yet. But we both can't be upset at the same time. Hello, this is Brooke calling for Buckley. Buckley, dear, we've got some truly dreadful news today. I'm still reeling. Our perfect little Rhonda needs glasses. Take them off, Rhonda. You're upsetting me.
I want to talk to Daddy. I hate my life, Daddy. Why does everything happen to me? I'm so unlucky.
Rhonda's mother, Brooke, snatches the phone back from her as Rhonda immediately cuts the crocodile tears. Brooke asks her husband, Buckley, what he's gonna do about it, and by the end of the call, it's decided that he's gonna buy Rhonda a pony to make up for her needing to wear glasses. She tells her mom that that makes her feel a little better, and we cut right to the next day where Rhonda is waiting for the city bus.
Criminy! It's the geek formerly known as Princess Rhonda Lloyd. What are you looking at?
Excuse me, can we do a mirror check? No offense, but you're definitely back of the bus material.
Take that
back.
Rear, geek alert, geek alert. Back of the bus, back of the bus, back of the bus, back of the bus.
Rhonda is happily welcomed by the kids who sit at the back of the bus as she shuts them right down, telling them that she's pretending not to be there. Eugene tries to tell her it's not all bad and that they have fun, but he starts getting carsick, which just pushes Rhonda right over the edge. We cut right over to the nurse's office where Sheena and Eugene are there with Rhonda, who claims that the bus ride made her sick and now she can't go to class. Eugene offers Rhonda some crackers to help settle her stomach and hopefully make her feel better.
Nothing's going to make me feel better when I'm wearing these awful glasses. It's just not fair. I'm the coolest girl in class. I give the best slumber parties, and I have the most stylish and up-to-date clothes. And then, overnight, I turn into a geek, and kids like you and Cheetah are feeling sorry for me, all because of these horrible glasses. I can't take it!
Oh, poor dear, it's a lot of pressure being the coolest girl in class. I know. When I was your age, I was the coolest girl in class.
Later on, we end up seeing Rhonda walking down the hall with Helga, Phoebe, and her best friend Nadine. Rhonda comments on how lame the video that they just had to watch in class was, and Helga ends up roasting her, saying that she probably wouldn't know because she wasn't able to see it due to the fact that she refuses to wear her glasses. Rhonda argues with Helga, telling her that she doesn't need to wear them all the time.
Then I guess you sat in bubble gum on purpose.
I've been walking around with gum on my shirt? Nadine, why didn't you tell me? Oh, my nose! Is it bleeding?
The next day, we see Rhonda walking into class as Helga just blatantly talks smack about her, saying that the mighty have fallen, and next thing you know, Rhonda's gonna end up coming to class with big buck teeth and reading computer magazines. Rhonda attempts to stand up for herself, arguing with Helga, saying that she's still a popular trendsetter.
Oh, and I like the toilet paper trailing off your shoe. It's so chic.
What?
My glasses!
Don't worry, we can fix your glasses. It happens all the time. Curly, give me the duct tape.
Later on, we cut to lunchtime where we see Rhonda trying to decide where she's gonna sit. Arnold sees her standing there and he offers for her to sit with him and Gerald. However, Rhonda says that she doesn't need him to feel sorry for her as she walks away rather snooty. She goes to sit with Eugene and the rest of his friend group. As she drops her tray on the table, it nearly falls over and Eugene tells her to be careful because this table is falling apart. He puts a piece of cardboard under the leg to secure it a little bit better, and Rhonda asks why they sit there in the first place. Sheena says that it's because all of the other tables are already taken. After lunch, we cut to recess, where Eugene is hyped to play a game of Foursquare now that they have 4 people. We even see Curly sitting nearby, saving them a square. Brainy walks up with the ball, which is completely flat, and Rhonda asks them how they're supposed to play with a flat ball. Eugene explains to her that the fact that it's flat is the only reason that the other kids let them even have it. Just then, a group of cool kids comes up and starts playing at the square that Curly is sitting in, not even realizing that he's there. Yet again, Rhonda questions Eugene, asking why they let all the other kids take cuts on their court. Eugene explains that they probably just didn't see Curly, and that when you're a geek, people usually don't notice you.
We shouldn't have to play with a flat ball. We deserve a good ball, like everybody else.
Everybody can hear you, Rhonda.
Good. I want them to hear me. We shouldn't have to sit at the worst table in the cafeteria either. And what's the deal with the back of the bus? Why should we have to get thrown around like a sack of potatoes? Why us? Why? Don't geeks have feelings too? If you tickle us, don't we laugh? If you prick us, don't we bleed?
Eugene points out that it's always been this way and that he doesn't think one person is going to be able to change it. Rhonda then declares that if she's going to be a geek, then the rules about being a geek are going to change. She suggests that they all should fight this injustice together.
It's about time you show the other kids that below that pencil neck of yours beats a brave heart. And you two, don't let anybody put you down. Be proud of who you are.
You're so brave, Rhonda. You're the queen of the geeks.
Queen of the geeks. Queen of the geeks.
We then fast forward to later that day. School is out and a bunch of kids are waiting to get on the city bus. They all file in as they each pay their bus fare. As Rhonda gets on the bus, she stops at the front to tell one of the popular girls to scoot over because she's gonna sit there.
Let's ask the mirror. Mirror, mirror on the bus, is she a geek or one of us? Geek.
I'm not going anywhere. I like it fine right here.
I don't make the rules, you know. Now just go.
It's a free country. I can sit wherever I want.
Not on this bus.
You can't tell me what to do. I'm not moving.
What are you looking at? Come on, get in the back.
Eugene stops and says that he's not going. He says that he's tired of sitting in the back and throwing up all the time. Rhonda backs him up as he happily takes a seat next to her. The popular girl calls Eugene a twerp and tells him to get up.
Leave him alone and go sit down.
I'm not sitting down until you move.
I'm Rhonda Wellington Lloyd, and I don't have to move for you or anyone else. I demand my right to sit anywhere I want, anytime I want. And these other geeks, kids, they can sit anywhere they want.
Rhonda's right. Nobody should make anybody else feel bad about who they are or how they look. I say we get rid of the geek seats and let everybody sit where they want.
The popular girl then says that this is out of control, and she continues to put up a stink, but with everyone rushing to sit wherever they want, she ends up being left with just one single seat left to choose from, and that's the far back one. The next morning, we see Rhonda with a new pep in her step as she gets on the bus.
Hi, Rhonda.
Excuse me, but where are you going? There's room for both of us, you know, as long as it's not an everyday thing. Like my glasses? I have them in 3 designer styles. One's for dressier occasions, but these are my kicky girl-on-the-go pair for every day.
Now, like I said earlier, this is an episode that I wanted to make sure that I covered right out of the gate because it was the first episode in the series to give us a good look at Rhonda's background, and man did it give us quite a bit of background. Before this, we had bits and pieces of understanding towards Rhonda's character. However, with this episode introducing her parents, as well as giving us a look at the kind of lifestyle that she lives at home, it definitely added a massive amount to our understanding of Rhonda as a character outside of what's already been established. Like, before this, we knew that she was always kind of a popular girl and up to date with her trends, as seen by her knowledge on the Nancy Spumoni signature snow boots in the Christmas special back in season 1, but this would be the first time that we learn about how much that plays into her confidence and her own self-image. Rhonda is clearly a very vain person. She's constantly worried about how she looks, and even more important to her, how she's being perceived by other people, as if that's something within her control. This speaks volumes to her as a person deep inside. She's so concerned with how other people perceive her that she completely neglects catering to her own perception of herself. It's pretty sad when you think about it. She's so preoccupied with clothes, trends, and looks to achieve what she believes to be cool that she overlooks some of the most rich parts of herself as a human. This goes further than just her as well, considering that she uses the same shallow criteria to deem whether someone else is cool or uncool. It's honestly really lame. She has so much more to offer than materialistic items, and it took her getting a taste of her own medicine to realize that. It's sad that she had to experience what she deemed as, quote, uncool to act like a good person and start treating people fairly. In the beginning of this episode, it can be gathered that her view of the world is very black and white. In her eyes, either you're cool or you aren't, and what defines a person as cool in her mind are very minuscule and often shallow things. For example, the exact thing that this episode revolves around, having glasses. For Rhonda, just simply having glasses is enough to ruin her completely and make her uncool. In her mind, it doesn't matter how they look or if she has fancy, expensive designer frames, just the fact that she has glasses in the first place makes her not cool. That right there is just ridiculous and is kind of an example of what I said earlier in regards to Rhonda being pathetic. The example I used previously is making a mountain out of a molehill of a problem, and acting like one inconvenience is the end of the world. In this case, it's one small thing like having to wear glasses that completely makes her a geek in her mind. Like, literally, her mom could buy her the most fancy and expensive frames that money could buy, and that wouldn't have any influence on her feelings about it. She's still uncool in her eyes, I guess, just for having some vision issues. It's just kind of an immediate 0 to 10 kind of mentality, and it's ridiculous to be frank. In all reality though, if I gathered anything from this episode, it's that clearly Rhonda gets her materialistic, self-absorbed, and over-the-top dramatic ways from her mother, Brooke. While she's in the eyeglasses shop with Rhonda, we hear her talking on the phone with her husband, Buckley. She tells him that it's dreadful news and that she's still reeling from it as she painstakingly tells him that their perfect little girl needs glasses. The way she talks is just very overdramatic, if we're being honest. Her voice almost sounds theatrical, kind of. Like she's a theater performer auditioning for a very dramatic role or something like that. Then, of course, when she passes the phone to Rhonda, we hear her talking to Buckley and just basically emulating her mother's demeanor, but like times 10. It's a very apple doesn't fall far from the tree kind of situation. Meanwhile, I'd like to say that she gets some of that trait from her father, but we don't see him whatsoever in this episode. He's featured on the phone, and that's about it. I will say this much though. It can be gathered from this episode that through his actions, specifically buying Rhonda a pony to make up for the fact that she has to get glasses, that he really just enables her behavior. Like, instead of doing the good parent thing and trying to make his daughter feel better about having to do something that makes her feel really self-conscious by encouraging her and trying to build her up, he just plays the rich guy card and buys her a pony to soften the alleged blow of having to wear glasses until she can get contacts. I can certainly imagine there being times where there's an issue that his wife is having where he could offer empathy or a sense of understanding, but instead he just throws money at the problem and showers her with lavish items and jewelry. By all means, if her love language is gift-giving and that's what she prefers to make her feel better, then that's completely valid, of course. However, his behavior here would lead me to believe that showering them with money is his easy out to actually having to put some thought or intention towards anybody for that matter. Now, moving on from there though, we definitely have to address the elephant in the room. This episode is a clear depiction of racism in the United States as well as the civil rights movement, and this is huge. Back in the Dark Side of Harold video I did about Mr. Wynn and the Christmas episode, I talked a lot about the Vietnam War as that played a big role in that episode. I brought up how we learn about this stuff in school, but seeing it in our media as kids definitely helps drive the point home just a little further. This episode is definitely another great example of that. In school here in the United States, we learn a lot about the civil rights movement and our country's complicated and very dark history of racism. This starts at a really young age with teachings of famous people like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Harriet Tubman, and of course Rosa Parks, just to name a few. Now, learning about that in school, then coming home and seeing an episode like this, kids definitely connected the dots. I know I did. There's a lot of things in the show that went over my head, but this one definitely was not one of them, and it feels really good to see this kind of representation, especially considering that a measly 43 years before this episode would air, segregation in schools would be ruled as unconstitutional. 42 years before this episode would air, people like Claudette Colvin and Rosa Parks were making headlines for getting arrested simply for sitting at the front of the bus and refusing to move for a white person. Let that sink in. 42 years. Nearly as little as 4 decades before this episode would premiere, African American women were literally being put in handcuffs by white men for doing exactly what Rhonda just did. Nearly 34 years before this episode aired, Martin Luther King Jr. would give his iconic I Have a Dream speech at the 1963 March on Washington to more than 250,000 people. A moment that would go on to be celebrated as possibly the greatest speech of the 20th century. And a year later, the American Civil Rights Act of 1964 would be signed into law, officially ending segregation in businesses and public places such as swimming pools, libraries, and public schools. The representation here in this episode to those real-life events is crystal clear. As a matter of fact, it's literally not even open to interpretation or debate, even as far as how Rhonda and the other kids were treated at school. We would see Rhonda and her group being made to play with a flat ball, eat lunch at a busted and lopsided table, and literally being treated like they don't even exist. All of these things are clear depictions of what life was like for kids during the time of segregation in American schools. I can say this much, I applaud Nickelodeon for platforming this show, and even more than them, I applaud the Hey Arnold team for portraying these kinds of messages in their show so boldly. This kind of thing is important to be seen in an effort not to replicate history and to end the cycle that's gone on for way too long. it gives me high hopes for generations of kids who grew up watching shows like this. I feel like seeing episodes like this one helped a lot of us develop a sense of empathy at a really young age, and that is incredibly valuable if you ask me. This episode specifically is an interesting one though, because Rhonda was originally part of the problem. In the beginning, she's the one that's literally segregating the city bus. Rhonda's behavior for like the first half of this episode was just straight ignorant and rude. I definitely have to point out that scene where Rhonda's getting her eye exam and Sheena's aunt, the school nurse, is asking her if she ever plays with Sheena. Her answer is, "No offense, but we're not in the same crowd." This right here was just so cringe. I'm like, if you need to say no offense, you probably should just completely rethink or rephrase what you're about to say. I mean, a simple, "No, we've never really played together" would have done just fine and would have made Rhonda not sound like a complete snob. All in all, I feel really mixed about this episode. Ultimately, Rhonda did a great thing. She was the voice of change that resulted in this specific group of people getting more leniency in where they can sit on the bus, but we can't forget that originally she was part of this exact problem. On one hand, I appreciate the fact that she was able to stand up for these kids who had been treated so unfairly, but on the other hand, not even a few days before that, she was the one treating these exact kids so unfairly. Now, by all means, it's never too late to change, of course, but we never really got any acknowledgement from her that she was ever part of the problem. Like, she never really owned up to the fact that she was part of the root cause of this issue, or even apologized to any of the kids that she had wronged in the process. Now, keep in mind, it's okay not to announce a change and just to start being a better person and treating people better, but on a human level, an apology should at least be given to the people that you've wronged. Outside of that though, as a viewer watching a show, I definitely would have enjoyed a scene where Rhonda realizes how badly that she's treated these kids and came to the conclusion that she needs to change not only her ways, but try to make a change to how other people treat these kids as well. If this episode showed us anything about Rhonda though, it would be the fact that she is capable of change. Whereas other characters may not have changed their worldview and just continued in their ways, Rhonda was able to change who she is as a person once she realized that she was treating people in an ironically uncool way. I also have to take a minute to point out how stupid the entire bus thing kinda was. And not metaphorically, I mean like straight up literally. Keep in mind that we're not talking about a school bus here. Like, sure, it's full of kids and they take it to and from school every day, but we're talking about a city bus that all of these kids have to literally pay money to get on. Now, with that in mind, how ridiculous is it that this 9-year-old little girl, this literal child, is trying to dictate where people sit on the bus? Again, not the school bus, the actual legit city bus. Like, who the heck are you to say where people can sit on any public transportation? I just gotta say though, the bus hierarchy is absolutely stupid. Even when I was in school, for example, I graduated high school in 2012. All throughout my time in school, the bus was kind of a structure where the cool kids sat in the back. I always thought it was really dumb. I never really paid attention to where I sat on the bus because I hated it, to be honest. Like, even on the days where my friends were sitting in the back of the bus and they invited me to go sit with them, I'd usually just end up putting in my headphones and ignoring everybody anyways. I was always the kind of guy who wanted to keep to myself, so being somewhere specific for the sake of popularity was never my cup of tea. Another thing in this episode that I definitely wanted to bring up is the fact that Arnold is basically the only person who didn't make Rhonda feel awful. He even went as far as inviting Rhonda to sit with him and Gerald at lunch, but she was quick to shoot him down. The way that she treated Arnold was pretty uncalled for. He was nothing but kind to her, and she was just straight up super rude to him. By all means, I totally understand why, but that doesn't make it any better. At this point in the episode, she's still in that awkward point where she's angry at the world for needing to have glasses, angry at all the cool kids for making fun of her, and not really ready to accept friendship from who she deems to be the unpopular kids. I mean, it makes sense that she would be rude to Arnold because she probably thinks that he's pitying her when in all reality, he's just a really nice guy. Another thing that I definitely want to touch on briefly is Nadine. More than anything, there are a few things that I want you to keep in mind for later. I'm not ready to fully dive into Nadine yet, but there's a couple things here that I want you to keep in mind that we're going to circle back to later. First of all, during that scene where the girls are walking in the hall and Helga is roasting Rhonda for having sat in the gum, Rhonda gets upset at Nadine and asks her why she didn't tell her that she had gum on her shirt. Now, I will say this much, it's highly possible that Nadine didn't notice that Rhonda had gum on her, but on that same note, Nadine was walking basically right behind Rhonda, so there's a high likelihood that she could have noticed it. The other thing I want you to keep in mind is the fact that towards the end, we see Rhonda trying to play with her new friends, meanwhile Nadine is running around and trying to catch a bug. This was just odd to me because Rhonda and Nadine are best friends and they're usually inseparable. They pretty much do everything together. More often than not, they end up spending recess together. It was just kind of odd to me seeing Nadine off and doing her own thing and not hanging out with Rhonda. At face value, it seemed kind of out of character for Nadine to not be all too supportive of her best friend in this episode. The last thing about this episode that I really wanted to touch on is the fact that Rhonda has very, very bad eyesight. Like, she couldn't even make out a single letter on the eye chart. Now, with that knowledge, I can't help but wonder how long she's been struggling to see. I mean, how has she been able to possibly get passing grades in school with eyesight that bad? I imagine she probably can't even see the front of the classroom to read anything that Mr. Simmons writes on the board. You'd think that the school would have maybe given the kids an eye exam before this, considering that they're all in 4th grade, but honestly, the school isn't really ran by the best administration, so I can't say that I'm surprised. Moving on from there, we're going to check out an episode from Season 4 that dives a little bit more into Rhonda's perception of herself, as well as her self-awareness. We're looking at the episode called Polishing Rhonda. This episode begins at PS 118 during the start of the school day. In the halls, we see Rhonda showing off her new leather platform shoes that were custom made in Milan to all of her friends.
You know, custom made, as in they only fit me.
Sorry, Rhonda.
Sorry? You just scuffed my one-of-a-kind Caprini platform.
Look, it was just an accident.
Well, maybe if you didn't stomp down the hall with those massive saddle shoes of yours, this little accident could have been avoided.
Not another word.
Step off, you big Neanderthal.
Just then, Principal Wartz approaches to break up the fight, telling the girls that this is a massive violation of school rules. We cut right over to later that day, where Rhonda's at home telling her parents about what happened. She completely over-dramatizes everything, saying how barbaric it is that Patty completely thrashed her boot and then threatened to pound her.
We couldn't agree more, dear. And so, your mother and I have decided to send you to the Young Sophisticate After-School Polishing Academy for Boys and Girls.
All the Lloyds have attended, you know.
Though traditionally, family members have enrolled in the 6th grade, we thought, considering the circumstances, that you should start right away.
It's high time you were around others more like yourself, darling.
Rhonda is absolutely thrilled to hear that her parents want to send her to this polishing school. She stands up to thank her parents and calls for a family hug. Meanwhile, across town, we see Patty sitting on her couch and talking to her parents. They're having a gentle conversation with her about how they've been concerned about her recently because she's getting in a lot of squabbles at school and she doesn't have very many friends.
And so, we've decided to sign you up for the Young Sophisticate After-School Polishing Academy for Boys and Girls. The brochure says it'll help socially activate you.
Wouldn't you like that, Muffin?
I guess.
After that, we cut right on over to the first day at polishing school where Rhonda is walking in for the first time. She takes one look around at the group as she excitedly exclaims that these are her people. Just then, we see Patty tap her on the shoulder from behind, saying excuse me, and not realizing that she's talking to Rhonda. Rhonda turns around, dumbfounded to see Patty there. She's completely rude to Patty, who threatens to beat her up, and the two decide that they're going to stay far away from each other as class begins. The first exercise sees the kids all spreading around the room like they're at a party, and one by one they'll walk up to the punch bowl and get a glass of punch.
Let's begin with Rhonda Lloyd.
Hello? Do you think you could get out of my way?
And now, Patty Smith.
Pardon me. Excuse me, please.
We then get a nice montage of the class partaking in different activities, including a pet show, a simulated tea party, and show and tell. All of which would feature Rhonda blazing through like a bull in a china shop, being completely focused on herself and completely failing to consider anyone around her. Meanwhile, Patty seems to naturally pass all of the activities with flying colors.
Now, class, before you go, I'd like to distribute your preliminary performance evaluations. The purpose is to let you know how you're doing in my class thus far. Rex, Archer, Patty.
Patty Smith, courteous, a good listener, practical.
Millicent, Rhonda.
Pushy, self-obsessed, and materialistic? Madame, this is an outrage. There must be some mistake.
The teacher tells her that there is no mistake and that the report card is an accurate reflection of how she's doing in the class. Rhonda tries to argue with her, saying that she's a Lloyd and that her family has been attending and donating money to this academy for generations. The teacher tells her that times have changed, as has the academy.
I'm afraid your heritage will not excuse your less than perfect performance in my classroom. Now, unless you want to fail this course entirely.
Fail? But I can't fail. It would be unheard of. I disgraced my entire family.
Then I suggest you get it together and adjust that attitude of yours immediately.
Later on that night, we see Rhonda at home eating dinner with her parents. They ask her how the academy's going, and she lies to them, saying that it's going amazing and that she's likely going to graduate at the top of her class. Her dad expresses how proud he is and says that today it's the academy and tomorrow it'll be Princeton. Rhonda chuckles and agrees with them as we cut right to the next day at the academy.
Well, I always carry heavy groceries for my mom, and oh yeah, sometimes I volunteer at homeless shelters.
What a wonderful answer, Patty. You are a very helpful person indeed. Perhaps even valedictorian material.
This is so unbelievable. I'm going to fail, and Big Patty is going to graduate first in the class. If only I could somehow be more like Patty. But how?
We cut to later that day where polishing school is getting out. Rhonda stops Patty and ends up getting on her knees and begging Patty to help her, saying that finals are in 2 weeks and that her parents are going to disown her if she doesn't pass polishing school. Patty, being the sweet person that she is, reluctantly agrees, and we cut right on over to Patty's house where she's attempting to teach Rhonda some manners. But unfortunately, things don't seem to be landing very well at first. Over time, Rhonda slowly but surely starts to get the hang of it.
It's perfect. And what, may I ask, is so funny?
Nothing. It's just, well, when you asked me to help you out, I really didn't want to because I thought it would be a pain. But now, it's just sort of funny how we kind of hit it off, isn't it?
Yeah, it's funny. Well, if there's nothing else I need to know for tomorrow's final, I really ought to be going.
As Rhonda leaves, she runs into Arnold outside, who's taking his pig Abner for a walk. Confused as to why he's seeing her leave Patty's house, he asks her when her and Patty became friends.
Patty and I are not friends. I'm just getting her to help me with some schoolwork. Patty and me friends? Please! That's ridiculous.
We then cut to the next day at polishing school where the final exam is underway. Rhonda tackles the exam utilizing all of the techniques that she learned from Patty, and she ends up passing with flying colors. At the end of the day, as everyone is leaving, we see Patty come up to Rhonda, who's so excited that she gets to graduate thanks to Patty.
Before you go, I wanted to ask you, if you aren't doing anything this weekend, do you want to come sleep over at my house?
Sleep over?
Yeah, my parents already said it was okay.
Look, Patty, I really appreciate you helping me out with all this polishing school stuff and all, but after today, you know, since finals are over, we probably shouldn't hang out anymore. You understand, don't you?
Yeah, sure.
After that, we see the graduation ceremony commencing, where Rhonda ends up being announced as class valedictorian. She takes the podium, having her opportunity to give a speech, and she ends up thanking the teacher for her amazing teaching skills, as well as her parents for her amazing upbringing. But of course, she doesn't give even a single thanks to Patty, who's literally the entire reason that she graduated. After the ceremony, we see Patty outside as her parents are telling her that they're so proud of her for finally making a friend.
So, when's the big sleepover?
I don't know. I haven't asked her yet.
Great speech, hun.
Absolutely. How about we go out and celebrate with some mocha lattes?
Mocha lattes? Sounds delish.
We cut on over to the next day at PS 118, where Rhonda is showing off her graduation gift from her parents. A nice, expensive pearl necklace. Just then, she sees Patty leaving the classroom, and you can tell that Rhonda definitely feels some sort of guilt for how she treated Patty. Later on at lunch, we see a popular girl in the lunchroom showing off her new cowboy boots when Patty walks by, and just like Rhonda did, this girl ends up tripping Patty. While she's on the ground and covered with her lunch, Patty looks up at the girl and tells her that she's sorry. The girl ends up more or less telling Patty that these boots are worth more than she is, as she rudely calls Patty a big doof. Patty goes to pound the lights out of this girl, but she's stopped by none other than Rhonda.
My friend said she was sorry. Excuse me? You heard me. And while you're at it, you can apologize for being so rude and so totally self-absorbed. Unless you want this fist for lunch.
Sorry.
Now, how about you and those tacky farm boots of yours take a walk? Oh gosh. Come on, Patty. I see a table over there. So, about that slumber party, I was thinking Saturday night?
So, the first thing that I want to cover here is something that we also saw in the last episode. Rhonda definitely has a big habit of being a bad person and treating somebody badly, then all of a sudden turning a new leaf and treating that person nicer without any apology for past behavior or anything like that. Much like in the last episode where Rhonda was really rude to that girl on the bus, then at the end she ends up being nice to her all of a sudden without saying sorry for being rude before. We essentially see Rhonda do that same exact thing to Patty. Like, she is straight up mean to Patty and acts like she's too good to have a sleepover with her. Then, out of nowhere, she ends up standing up for Patty and calling Patty her friend. Then, as they both walk back to the table to sit together, Rhonda immediately brings up them having a sleepover together on Saturday. Now, please don't get me wrong. I'm so glad that Rhonda did those things. That was definitely the right thing to do after Patty did so much to help her. However, it really speaks a lot about her personality that she never really seems to own up to what she's done. She's not very good at taking accountability, all things considered. I mean, it's not that hard to apologize for wronging someone, but to Rhonda, changing her ways is just as good. Like I said before, it's not like she needs to announce her change and make a whole stink about it, but as a viewer, it definitely would have been nice to see a scene where Rhonda apologizes for how she treated Patty and kind of owned up for being a bad person. More or less, this is me coming to terms with the fact that this is likely going to be a recurring theme in every single episode that we cover over the next couple of hours. All things considered, this episode ties a lot into what I was saying earlier about Rhonda's perception of herself and how much it's based on material items. In this episode, it's definitely about those same items to a degree, as we see her fixated on her custom-made in Milan platform shoes. She uses the shoes in the beginning as a status symbol to show off how great she is and make herself seem better than everyone else because her shoes are designed to fit her and only her. However, when these shoes get even the slightest scuff across the top, she acts like it's the end of the world and that she has to throw the entire shoe away and just keep one of them. She makes the mountain out of a molehill of a problem, just like we were used to her doing, which is, of course, no surprise. Further than that, more than materialistic items, she makes her worth about experiences in this episode. We've seen her do this before with gloating about ski trips and the like, but in this episode specifically, her focus is on the polishing school. It's not about the skills and etiquette that she's supposed to learn in this school. It's about the fact that, in her eyes, this is a prestigious and distinguished school, as well as a rite of passage as a member of the prominent Lloyd family. It, by default, equips her with a sense of entitlement and hubris while she's within the walls of this school. At one point, we even see her play the "Do you know who I am" card, and that drives me nuts, no matter who it's coming from. Honestly, it doesn't matter who you are. I don't care. It doesn't matter how much your mommy and daddy donate to the school. You're there to learn just like everyone else, and just because your parents give the school money doesn't mean that you get a free ride by default. This is, yet again, another great depiction of real life issues in this show. This is something that unfortunately happens all the time with college universities, but it doesn't usually go like it did for Rhonda. Usually, the parents pay the school and the kid benefiting from it gets a full ride without really having to do anything, and very rarely do they get caught like Aunt Becky from Full House did, or shot down by the teacher like Rhonda did. It's just gross, entitled rich people behavior, and it reeks of privilege. Other than that, it's honestly deplorable how Rhonda treats Patty. She just completely uses her and expects her to be okay with it. Patty makes it very clear that she feels like her and Rhonda are hitting it off well, and Rhonda literally kind of placates that feeling, all the meanwhile telling Arnold that she would never be friends with somebody like Patty. She even straight up tells Patty to her face that after today, the two of them shouldn't talk ever again because Rhonda wants to save face. It's nasty to see that Rhonda was willing to treat Patty so badly after Patty so graciously helped her, which she certainly didn't have to do, by the way, and Rhonda just expects Patty to act like it's not a problem. And Patty, being the sweet softie that she is deep down inside, really does act like it's not a problem. At this point, Rhonda had earned her respect, and Patty was under the impression that Rhonda had changed. However, it's clear that Rhonda hadn't, but that didn't change how Patty treated her. More than anything, Patty was just really hurt, let down, and disappointed, rather than being angry and spiteful towards Rhonda. That says a lot about Patty as a person, and it definitely makes me think back to the Harold video that I made in this series. There were a couple episodes that revolved around Harold and Patty's relationship dynamic, and there are quite a bit of similarities between those episodes and this one. Namely the fact that both Harold and Rhonda felt the need to treat Patty differently in public than they do behind closed doors in an effort to save face. Honestly, this all just makes me feel really bad for Patty. She gets treated so awfully by people who she does favors for on multiple occasions throughout this series, and instead of being a spiteful person about it, she always goes the high road and treats that person with respect. With that being said though, similar could be said about Rhonda, but with the roles kind of reversed. Rhonda kind of has this habit of treating people who help her badly, and it's really unfortunate. She tends to be the kind of person who will squeeze you dry of every last drop that she can, then she discards you just like a dried out old sponge. It's really sad because I feel like if Rhonda treated people with respect and like how she wants to be treated, then she would probably have a very large friend group and support system around her. I do have to point out as well though, how ironic is it that a girl like Rhonda, with a fancy rich family and easy life, just completely bombs polishing school. And she was so excited to go too. She felt like it was going to be a cakewalk and that she was going to finally be around her kind of people. Meanwhile, Patty, who's a very polite person that lives a rather modest life and was very hesitant to go, excelled in the class and passed with flying colors. This is certainly a reflection of Patty's upbringing. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if the teacher didn't really need to teach Patty anything at all because she seems like a really well-mannered person to begin with. She's known for being big and tough for sure, but usually when she beats someone up, it's because they were talking bad about her or teasing her. I mean, you gotta recognize the irony here. It's kind of funny that this school, which seems aimed at snooty rich people, was really tough for the snooty rich girl to pass. In all reality though, it is pretty messed up when you think about it. The act of your parents sending you to this polishing school kind of screams, I don't think you're good enough, and someone other than me needs to teach you to be better. All things considered, this school is basically a program to help unruly kids get their act together, disguised as this fancy etiquette school for affluent people. I mean, if you look at it another way, it's kind of like Beyond Scared Straight, but instead of a prison and scary people yelling at you, it's just a bunch of rich people pretending to be civilized. Moving on from there, I want to touch on just a little bit of both sets of parents in this situation. It's really interesting to compare the parenting style of Rhonda's parents to that of Patty's. Rhonda's parents like to take a very lazy and money-driven approach to parenting. It seems as if they don't really discipline their daughter and they just kind of solve all of their issues with money. Like we saw in the last episode, when Rhonda ended up having to get glasses, her dad's solution to the problem was buying her a pony. In this episode, the answer to Rhonda being an unruly kid and getting into a fight is spending the money to send her to this opulent school for rude rich kids. Like, we see Rex Smythe Higgins here of all kids, and that should tell you everything you need to know about the kind of kids that go to this school. very wealthy, very snooty, and very rude. Her dad sending here is basically both a punishment and a reward, kind of. I'm not sure if punishment is the right word here, but it seemed as if the Lloyd family kids go to this school in 6th grade as a rite of passage, kind of like a reward for reaching that age, as evidenced by the fact that Rhonda was so excited to go there finally. However, I say punishment because he's not sending her there for a good reason. It's not because she's of age now or because it's a rite of passage at this point. He's sending her there because she's getting into fights and has really bad manners. Her parents have to see it and deal with it firsthand. I'm sure they see the worst of her behavior as well. I wouldn't be surprised if they got fed up with her attitude and decided to send her there so she could get a little more respect. Meanwhile, Patty's parents seem to be kind of projecting on her in a sense. Like, don't get me wrong, they said they wanted to send her there because she's been getting into fights and she's rather abrasive at times, but on that same note, they seem very fixated on the idea of her making a friend finally. Patty didn't seem all too excited about making a friend, but for some reason her parents were really pushy about it. I mean, I get it. They don't like seeing their daughter alone and they want her to have a social life. But it was just kind of odd how fixated they were on their daughter making a friend and having a sleepover. The way they were so pushy about it was almost kind of uncomfortable, to be honest. On that same note though, they also seem to be very sensitive parents. It's not confirmed by the show's creator, but Patty's parents seem to be very small in size in comparison to her, which has led to fans speculating that her parents may have dwarfism. With that being said, it's definitely seen in this episode that her parents are very gentle in how they handle Patty, despite her being a very strong person. Her parents' goal with sending her there was more or less to make her some friends. Meanwhile, Rhonda's parents wanted to send her there with the goal of getting her around people who were more like her. For them, it was likely about hopefully fixing her bad attitude and having her develop some manners in the process. However, they didn't really relay that to her. They more or less made it seem to her like she wasn't a problem and that she just needs to be surrounded by more rich people to not get into fights. Whereas Patty's parents sent her there with pressure to make a friend, Rhonda's parents sent her there with pressure and expectation to pass with flying colors because all of her family did. Her dad makes a comment about how today it's the academy and tomorrow it'll be Princeton. This right here is a great example of the pressure that Rhonda's constantly under. Her parents expect her to do great things and reach great heights, but it feels like they aren't really willing to help arm her to do those things. They're just hoping to pay her way there. Like I said, this episode is definitely a prime example of how she relies so heavily on material possessions and lavish experiences to define her as a person. For Rhonda, and seemingly also her family, their main prerogative is maintaining the status quo and keeping up appearances. It's very interesting how in most Rhonda episodes, by the end of it, it's still about this status quo for her, even though she may have learned her lesson in regards to how she may have wronged somebody else. This next episode, though, is one that kind of breaks that mold a bit. We're going to check out an episode that showcases her need to maintain her rich and cool persona, but by the end, she seems to have a pretty big change of heart. We're looking at the Season 3 episode, Cool Party. This episode starts out in the afternoon at PS 118 as recess comes to a start. The kids are all filing out onto the playground and Rhonda calls Arnold over to talk to her. She hands him an envelope saying that it's for his eyes only. He opens it up, and inside he finds an invitation to a high tea party at Rhonda's house tonight, with restricted invitations.
It means not everyone's invited, okay? Only the cool kids. Last time I had a party, I invited everyone. This time, I'm downsizing. I'm eliminating the geeks. See, you, Arnold, have made the cool list.
How'd I do that?
I don't know, I guess it's your moodiness, that brooding air of mystery you have, Arnold. Your unique sense of style.
My unique sense of style?
Yeah, like that weird little skirt thing you always wear. It's cool.
It's my shirt, Rhonda.
Rhonda tells him that she'll see him later tonight, and we cut on over to Arnold and Gerald sitting on a table together at recess. Though Rhonda was clear that he was supposed to keep it on the down low, we see Arnold talking to Gerald about how stoked he is to be on Rhonda's cool list. He says that he was sure he's more fitting for the geek list, but Gerald reminds him to stop and look at all the other people around him. Arnold then asks Gerald if he's going to the party, and Gerald tells him that he wasn't invited. Arnold says that he's sure that she's gonna invite him.
You're right, Arnold. After all, I am the definition of cool.
What about Gerald? Geek. Gerald? On the geek list? How come? He's nice, he's funny, everyone likes him. He seems pretty cool to me.
Yeah, well, I've been furious at him ever since he became class president.
So what? Class president is cool.
Yes, but he ran against me, and that was definitely not cool.
We cut back over to Arnold and Gerald sitting together as they're approached by Sid, who asks if he's going to Rhonda's party. Arnold says that he is, and he asks Sid if he's going, but Sid says that he wasn't invited, and neither was basically the rest of their class, save for a few select people. The whole group is rightfully upset that they are all being labeled as geeks.
Just how to see define geek anyway? Unabridged Dictionary of American Slang defines geek as a circus performer whose job is to bite the head off a live chicken for the audience's amusement.
Bite the head off a chicken?
Well, that's totally unfair. None of us bite off chicken heads, except Curly.
Yeah, and that was just the one time.
The kids all express their feelings about Rhonda's list, ranging from sadness to complete anger. They all start going off about all the different self-deprecating reasons why Rhonda may have put them on the geek list.
Forget her, you bunch of losers. Since when does Princess Rhonda Lloyd get to decide who's cool and who's a geek? Doy, who died and made her president of the universe.
Yeah! Forget Ronda's stupid party!
Arnold starts to think that him going might not be such a good idea, but all the other kids tell him that he should go because there'll be free food and he was born with a silver fork in his mouth, so he better take advantage of it. They all storm off, and we cut to later that day where Arnold is arriving at Rhonda's party.
Arnold, doll. Chow, won't you come in?
Arnold the doll?
Arnold, you of course know Nadine and Katrinka, but please meet Rex Smythe Higgins III. There's cucumber sandwiches and lady fingers on the buffet. Help yourself.
Thanks.
I've been to England, too. My second cousin lives there. She's a Duchess of some kind. She's actually...
Hey, Arnold. Hey, Park. Hey, Peapod. Having any fun?
Not really.
The group of boys admits that this is one of the most boring parties that they've ever been to. Meanwhile, Rhonda is on the couch talking about how happy she is that she didn't invite all of the kids she's labeled as geeks. She keeps going on about how there's no point in having a party if you're gonna invite geeks because they're just an embarrassment. This quickly turns into her roasting all of her classmates individually and saying some really hurtful things.
Like Eugene. He's such a geek, he tucks his shirt into his underpants. And Harold, oh, please, the way he eats. I can't bear to be in the same lunchroom with Harold. And Stinky, where did he learn English? Green Acres? Arnold, where are you going?
Suddenly, I'm not feeling cool enough for this party. But thanks for inviting me. I think I'm gonna go.
Rhonda immediately gets angry and she rushes right over to Nadine, asking her for the geek list. We see Rhonda cross Arnold's name off the cool list and write it over at the bottom of the geek list. Meanwhile, we see Arnold, who's walking down the street as he approaches Gerald's house. He tells Gerald that the party ended up being super lame, so he left. The two of them decide that they're gonna go join the other kids in throwing rocks at a dumpster. They all start to immediately throw shade at Arnold, but he says that they're not missing much and that the party was really lame. The kids all say that they're still really mad at her for not inviting them to her party and for putting them on her geek list.
It's like we have all this unfocused rage. I wish we could do something about it.
I say we all go over and crash Ronda's party and eat all her food!
Well, I say we get a carload of horse manure and leave it on her porch.
I say we paint ourselves with tiger stripes and go free all the animals at the zoo!
Fine, Curly. We'll meet you there in an hour.
Hooray!
Arnold says that he has a better idea. Instead of all that, he suggests that they just go to his house and have a party on the roof for geeks only, and that everyone's invited. We then cut right on over to later that night where everyone's having a blast on the roof and all of the kids in the neighborhood are just flocking to Arnold's house. Over at Rhonda's party, people start hearing the commotion outside, and when they catch eye of the party at Arnold's house, they end up leaving in droves. As they all leave one by one, Rhonda continues to cross their names off of the cool list and add them to the geek list. Arnold's party seems to be a massive hit, with an unlikely mix of folks all having a blast. We see Oscar and Mr. Wynn playing limbo with Helga and the rest of the kids as Harold and Stinky are dancing on the piano. We even see some 6th graders showing up to the party, Wolfgang and Edmund, and even Stoop Kid makes an appearance. Meanwhile, over at Rhonda's house, her party has boiled down to just her and Nadine.
You know, maybe I'll go check out what's going on at Arnold's house.
Nadine, you can't be serious. You're my best friend. This is very uncool. I'm sorry, I have no choice. I'm putting you on the geek list.
Well, Rhonda, you wanted to have a party for only the cool kids. But now that you've crossed everybody off the cool list except yourself, I guess you're the only cool kid left. I'm going to Arnold's. Enjoy the rest of your party.
Over at Arnold's house, everyone is having the time of their lives. Multiple people compliment him on how awesome of a party he threw. However, Gerald says that it's almost perfect.
Now it's perfect.
Hi, Gerald. Hi, Arnold. I brought some sandwiches. Can I come to your party?
Gerald and the other kids explain that this party is for geeks only and that she doesn't seem to be on the geek list. Then we hear Rhonda mutter words that I'm sure that she'd never thought she'd say in her lifetime.
I want to be a geek!
Okay, Rhonda. Come on in.
I mean, I want to be a geek tonight only. Tomorrow, I'm going to be cool again.
This episode is another great one that attests to Rhonda's character in a lot of ways. Some good and some bad. Honestly, more bad than good if I'm being honest. So with that being said, I'm going to start with the good side. This episode is another one that certainly showcases her ability to change. It may not have been permanent, as shown in the end by the way she said that she wants to go back to being a cool kid the next day. However, there was a recognition that she had done wrong, and she felt the pain of being excluded as a result of how she was treating everyone else. Before I move on to the bad, I just want to point out that this episode also did something that we don't see all too often for Rhonda's character. It forced her to own up to the fact that she had hurt people. In the last 2 episodes we checked out, I brought up how she never really took accountability for her actions, and she just tried to act like the wrongdoing never happened and move on being kinder. However, in this episode, she isn't given that option. In the end, we see her show up to Arnold's party with some sandwiches and try to act like she will be welcomed with open arms to move on like nothing ever happened. However, all of her classmates were not going to let that slide. They may not have gotten a direct apology, but they did get her to admit that she didn't like being excluded, and that's kind of close enough, I guess. Though she didn't say sorry for her actions, she did realize that they were in very bad taste, and she came crawling back to them looking for acceptance. Now, moving on to the bad here, this episode heavily ties into her materialistic and shallow ways, and her deciding who's cool based on their material items, among other really unimportant things. In Arnold's case, it was his skirt that's actually a shirt. She essentially used the fact that he wears a long shirt under his sweater to label him as mysterious, which makes him cool. More than anything, this whole cool versus geek list to begin with was super shallow, but basing an entire party around this list is just the icing atop this super shallow cake. The party she threw, though, was just a mixed bag of trash. You could tell that the people she invited to be there didn't want to be there at all, and it was just kind of weird. It was just all of them sitting around and listening to Rhonda go on non-stop about her life and how wealthy she is. Then, of course, things get super awkward when the kids are all fake laughing as they pretend to enjoy Rhonda roasting all of their friends. Rhonda's actions at this party were just really uncalled for. Like, it's bad enough that you're going to exclude all of these people from your party, but you're also going to talk trash about them while they aren't there to defend themselves or do anything about it. And of course, none of this is stuff that she would ever say to their faces. It was just one of those things where I think Rhonda could tell that the party was losing steam, so she wanted to spice it up a little by trash talking some people she deemed as less sociable than herself and the others at the party. Also, we gotta talk about how lame it is that she didn't invite Gerald. Like, of all the people, I'd expect him to be on the cool list. He's one of the coolest and nicest kids at school, just like Nadine said. It was just dumb because her basis for not inviting him wasn't even in reference to his social status or how cool he is at all. As it relates to Gerald, it was completely personal and just her being spiteful towards him about losing the race for class president. It just goes to show that her criteria for who is or isn't cool is pretty much baseless and doesn't really come from a place of any facts or logic. It's just really based on Rhonda's feelings and her skewed perception of what makes people worthwhile in her head. It's completely pointless because literally the entire world could deem somebody cool, but if she doesn't like them on a personal level, they're never going to be cool because in her mind, she is the end-all be-all of cool, and only she gets to decide who is or isn't cool. It's obnoxious, and I'm happy that Helga of all people was able to brush it off and call it for what it is. Everyone was super bummed about not being on the cool list, as if what Rhonda thinks even matters. She's literally a little kid at one of many public schools in their city. She straight up doesn't even have any sway over anybody, not even Nadine. Like, from the start, she was arguing with Rhonda over the fact that Gerald wasn't on the cool list. Then, by the end of the episode, you could tell that Nadine was just so done with Rhonda and her snooty attitude. That's her own best friend, and even she wasn't buying Rhonda's whole cool list nonsense. That's another thing about Nadine that I want you to keep in mind for later, because we're going to end up circling back to all this. Definitely don't forget about Nadine's involvement in the events of this episode. Throughout this one, we would see Nadine, for the most part, carrying around the cool versus geek list for Rhonda. I definitely have to take a moment to dissect this list for a second though. On our cool side, we would see Arnold at the very top, Nadine, Katrina, Lorenzo, Iggy, Rex, Peapod, Connie, and Maria. Then, over on the geek side, we see Gerald, Harold, Stinky, Sid, Eugene, Sheena, and Joey. I'll say this much, seeing Arnold on the top of the cool list kind of surprised me. Not because he isn't cool, but because Rhonda and her perception of cool is very skewed. You'd think that she'd put Rex at the top of the list, or maybe Lorenzo because he's super rich, or even herself because she thinks she's the coolest thing in the world. I'd argue that Arnold is probably the coolest kid in school, so him being on the top makes sense. So rare Rhonda dub, I guess. Other than that though, Gerald being at the top of the geek list was just so uncalled for. She did him dirty, literally having this little drawing that's clearly his face in the geek corner. You can clearly see the shape of his hair as well as his nose and mouth, and that's very clearly Gerald. And obviously her targeting him like that isn't really stemming from anything he did to make him a geek, it's solely because he beat her for class president and she wants to be mean to him as a result. Another thing that really bothered me about this episode is the fact that all of the other kids got mad at Arnold for him getting invited to Rhonda's party. It was really uncalled for considering that it's not like he's the one who gets to pick who gets invitations, and furthermore, he was strongly considering not going because he saw how hurtful it was to his friends. I totally get why they were upset. They were excluded and Arnold was one of the chosen ones. However, he isn't the one that made that decision, so them getting angry at him was, again, really uncalled for. It was just a simple case of misplaced aggression. Moving on from there, I definitely have to touch on Rhonda's party and how awkward things got when Rhonda introduced Arnold to Rex Smythe-Higgins. At this point in the series, we've already seen the two of them interact on multiple occasions, and they have this weird back and forth that's made a lot worse by their grandfathers being mortal enemies. It's kind of like an arranged marriage, but instead it's arranged mortal enemies. It's kind of like because their grandfathers hated each other, they're destined to have to compete with each other until they are old men as well. Another thing I definitely can't look over is how hilarious it was when Eugene talked about his unfocused rage and snapped that ruler in half. All the meanwhile, he just has the happiest demeanor and smile on his face. I swear, this kid doesn't have an ounce of rage in his body. He just wants to be included like everyone else. I appreciate Eugene a lot, especially after the video I did about him a while back. The last thing that I really need to touch on in this episode is Curly. I talked about him in the pilot for Dark Side of Arnold, touching on an episode that kind of implied him being a school shooter. He's a very complicated and honestly kind of a deranged character. In this episode, we see him threaten to free all the animals from the zoo, and by the end, he did it single-handedly. Curly is an interesting character, and it'd be very remiss of me to make an episode dedicated to Rhonda and not bring him up at all. Throughout this series, we would see him creeping on Rhonda constantly. I remember bringing it up in my video about Eugene because there's an episode where Curly goes as far as sneaking up behind Rhonda to smell her hair, among other really creepy things as he obsesses over her. This obsession would definitely be one-sided, as Rhonda seems to want absolutely nothing to do with Curly. He can be very odd and rather overbearing, to be honest. However, there is one specific episode that really peeled back many layers of the situation between Rhonda and Curly, and that's going to be none other than the season 5 episode, Curly's Girl. This episode begins early in the morning near sunrise as Rhonda is getting ready for school and talking with her dad.
As you know, tomorrow is your mother's birthday, and I wanted to show you the fantastic gift I bought her. It's a genuine Moscow mink. Yes, I can't wait to see Mother's face light up tomorrow when we give it to her at her birthday party.
Oh, Daddy, it's exquisite. Just so lovely.
Don't peep a word to her about this rare pelt. Well, it's school time for you, Rhonda, dear. Now give Daddy a kiss, as I, too, must dash.
Rhonda says bye to her dad and just can't resist the urge to go check out the expensive fur coat a little bit more. She tries it on and admires how fantastic this mink coat is. Rhonda decides that she's going to sneak the coat to school and wear it to the art show at school tonight. Just like that, we cut right on over to the art show where Rhonda walks in, making a statement with her entrance in the fancy coat.
Are you at all aware that you're wearing that genuine fur flies right in the face of the predominant and I think sensible belief that it is cruel to massacre poor innocent minks, ermines, and other weasels just for material satisfaction?
Yeah, what'd the weasel ever do to you? Ooh, you pretty princess. Your mink is so soft, so inviting.
Ugh, get away from me, you creep. Tonight's our night, Rhonda. I can feel it in the air. Listen, you slimy piece of ick. I don't like you, so stop touching my coat with your grimy hand.
Curly says that all he wants is to be Rhonda's boyfriend, and she says that she will never have anything to do with him. We cut over to later that night where the show is coming to an end and Rhonda is eating a candied apple in the mink coat. Just then, Park comes up from behind holding a painting and he accidentally bumps into Rhonda, causing her to stain her mom's present. She rushes out in a panic and goes to the water fountain trying to clean the coat off.
I'm going to save your life. My parents own the big dry cleaners on Lexington. A dry cleaners? That's right. I can get your mink coat looking new and fresh. But I need it by tomorrow morning. Then Curly's your only hope. You mean you can definitely clean this tonight? Yes, I can. And the price you'll have to pay won't be that bad. I can get you cash in the morning. I don't want your money. Here's the deal. Curly cleans the fur, and you, Rhonda, all you have to do is pretend to be Curly's girlfriend for a week.
Rhonda immediately says absolutely not, but after Curly continues to persuade her, reminding Rhonda that she has no other choice, she begrudgingly agrees to pretend to be his girlfriend until Friday at noon.
12 noon, I get to dump you. Sure, Friday at noon. That is, if you haven't fallen completely in love with me by then. As if. I'll just take a couple of pictures so you don't back out of the deal. Well, let's clean this coat of yours, girlfriend.
We see Curly suiting up and taking the coat into the cleaning room. He gets to work on it, scrubbing it and steaming it until it's good as new. Later on, he's walking Rhonda home and they go over some cues that he's tried to train her with of things to say when he does a specific action.
And when I do this, I know I say, you and me, baby, you and me forever. Good. And throw in a lot of, you sweet thing, and how can I deny our love, and Curly, I'm so lucky to be your girl. Ugh, my life is over. Come on, sweetie. You'll see by the end of the week that I'll grow on you, and you'll want to be my girlfriend.
The next day, Rhonda gets on the bus with Nadine, and we see Curly make a public spectacle of his love for Rhonda, forcing her to sing it out loud for everyone to hear. Curly announces to everybody that Rhonda is his girlfriend, and everyone on the bus sits there looking dumbfounded and in disbelief at the two of them. At school, Curly approaches their classroom, basically dragging Rhonda and forcing her hand into his back pocket. The two of them sit down, and as Rhonda is questioned by her classmates about her love for Curly, she tells them that it's her and Curly forever.
I have a special present for you that I want you to wear. There's no way I'm wearing that shirt. I can't believe I'm wearing this shirt.
I guess it's official now. I've never seen Curly happier.
Back in class, we see Curly walk up to Rhonda and give her a heart-shaped picture frame with a picture of him in the middle of it, saying that it's worth 1,000 I love yous. We then cut right over to Friday, where Curly is sitting at the table with Arnold, Stinky, and Gerald. Just then, Rhonda walks in and pulls Curly aside to talk to him.
And in approximately 30 seconds, our deal's over, and I don't have to pretend to be your girlfriend anymore.
Oh, come on, Rhonda. You know you've grown to adore me.
Curly, you're a low-down, despicable creep. It's over between us. I never want to speak to you again. Now crawl back under the rock you came out of, you slug.
You okay, Curly?
We see Curly riding the bus home and crying his eyes out into the t-shirt that Rhonda was wearing. Nearby, Stinky and Arnold are talking about the situation, and Arnold points out how sad that Curly is. Stinky says that he feels really bad for Curly because he was used and abused by Rhonda. Just then, Rhonda walks up to sit by Stinky on the bus, and he refuses to let her sit, saying that he doesn't want to sit with a heartbreaking harpy. Curly ends up taking it really hard, and as a result, the kids in class treat Rhonda very badly. They end up making her sit alone at lunch, as even Nadine and Sheena refuse to sit with Rhonda. We even see Curly in class painting her name on his arm, while everyone else can't help but notice how sad he is.
May I borrow the black paint, Helga?
Perfect. It'll match the color of your heart.
Excuse me?
You heard me, Cruella.
Unbelievable.
Curly, do you want to eat anything? You're just sitting there.
Curly's a broken man.
Later that day, Rhonda ends up waiting for Curly outside of his house, and she confronts him. She says that ever since their pretend relationship and fake breakup, everyone has shunned her completely. She says that she's the most popular girl in class, and she's not going to stand for it. She tells Curly that it's her job to cast people out, not the other way around.
And so, starting tomorrow, you're gonna stop your pathetic moping and help me win back some sympathy.
I am?
Yes, by being my boyfriend again.
You mean you want me back?
Just until everyone rejoins Team Rhonda.
Oh, sweet pea, I won't let you down!
Good. Now get off my leg.
The next day at school, we see Curly and Rhonda walking up together and laying it on heavy, with Rhonda really putting an emphasis on how much she loves him. We see her giving him a framed picture of her, just like he did previously, and when she gives him a shirt that says Rhonda's hunk in front of everyone in a rather public display, he decides to plant one on her. Caught off guard by this, Rhonda says that she needs to run to the ladies' room.
Why couldn't someone else have borrowed their mother's mink jacket and be in this disgusting situation? I mean, could he be any grosser? But then again, if I don't go through with this, everyone will hate me because I broke the little freak's heart. Time to buck up, Rhonda. After all, aside from that one highly nauseating kiss, this really isn't going so badly. Perhaps by the end of the day, you might even be back on top. All you gotta do is stick to the plan, then find a way to dump the little troll.
We then cut to later on that day in the cafeteria, where Rhonda is sitting with Phoebe and Arnold, happily saying that she saved a seat for Curly.
I did some thinking, see? And it turns out you're a lousy girlfriend. Pardon? You heard me, girly, and that's why I've decided to dump you. That's right, princess. Girly's giving you the old heave-ho, the boot, the kick to the proverbial curb. From this moment on, you and me are history.
Whalakers, that feller sure got a heart of stone.
Poor Rhonda.
Later on that night, we see Rhonda walking up to Curly's house as he's sitting on his porch and crying. She tells him that she knows that he's head over heels in love with her and that there's no way what he did in the cafeteria was real. Curly says that he figured she was suffering having to pretend that she liked him, so he dumped her to let her off the hook.
Well, thank you, Curly. That was very nice of you. I guess you acting like a total freak sometimes is just your way of showing me how much you care. And the truth is, I think you're an okay guy.
Thanks. So how about giving me a lock of your hair to keep under my pillow?
Oh, that is unbelievably gross!
Is it? Or does it thrill you?
Right out the gate, with this episode coming to an end, I just have to say that I recognize that this is widely considered to be one of the worst episodes in the series. Honestly, I kind of agree with that. This one was just kind of uncomfortable for many different reasons. I can say for certain that this episode has aged about as gracefully as a glass of milk sitting on the counter for the last 21 years. One of the biggest issues with this episode being the way that it seems to excuse and justify sexual harassment by painting Curly out to be the victim in the situation and making Rhonda be the bad guy. up to this point in the series, it's been no secret that he is an absolute creep towards Rhonda, despite her voicing that it makes her very uncomfortable. She is very upfront about the fact that she isn't comfortable with being treated the way Curly treats her, but he just continues to do it like it's not a problem, even though she tells him to stop. Even worse, nobody else stops him either. All of these other kids see him behaving like this and no one calls him on it or anything. On top of that ongoing issue, in this episode we see him forcing her to embarrass herself by making her be his girlfriend for an entire week. I mean, he was essentially forcing her to give him her consent, which she really did not want to do. In her mind though, it was put up with creepy Curly or face the wrath of her dad after she stained a very expensive jacket. She felt like she had no choice but to put up with him being like this, and it's like, in all reality, if her father knew that she was forcibly kissed without her consent and made to put her hand in this boy's back pocket, he'd probably be way more pissed about that than the jacket. That is, assuming that Buckley's morals as a father line up with that of any sane father. The entire situation is just messed up because everyone knows good and well that Curly is very weird towards Rhonda. He doesn't hide it, and she's constantly telling him to leave her alone. Everyone also knows how unhinged Curly is as well. This is the same kid who literally freed all of the animals at the zoo single-handedly. However, even with that in mind, they don't really question much when Curly and Rhonda seem to be all of a sudden in a very weird and out-of-pocket relationship. All of these kids know good and well that she does not like Curly, but Helga is the only one to really question it at all. Then, like, when this very odd relationship comes to an abrupt end, everyone is quick to take Curly's side. I mean, I totally get that she publicly humiliated him in front of everyone in school one time here, but like, he's been doing that to her for literally an entire school week now. It's kind of messed up to think that, like, the amount of trauma that Curly faced as a result of this one instance in front of everybody is a tiny molehill in comparison to the mountain of trauma that she probably has being forced to kiss and touch this guy for an entire week, on top of every other uncomfortable thing that he's ever done to her. I know I said that Rhonda is one to blow things completely out of proportion and make a mountain out of a molehill of a problem, but this is definitely the one instance where I would absolutely encourage her to do exactly that. What Curly did to her was completely disgusting and manipulative. As far as the other kids go, I totally get that the way they perceived it was that breaking up with him so publicly was very much so a not nice thing to do. However, that doesn't make it any less frustrating that this group of kids seem to look at the world so black and white. It's like they perceive the situation as if the person who instigates the breakup is the bad guy by default, and the person that got broken up with is the victim regardless of any circumstances surrounding that breakup. This was the case both when Rhonda dumped him in front of everyone and when he dumped Rhonda in front of everyone. It's just so frustrating seeing this group of kids take everything at face value and connect their own dots in their head in regard to the situation, instead of maybe, I don't know, asking Rhonda about it so that they could hear her side of the story. I will say this much though, Curly gives huge Predator vibes a lot of the time, but especially in this episode. The way that he essentially forced her into this fake relationship, then proceeded to claim that he's gonna make her love him by the end of the week, all the meanwhile straight up forcing himself down her throat very obnoxiously. It was really scummy and gross behavior, and he's really dumb for actually thinking that this would work. It just kind of gives creepy Harvey Weinstein vibes, and I really don't like it. The kind of icing on the cake in a weird way though was that part where he throws the jacket back at her and says that he's going to take a couple of pictures so that she doesn't back out of her end of the deal. I mean, come on, man. I get wanting some kind of collateral to make sure that she sticks to her side of the bargain, but the symbolism here of him doing that in combination with trying to force her into a romantic relationship was just weird and very off-putting. I definitely have to say that I remember this episode very clearly from seeing it when I was a kid, and I remember it making me uncomfortable back then as well. I remember back then thinking how weird it was that in the end they show Curly sitting on his stoop crying his eyes out, and it's almost like they're trying to make you, the viewer, feel bad for him. However, he's the bad guy in this story. He's the creep who was perving on this poor girl who very directly told him to knock it off. It just felt really odd that they tried to paint him in such an innocent light when what he did was very inexcusable. If there's anything else I want to point out in this episode, it's that yet again, this is another one that I want you to keep in the back of your mind as it relates to Nadine. The way she treated Rhonda in this episode was really surprising, to be honest. We would see her completely turn against Rhonda, which would be very out of character as she's supposed to be Rhonda's best friend. This episode, though, was an interesting one because it decided to dive a little bit more into Curly's love life, which in totality revolves around Rhonda. As I said previously, that's a one-sided fixation as she has no interest in him. However, there is someone else who, throughout the series, we would see Rhonda periodically having a romantic interest in. Surprisingly enough, that would be none other than Harold. There's actually been a few points in the series where we would see Rhonda and Harold potentially having a romantic interest in one another. But before we dive into the actual episode we're going to talk about, we need to lay some ground as far as the history into this topic. And to help me do that really quick, I'd like to introduce my friend and fellow YouTube dad, I Was in a Box.
Hey Sean, first things first, thank you so much for having me. Hey Arnold is one of my absolute favorite animated shows, or I guess show in general for that matter, so I'd be super stoked to give some context between Harold and Rhonda's background together. It's really interesting to think that the history between these two characters spans all the way back to season 1, before we even really had any background on Rhonda as a character. The first time we see the possible spark between the two of them would be the episode Operation Ruthless. That's the one where the annual cheese festival comes to town and Arnold ends up planning to talk to his crush Ruth for the first time while he's there. At one point, Arnold ends up getting in line for the Tunnel of Love, which in this episode has a weird setup where people get paired up randomly as they're separated by a fence while they stand in line. Kind of a weird ride to get paired up with a random person, but, you know. Harold and Rhonda end up being the first couple to be paired, and then this happens.
I don't want to go in the Tunnel of Love with you, Rhonda.
Oh, you know you like me, Harold.
I do not. Help! Let me go! Let me go!
Other than that, we would see the situation basically replicated in the season 4 episode, Love and Cheese. This one has a really similar premise to the Operation Ruthless, except this time, Arnold ends up at the cheese festival with Lila. We see Arnold and Lila heading to the Tunnel of Love, but this time skipping the awkward fence that separates people from seeing who they're going with. I still can't get over how weird that is. And as they approach, we see Harold climbing into one of the boats with Rhonda, seeming to be a lot more willing than he was back in season 1. The two of them, oddly enough, seem to be really happy riding the Tunnel of Love together. The only other big thing to point out would be another episode in season 4, Weighing Harold. That's the one where Harold ends up having Arnold help him exercise, to lose a bunch of the extra weight that he had gained ironically on the weight loss cruise. By the end of that episode, when Harold is doing his big reveal, Rhonda seems a lot more excited for him than anyone else. She even ends up giving him this really big compliment on his appearance, which, if you know Rhonda, that's a pretty big deal. Throughout the show, there may have been other hints at them having an interest in each other, but these are the biggest pieces of evidence that we have to support that leading up to this point. Alright, well I think that's going to do it for me. My name is I Was in a Box, and again, thank you so much Sean for letting me be a part of this video. Catch you guys later. Peace.
Thank you so much, I Was in a Box. You hit the nail right on the head. If you aren't, make sure that you guys subscribe to this man's channel. He makes amazing videos, and I'm telling you right now, you are missing out if you're not part of his audience. Like he said though, we have not only a history that spans years between these two, but many different complicated layers of implied entanglement between them. It gets a little bit dicey and kind of complicated at one point due to a kind of awkward wild card that the writers decided to throw on the table, but before we dive into that, we need to look at the single episode that gave us the most substance as far as our understanding of their friendship and possible romantic relationship goes. What's hard about dissecting this potential romantic involvement is that it only ever really occurred as implied background gags. Like I Was in a Box pointed out, the majority of our context before this episode that we were given was in the form of small goofs that had not much to do with the bulk of the episode being watched. The thing is though, in the episode where they finally peel back the curtain a bit to show more layers of the back and forth between the two, even then it's still a subplot that plays a lesser role than the actual episode story. Not gonna lie, I definitely would have enjoyed a full-blown episode dedicated to the potential of a Harold and Rhonda dynamic, but this episode is kind of the closest thing that we ever got out of the series. We're looking at the season 4 episode, The Egg. As this episode starts out, we see Mr. Simmons standing in front of his class explaining a project that he's put together for them. In an effort to teach responsibility and teamwork, he's going to be partnering them up and giving each team an egg that they're going to need to focus on keeping safe and caring for over the weekend. The expectation is that come Monday morning, the kids each return with their egg completely intact without any harm done to it.
That means no cracks, no dirt, no hard-boiled.
What would we want to take care of a stupid egg for?
I think the purpose of the egg in the classic experiment Mr. Simmons is proposing is that of symbolic representation. It's a type of surrogate baby, if you will, and we students will play the role of parents.
Oh, this is gonna be like being married, isn't it?
Mr. Simmons continues to explain that the egg must remain with one partner at all times, and that the teams need to be able to make joint decisions and share custody. With that being said, Mr. Simmons passes around a hat full of names for each person to pick their partner.
Rhonda?
Okay, but I better get someone good. Great, I got Harold.
Come on, Rhonda. You know you like me.
Where in the world would you get a ridiculous idea like that?
Remember that time at the cheese festival when you jumped up?
Shh! I told you never to mention that night ever again.
After that, the hat continues to be passed around as Arnold chooses his partner. He's none too thrilled to get Helga as a partner. However, as soon as Helga hears the news, she immediately runs out of class and into the bathroom with excitement. She gives a poetic soliloquy expressing her joy, and she vows that she's gonna take this seriously.
My pretend husband, I won't waste another moment of this most glorious opportunity on petty mockings and sarcastic tongue lashing. I'll prove to you for once and for all how much I truly love you by forcing myself to be nice, and I'll treat our baby, or tiny unhatched egg as it were, with the utmost tenderness and care. Oh, this is your chance, Helga. Don't blow it.
We cut to later on outside the school where Harold is teasing Arnold for getting stuck with Helga. He goes on about how awful Helga is and how she's always picking on Arnold and calling him names. It's clear by his demeanor that Arnold is not only annoyed with Harold, but very unhappy about being paired with his bully. In an act that's admittedly out of character for Arnold, he tells Harold that he has a plan. In short, he says that he's not going to be tolerant like he usually is. He's going to lay down the law and let her know that her bullying is not going to be put up with in this project. Harold laughs at him, thinking that his plan is useless, and we cut right on over to the city bus.
Arnold, there you are. I've been looking all over for you. Look, Helga, before you say anything, I just want to let you know I've been thinking. And if we're going to have to work together on this egg project thing, then we're going to have to set a few ground rules first.
Well, yeah, I've been thinking too, and there's no reason why we can't try
and by ground rules, I mean no yelling at me, no insulting me like calling me football head, and no complaining.
Right, that's exactly what I'm trying to tell you.
Because to be perfectly honest, you're pretty much the last person I'd want to pretend to be married to.
Helga keeps trying to finally tell Arnold that she's planning to be nice and really wants to get along with him, but unfortunately he just keeps interrupting her and talking over her. The conversation boils over and reaches its tipping point when Arnold says that he would have much rather been paired with somebody who he gets along with, specifically Lila.
As long as we have to do this project together, I'm willing to try and put our differences aside and work together responsibly. What do you say?
I say, don't get mad, don't get mad. Remember, this is your chance to be nice. I think you're a big dumb jerk.
Helga continues to pop off and call him dumb for having his head in the clouds, and he responds by saying that at least he isn't yelling and scowling all the time. Having clearly reached an impasse due to unfortunate circumstances, the two end up going their separate ways, and unfortunately, neither of them notice that their egg is still sitting on the seat as they both get off the bus. The two walk down the street, and Arnold offers a compromise that will keep them away from each other. He proposes that he takes the egg for today, drops it off to her tomorrow, and she'll just bring it to school on Monday.
We don't have to see each other or talk to each other at all. Fine. Okay, give me the egg. Uh-oh. What do you mean, uh-oh? Don't tell me you lost the egg, Helga.
I didn't lose it, Arnold. We just must have left it on the bus, that's all.
What do you mean, we?
Hey, we're both responsible for it, aren't we?
Yeah, but you had it, and you left it on the bus.
Yeah, well, maybe if you hadn't been yelling at me the whole time, I wouldn't have forgotten it.
Arnold suggests that they go down to the bus station to see if they can track down the bus, hoping that the egg is either still on it or at least hasn't been thrown in the trash yet. Meanwhile, at Rhonda's house, we see her and Harold sitting on the couch together as he's munching on some popcorn. As Rhonda dresses their egg in a bow, makeup, and a skirt, Harold questions what she's doing, saying that it's just an egg and that there's no reason to dress it up.
It's not just an egg, Harold. It's our baby, and we are its parents.
Aw, gee.
Harold, you're not taking this seriously. I don't think you even really care about Courtney. I think perhaps you should take Courtney home with you tonight. The two of you need to bond, and you better take good care of her. If anything happens, I swear I'll...
Don't worry, I won't let nothing happen to the stupid egg.
We cut back on over to Helga and Arnold, who are at the bus station. Helga ends up ripping him a new one because the egg wasn't on the bus, and he reminds her that this is all her fault because she's the one who left it behind. Helga angrily denies accountability and forbids Arnold from bringing that up anymore, and we cut right back on over to Harold, who's sitting at home with his and Rhonda's egg.
I'm hungry. I gotta get something to eat. Oh no! I went to the market, back in an hour, love Mom, and... An hour? I can't wait that long, I'll starve!
We see Harold racing through the kitchen voraciously as he searches every last nook and cranny for literally anything to eat. Harold starts to shake and sweat, and next thing you know, we see his kitchen basically in shambles. Then he sets his sights on their egg, Courtney.
I'm not gonna eat you. I'm not gonna eat you, okay? Hello?
How's my little darling this morning?
Oh, I'm fine.
Not you, Harold. I'm talking about Courtney.
Courtney? Huh. Courtney's just, she's fine.
Rhonda is happy to hear that Courtney is doing just fine because she's gonna be there in an hour to pick her up to go shopping. Harold looks down at Courtney, just mortified with what he's done, and we cut right on over to Helga and Arnold, who are going around town putting up flyers for their missing egg. Helga thinks that this idea is dumb, but regardless, they go back to Arnold's house to sit and wait for calls. After about 4 hours, they finally get a call, and the two of them head off to get their egg. They get to this sketchy-looking run-down house in a bad part of the city to be met by a guy who claims that he has their egg, but Arnold takes one look at it and knows that it's definitely not their exact same egg. Helga slams the door on the guy's arm to get their money back, and we see the two of them leave defeated. They walk down the street until they come across Oscar, who's standing outside pretending to be blind and begging for money, which in and of itself is pretty messed up, and oddly enough, neither Arnold or Helga question the morals of what he's doing. He tells Arnold that some lady called saying that she has Arnold's egg, so he had his wife Susie write down the address. Arnold and Helga run off, excited to get their egg, and we cut right back to Harold's house where Rhonda is sitting at his table waiting for him to bring their egg.
What did you do, Harold?
Nothing.
Harold, this is not our egg. I don't even know what this is. What did you do with Courtney?
I was hungry.
You ate our baby?
While that's happening, we get a scene of Helga and Arnold arriving at the lady's house and getting their egg, but when Helga asks Arnold to hand it over, he refuses, yet again bringing up that Helga is the one who lost it in the first place. Meanwhile,
I'm really, really sorry. I know it was bad that I ate our first baby, but I worked really, really hard to put the pieces back together and make it look like our Courtney.
Well, it isn't the same, but it is kind of cute. Okay, Harold, I suppose we can just take care of this new baby instead.
After that, we cut over to the city park where Helga is still demanding that Arnold give her the egg. She tries to compromise, saying that she'll give it back tomorrow, but when Arnold finally agrees, he comes to realize that he's also lost their egg. Helga suggests that they retrace their steps to find the egg, but when they come up short, they find themselves at the exact same spot where they started, as they're quickly losing daylight. Helga takes this as the perfect moment to rub Arnold's nose in the fact that he lost the egg. Arnold finally calls her on it, saying that ever since they started this project, she's been nonstop yelling and arguing with him.
Don't put this on me, football head. When we started out on the bus, all I was trying to do was be nice and get along with you.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. But you didn't even give me a chance. You jumped all over me. You said I'd rather work with anybody else on the planet but you. And ever since then, all we've done is argue. You started it, Arnold, not me.
Well, can you blame me? I mean, most of the time you're just mean.
Arnold concedes, telling her that arguing is getting them nowhere and that he's tired of it. He's done going in circles and having them place the blame on each other. Arnold says that he's willing to apologize as long as Helga is as well.
Okay, I'm sorry too. Wait a minute. Do you hear something? Our egg! Helga, it's hatching.
We cut right on to the next day at school, where we see Arnold wrapping up the whole story. He tells the class about how they finally put their differences aside and stopped fighting, and when that happened, not only did they find their egg, but it hatched into a healthy baby chick.
Oh, Arnold. Helga, that is just the most inspirational story I have ever heard. You two have shown us that teamwork and responsibility can indeed bring very special rewards, even miracles. I'm in awe.
Aw, get a grip, Simmons. The only miracle around here is that I survived an entire weekend with a football head.
Oh, and I suppose hanging around with you was some kind of treat?
Oh, please, Arnaldo. You would have been lost without me, and you know it.
In your dreams, Helga.
Now, right on the heels of that ending, I want to circle back to my original point that, again, this is kind of the farthest look we got into the dynamic between Harold and Rhonda, and even with that being said, they were really a partial subplot of this episode. However, despite that, the lesson that they taught us is certainly one of high value. Before we get into that though, I just want to touch on a few things that aren't really directly related to Rhonda. First of all, this experiment is kind of dumb. Like, who's to stop one of the groups from just putting the egg in the fridge all weekend and taking it out on Monday morning? In that case, it would have just safely sat in the fridge all weekend and would have made for what I'd consider to be one of the easiest A's of all time. On that same note though, why didn't any of these kids just go buy a replacement egg? That would have solved everyone's problems here in all reality. There isn't exactly a way that Mr. Simmons could have told the difference as long as they get one that looks similar. It's not like he measured every single team's egg to make sure that they're bringing the same exact one. Sure, it would have been dishonest, but just saying, Mr. Simmons made it incredibly easy for these kids to cheat if they wanted to. Apart from that, how sad is it that this is finally the one time that Helga decides to make a concentrated effort on being nice to Arnold and actually follows through with it? However, by this point in the series, Arnold is just so fed up with her mistreatment that he doesn't even approach the situation with any open-mindedness. Like, seeing Helga actually trying to be nice but getting trampled over really hurt. This episode really could have been a big turning point for their friendship, or even further, but unfortunately, it's too little too late for Arnold. He's so fed up from dealing with her bullying that not only is he unwilling to hear her out in the beginning, but he ends up being spiteful and pointing out on multiple occasions that Helga was the one who lost the egg. As a result, Helga, of course, responds by telling him that he isn't allowed to bring that up, as she refuses to take any accountability or even apologize. She more or less says that the topic is forbidden. Then, of course, when the roles are reversed and Arnold is the one who lost the egg, Helga feels that she's well within her rights to constantly bring it up and drag him for it in an effort to take him down a peg because her feelings are hurt. Now, in all reality, neither of them are really in the right, and this is a really interesting portrayal of a lack of healthy communication in a dysfunctional relationship. The fact that a show like Hey Arnold tackled a topic like this is amazing in my opinion. It's interesting to me because topics like this, dysfunctional relationship, toxic communication, lack of accountability, etc., are all things that definitely go over kids' heads in a literal sense, but the way that they portray these topics as it relates to the story being told has a high likelihood of actually sticking with these same kids subconsciously. The beauty of that is that it has the propensity to come across in multiple different facets, each of which is kind of tiered to a specific kind of viewer. If you're a viewer that resonates with Helga, you might focus on her part of the story, which has themes of lacking in healthy communication, refusing accountability, and steps to a healthy conclusion. But guess what? If you're a viewer that resonates with Arnold, you're going to be focusing on his part of the story that contains the same exact themes coming from a different angle. But hey, if you don't resonate with either of them, there's a chance you might be focused on Harold and Rhonda's arc of the story, which has very similar lessons that could be learned subconsciously by witnessing the interactions between them. It's amazing to me because both of these arcs portrayed what would be considered a dysfunctional relationship, but through different lenses with different outcomes. Whereas Arnold and Helga's story focused around a dysfunctional relationship with a basis of fighting, toxicity, and little to no forgiveness, Rhonda and Harold's story did essentially the same, but showed the value of solving those problems early on in a healthy manner. While Helga and Arnold remained at each other's throats until the last second, Rhonda and Harold moved past that rather quickly and didn't fight. Something dysfunctional happened, i.e. Harold eating the egg, but instead of fighting, Rhonda tries to understand, finds forgiveness, and tries to look on the bright side. In actuality, this episode tells multiple tales of dysfunctional parents and the different ways that you can approach that dysfunction. Furthermore, this episode does a great job of symbolizing the importance of forgiveness. We see Harold eat his and Rhonda's baby, and Rhonda is understandably mortified. However, she takes a deep breath, lets his apology soak in, and decides to see the positivity through the negativity as she points out how cute the egg still is. On a broader level, this obviously shows us how much easier things can go when you stay calm and approach things with a level head, but it's also a very, very great way to show how much forgiveness can impact someone. This goes for both Rhonda and Harold's situation, as well as Helga and Arnold's. As it pertains to Rhonda and Harold, this forgiveness seemed to give Harold a new life as a surrogate dad. At first, he's not only hating the idea of this project, but also hating the idea of pretending to be married. Then, his dysfunctional side shows to its fullest extent, and he makes a mistake. He tries his best to rectify this mistake by fixing it, then he expresses to Rhonda how sorry he is and how much he regrets making that mistake. He also stresses how hard he tried to make it better because he really cares. Instead of getting mad, Rhonda finds forgiveness for him, and by the end, we see him having a new layer of feelings towards Courtney and Rhonda. At the final scene in class, we see him holding Courtney on a special blanket and everything, showing his true paternal instincts. It was the forgiveness that led to him being the best surrogate father that he could possibly be. Meanwhile, as it pertains to Helga and Arnold, the forgiveness didn't necessarily help either of them be better towards each other, as seen by Helga's attitude in the end. However, the forgiveness did impact their egg. The symbolism behind the forgiveness in this one is huge. They finally get along and have some positivity in the form of apologizing to one another. Then immediately, not only do they find their egg, but they find it flourishing and moving on to its next stage of life. On the opposite end of the spectrum, it can be seen as a testament to how fighting and negativity can affect a child. When a kid is around their parents fighting constantly, it can stunt them emotionally and cause a lot of strife. But when parents start to get along, their child gets the opportunity to flourish like never before. By all means, you don't have to like or love your co-parent, but being able to be civil with them and maybe showing some empathy can definitely go a long way for that co-parenting dynamic, and even more so for the child that's being raised through all of this. I mean, at the core of it all is communication. Healthy and respectful communication. People need to talk about their feelings, especially those brought on by another person. Someone truly has no idea how their actions and words affect you until you tell them. It's okay to tell someone that they've hurt your feelings, or if you feel like they didn't treat you fairly. As it pertains to this episode, we see that firsthand. Instead of communicating with Helga, or even more so allowing her to communicate with him, Arnold just cuts her off and gets right into starting this whole project on the wrong foot. Meanwhile, we see Helga telling herself mentally not to get mad, but it's a losing battle as she caves in and ends up berating Arnold. Now, I can't blame her for being hurt because he was being a real jerk to her, but what you do with those hurt feelings matters. You can choose to hold them in and use them as fuel for passive aggressiveness, or in Helga's case, aggressive aggressiveness, or you can tell someone that they hurt your feelings and give them the opportunity to make it better. We see the latter of those two options occur between Harold and Rhonda in this episode, and look where it got them. Harold made a mistake. Rhonda told him how it made her feel, and he ended up on his knees apologizing, holding her hand, and begging for forgiveness. When she does find it in her heart to forgive him, that's about the point where we're done with their story until the last second. That right there speaks volumes. The power of accountability, apology, and forgiveness is strong enough to turn a situation that could have been a multi-day long fight into one that isn't a fight at all. It felt really good seeing Harold and Rhonda work through this issue in such a healthy manner. With that being said though, we have to acknowledge just how messed up that this whole situation was from top to bottom. Like, Harold, who seems to not care at all about this egg, is home alone and hungry, so he goes to get food and the whole kitchen is literally wiped clean. Not a single drop of food in the entire room except for one lone egg that's supposed to be his child. Harold ends up caving into the temptation just to eat the little egg in one bite. He didn't even savor it, and that honestly probably wasn't even enough food to make him slightly full. After he was done, not only was he feeling guilty for what he did, but he was also probably still hungry. And just for clarity, that has nothing to do with his weight and everything to do with the fact that one lone egg just is not enough food to be a whole meal. All things considered, this part of the story can certainly be seen as an allegory for addictive personalities. Harold was jonesing for some food so bad that he literally ate his own child as a result. Sure, it was actually just an egg, but the symbolism is still there. There are people in this world who will do awful things, even to their own children, just to satiate their addiction, and it's incredibly sad. With that being said though, Harold was lucky to get paired up with somebody like Rhonda, who was able to help him see the error of his ways and show him that forgiveness is still an option in a way that didn't have to involve some massive falling out or fight. Now, going in a slightly different direction from there, one specific aspect of this episode is very interesting to me, especially if we keep in mind the context that my friend I Was in a Box laid for us. Like I said earlier, this one really gave us the furthest look into the possible romantic entanglement between Harold and Rhonda that we would ever get in this series. It's interesting though, because in this episode, they acknowledge the pre-existing lore that they had already established. This comes in the form of Harold bringing up what happened at the Cheese Festival. We don't know if he's talking about the Season 1 experience at the festival or the Season 4 experience, but regardless, the fact that they at least acknowledged that happening in the first place is huge. That kind of more or less confirms that there is a set-in-stone timeline for this show. Them referencing past episode tells us that though there isn't an overarching story to consume, the events of the episodes occur chronologically. So with that in mind, we need to dive into the kind of complex situation that is the potential feelings between Rhonda and Harold as it relates to the implication of Patty and Harold being romantically involved with one another. In this episode, though we do see Rhonda and Harold forcefully paired together, the cheeky comment about the Cheese Festival, him holding her hand, and just kind of the overall vibe is enough to make us think that there might be a spark between the two of them potentially. That, of course, on top of the lore that was already established from past episodes. All the meanwhile though, at least one whole season before, there was kind of already a thing between Patty and Harold going on. In the episode Hey Harold, we would see Harold and Patty talk for the first time at a party, which takes place ironically at Rhonda's house. They end up having feelings for each other, and we see this actually continue all the way past this season and onto season 5 with the episode Harold vs. Patty when they arm wrestle each other and Patty wins. With that in mind, it's kind of odd that the writers snuck in tidbits of them shipping Harold and Rhonda throughout the series. Again, that goes as far back as the Cheese Festival episode from season 1. On top of that, though there isn't an episode in season 4 that would showcase Harold and Patty together, we do end up getting a small glimpse of their relationship in the episode Polishing Rhonda that we already talked about earlier. You may have missed it, but in this scene right here in Patty's room, there's a picture frame with a picture of Harold in it surrounded by a heart. This right here certainly solidifies the feelings of Patty towards Harold. and previous episodes have solidified that feeling of Harold towards Patty. However, it's the potential feelings between Harold and Rhonda that would remain a mystery to this day. I honestly can't help but wonder if Rhonda maybe noticed the picture on Patty's desk, and possibly that had an influence on her being the way she was towards Patty at one point, outside of Rhonda just being a really vain person. We always had these small things that could have potentially been seen as possible feelings, but with that being said, nothing really as concrete as we got between Harold and Patty. It was just kind of a weird thing though, because it almost gave the implication that they were shipping Harold with both girls at the same time. The thing we need to keep in mind though is how much more beneficial it is that Harold ends up being paired with Patty by the show's writers. Patty is a very special girl. She's really down to earth despite being seen as a bully. She lives a modest life and she has great morals, etiquette, and really great parents. She brings out the best in Harold when he's not being a closed-minded jerk. She encourages him to be himself, the best version of himself, and that's definitely a huge thing in any relationship. On top of that, I hate to assume, but it can definitely be assumed that Rhonda would have never been interested in Harold because he doesn't keep up her appearance. She would never have been seen with him because she would likely see that as a decrease in her social status. It really wouldn't matter if he was the most amazing and attentive person in the world. It wouldn't matter if he makes her the happiest she's ever been. The sad truth is, until he meets her definition of cool, that would never happen. Ultimately, I get the impression that if they did get together, Rhonda would have likely seen him as a project that she needs to work on, whereas Patty would like him for who he is truly and embrace him to be himself without any regrets. Throughout the series, there are mentions by the show writers of possible love interests for a ton of the characters, but Rhonda is one of those where I feel like they kind of left some untapped potential. We'd see Arnold getting multiple love interests in the form of both Ruth and Lila at different points in the series, but Rhonda never really got any of that. She got creeped out by Curly and implied interest in Harold. Other than that though, they never really explored it any further. It's kind of a shame because there's a lot that I feel like they could have done with her character in many ways, but that's just one that I feel like could have had a big effect on our perception of her from a viewer standpoint if they approached it the right way. Admittedly, there are a lot of moving parts to Rhonda as a character, however. We've factored in everything from possible romantic interests, social status, materialism, self-image, and so much more. But when all of this culminates together and we view it all as a lump sum, it really brings one huge question to mind for me. I can't help but wonder, how would Rhonda fare if all of her luxuries and social status were stripped away from her? How would that affect her as a person? If Daddy's money was stripped away and we couldn't afford the new designer boots anymore? Would she become more down to earth and take it as a reality check? Or would she perpetuate her typical behavior and make it the end of her world? If there's anything we've learned about Rhonda, it's that her family's money and their ranking in the social economic ladder essentially makes her who she is. That's no secret, and it's something that they portray in the show very constantly. She's always one to put herself first and toss all others aside. The question at hand though, is her being that way a byproduct of her being wealthy? Or is that a core character trait that comes from the inside? Would she be that way even if her family was never rich in the first place? Sadly, we would never get that answer, as you can't change time. However, the closest thing we would get to an answer to that question came in the form of the season 5 episode, Rhonda Goes Broke. This episode starts out in the lunchroom at PS 118, where Rhonda is telling everyone about the very expensive scarf that her father bought her for their trip to Aspen.
This scarf feels soft as a lop-eared bunny rabbit.
That's because it is rabbit. It's from a very exclusive uptown salon, almost as exclusive as where I vacation in Aspen. Right, Peapod Kid?
Oh yes, Aspen is very exclusive.
Yeah, exclusively yuppies and snobs.
That's exactly the kind of comment I'd expect from a common brown bagger.
After that, we see Rhonda in the bathroom. She notices a pair of feet in one of the stalls and asks if it's Nadine. Nadine tells her that she'll be out in a sec, but Rhonda says that she doesn't need to use the toilet. She just wanted to scold Nadine for wearing the same pair of shoes that she wore yesterday. Rhonda tells her that if she's gonna be her best friend, Nadine needs to have at least a 3-day rotation of shoes. Then we cut on to later that day where Rhonda is leaving school and getting on the city bus.
Come on, Pokey, you're holding up the line. Some of us have places to go.
55 cents? Oh, they raised the bus fare another nickel.
What a tightwad.
Well, we're not all made of money like you.
I know.
We then see Rhonda arrive at home. Much to her surprise, she walks in the front door to see someone taking their newly upholstered couch out of their home. She goes into the living room to find her mother crying into her dad's shoulder. Her dad then tells her the last thing that Rhonda ever imagined that she would hear.
The Lloyds are broke.
Broke?
Completely broke. Our stock account is dried up. We have to sell the house, the cars, everything.
No, this isn't happening. What will people say?
It won't be so bad, Princess. When your father and I first got married, he had to sell one of his yachts to finance our multi-continent honeymoon. We made it through that crisis, and we'll weather this one too.
Rhonda panics and asks where they're gonna live, and just like that, they cut right on over to Arnold's family's boarding house. Rhonda is heartbroken as she begs her parents not to make her live there. However, it's not long before we see Grandpa Phil welcoming them with a smile. He gives them the tour of the house and amenities, complete with Mr. Wynn, who's very sick with a cold as he coughs all over Rhonda, Ernie, who just got done with his weekly shower, and lastly, their sentimental charmer of a room.
Not only is it bright and airy, but it also includes your very own private Murphy bed.
Good morning.
Oscar, I thought I told you not to sleep in here. And give me that salami. It's tomorrow's dinner. Yo, welcome to the Sunset Arms. If you need any help, just ask Pookie. He's the brains of the operation. Pookie, don't run!
In an attempt to make the best of the situation, Brooke decides to open a window and let some fresh air and sunlight in, but unfortunately she finds that their window has been bricked over and isn't functional. Her parents decide to go outside for some fresh air, and Rhonda takes a moment to herself.
Hi, Rhonda.
Arnold!
I heard you were moving in.
Don't be ridiculous. We're simply remodeling our house, and this is the only place we could find on such short notice. Frankly, I'd appreciate it if you kept it under wraps. If people knew I was living here, well, they might get the wrong idea. I mean, it is a dump.
Rhonda, I live here.
Yes, well, this is fine for an artistic type like you, but I have an image to maintain.
Arnold calls Rhonda on her bluff, saying that his grandpa told him that her family is in financial trouble. Rhonda continues to hold up the charade a little longer, but when Arnold isn't buying it, she finally comes clean and weeps at his feet, begging him not to tell anyone.
Don't tell anyone that I'm poor?
Rhonda, no one cares if you're poor.
Arnold, if so much as a peep gets out, I'll be ruined. Promise me you won't tell. Promise me! Promise me! Promise me!
Okay, I promise.
Thank you, Arnold. I'm sorry I shook you.
We see Rhonda trying her best to keep up the act that she still lives the same life as before so that nobody else knows about her family's financial situation. Early in the morning, she sprints to her old townhouse, breaking the heel of her shoe in the process, and she rips the for sale sign off of the door as she waits for the bus to arrive. She hops on the bus, and when Helga questions how sweaty and out of breath she is, Rhonda lies, saying that she just finished her morning aerobics to keep herself in shape for the ski trip to Aspen.
Excuse me, ma'am. There's the problem. Your shoe's got a busted heel.
My heel's not busted. These shoes are brand new. They're called Single Heel Striders. They're featured on the cover of this month's Outrageous Miss magazine. Arnold knows. He's style savvy.
Yeah, it's all the rage.
We then cut on over to the classroom where Nadine walks up to Rhonda asking what's going on with her house. She says that she tried calling her, but the line says that the phone's been disconnected. Rhonda lies right through her teeth, saying that it's because her dad is having a new satellite cyber phone installed. She even goes as far as dragging Arnold into it, saying that he's having one installed as well. After that, we cut to dinner time at the boarding house where the salami that Oscar took bites out of is being passed around.
So, Buckwald, what business you say you were in again?
I don't really have a job, per se. I dabble in international finance.
Well, I don't know nothing about that, but if you could tow the 12-pound sledge, I could put you to work.
I'll think about it.
I claim this dining room in the name of Spain. Ole!
Hey, that's my sock. Well, at least she cooked the stain out of it.
So I see.
Things start to get a little too overwhelming for Rhonda when Mr. Wynn sneezes right in her face and Arnold's pig Abner ends up coming up behind her and smelling her. This causes her to run away crying. She buries her face into a pillow, begging her parents to go back home. Her dad says that's impossible because they're now down to their last few dollars.
How am I supposed to buy lunch?
Well, I once heard of people finding empty bottles and redeeming them for actual cash. What was that called, honey?
I believe they call it recycling. Yeah, that's it. Maybe you could do that for lunch money.
Rhonda just kind of loses it on her parents, saying that they may have lost their dignity, but she hasn't, and there's no way that she's digging for bottles to pay for lunch. However, as quick as those words leave her mouth, we cut right on over to the school where Rhonda is digging through a dumpster. Sid walks up and asks her what she's doing, and before long, a bunch of other kids are surrounding the dumpster as well. She lies, saying that she lost her contact lens in the garbage when she threw out her expensive European mineral water.
Oh, Biggie, my father will just have to buy me new contacts. Looks like you have to buy me a new sweater for Aspen, too.
I'm surprised that you're still going to Aspen, Rhonda.
Why is that?
Because the word at the country club is that your family's completely broke. My father's thinking of buying your house and turning it into low-income condominium units.
We're like her hand. Fine, I admit it. I'm poor. P-O-O-R, poor.
Rhonda cries her eyes out to all of these kids, saying that her family is having to live far below their comfort level, and she's having to skip meals while living in Arnold's boarding house as a result. She runs away crying, and we cut to later that day at the boarding house. Arnold overhears Rhonda in her room crying to her parents, begging for them to go home and be rich again.
Now, Princess, you must buck up. After all, your mother and I are making do. Why, just yesterday, we played tennis at a public court.
Oh, no!
Some time passes, and we see Arnold coming to get Rhonda for dinner. She says that there is no point in eating because she's just gonna die of misery anyways. Arnold tries talking some sense into her, saying that literally anything is better than laying in misery and peeling wallpaper all day. Rhonda tells him that she just doesn't know what to do anymore. She used to go shopping or go to the movies for fun, but now that she doesn't have any money, she has no idea how to entertain herself or even be happy.
I hate this stupid place, and I hate being poor. I only know how to be rich. Being rich is the one thing I'm really good at.
Listen to yourself. Pathetic. I mean, just because you're not rich anymore doesn't mean you're a different person. You were Rhonda when you had money, and you could still be the same Rhonda now that you don't. Unless being rich is all you're about.
Later on, we see Rhonda trying to approach life with a new lens. She takes down the shower curtain to sew it into a new outfit, and she takes her brown bag for lunch and decorates it with some markers. We then cut right on over to school where everybody takes notice of Rhonda's new lease on life. She gets compliments on her dress and comments on her fresh produce lunch. Then, after school, she marches right past the other kids waiting to get on the bus. They ask what she's doing, and she says that she's power walking home because it's healthy and fun. Sid asks if he can join her, and next thing you know, the rest of the kids are on board. Just then, Rhonda's interrupted by the honk of a car horn approaching.
Hop in, darling. I'll drive you home.
Daddy! Where did you get this car?
Turns out our stocks bounced right back. We're rich again. Oh, and I bought you another scarf, Princess.
You'll need it when we go to Aspen tonight.
Rhonda celebrates, just so happy that her family is rich again. Then she abruptly rips the hat off of her head and throws it, questioning what she was thinking by wearing these clothes in the first place. The hat lands in front of Arnold, and Rhonda stops herself, taking notice of him.
Hold up a sec, Daddy. I just wanted to say thanks, Arnold. I never could have made it through my poor period without you. You taught me a lot.
What's this?
A tip. It's the least I could do. I know how people in your position appreciate these things.
Huh?
Ciao, doll!
The other kids run after Rhonda's car as Arnold just simply stuffs the dollar in his hat as he walks away. Now, in my opinion, this episode shined a really interesting light on Rhonda. At this point in the series, we know an awful lot about her. This is the final season, so there's already a ton of established lore and context as far as her character goes. We already know that she finds happiness in money, material possessions, and fashion, but this episode is another one that really shoves her love for exclusiveness right in your face, much like how the episode Cool Party did. In this one though, it's not on a personal level. It's not about telling the other kids in school that they aren't included in whatever she has going on. It's more in the kind of generalized sense of the elite. She finds extreme amounts of happiness and self-worth in exclusivity. She gets joy out of being one of the elites and not many other people being a part of her crowd. The entire first few minutes of this episode is basically dedicated to that. She goes at great lengths to talk about how exclusive the salon that she got her exclusive scarf from is, and how exclusive the place that they stay in Aspen is. It's kind of funny though, because to her, just simply being a part of that crowd isn't enough. Owning the things isn't enough. Going to the places definitely isn't enough. She has to have it validated by other people. In her mind, having all of this stuff is worthless if she can't rub the lower class's nose in it. She needs everyone around her who she perceives as less than her to be in awe by how amazing that she thinks she is. On top of that though, in a lot of these cases, even that isn't enough. She has a tendency to reach out to other exclusionary rich people for even further validation. We see this firsthand in this episode. Specifically in the beginning, when Rhonda is telling everyone about how exclusive the place that they stay in Aspen is, she turns over to Peapod Kid, essentially asking him to vouch for her as to how exclusive this place is. Now, the irony in this, to me, is just obnoxiously hilarious. Let's just kind of rewind for a sec to our wide shot of the lunchroom in the beginning of the scene. In this shot, we see Rhonda and her friends in the center, but then off to the back right is Peapod Kid, sitting all alone by himself. Again, the cool kid sitting all alone with no friends. This right here is essentially the ultimate level of exclusive. Being all alone and it's just you in the small little bubble that you've created by holding yourself above everyone else under the guise of being exclusive. This right here just had me thinking, what's the ceiling? Like, at what point will Rhonda be satisfied and not feel the need to boast her lifestyle in front of everyone around her? The simple answer is that there is no ceiling. This is a core character trait of hers, and until she ends up alone, just like we saw in the Cool Party episode, she's always going to be showing off for everybody around her. Now, by all means, if you have cool stuff and you want to share with people, or at least show them, that's totally okay. But you don't have to have the kind of, I have this and you could never have it mentality that Rhonda has. That just screams privilege and socially inept in general. All in all though, I can't help but wonder where this stems from. My gut tells me that it comes from her parents. Either she grew up watching them be this way, so she emulates their behavior, or she never really got the validation that she needed from her parents as a kid, so she feels the need to search for it from her peers. And with her peers being kids, they are easily dumbfounded by expensive things. Honestly, there's a lot that I really don't like about Rhonda's parents. I feel like they're so preoccupied with money and appearances that they completely failed to arm their child with the tools that she's gonna need to be a functioning and likable person in normal everyday society. I mean, come on, like we saw earlier, their answer to her being a rude brat was sending her to a school where she's gonna get to interact with more people, quote, like her, meaning rich and snooty people. On top of that, it drove me nuts hearing her mom talk about how her father had to sell one of his yachts when they got married so that they could finance their multi-continent honeymoon. Now, just for clarity, the fact that that happened in the first place isn't the problem. The problem is that she compares that situation to them being literally broke and having their house and belongings repossessed. Like, just put that into context here. They lost all of their money and got kicked out of their house. The only other thing that's happened that compares to this level of bad to them is having to sell a probably $1 million boat so that they could travel across the globe. It's really just so gross, and honestly, I love it. You know good and well that cartoon characters like this are well written and that the voice actor and artists are doing a spectacular job when that character makes your blood boil by their actions and personality alone. Like, for example, my mother-in-law feels that way about Wanda from Fairly Odd Parents just because the tone of her voice is annoying to her. That has nothing to do with the production of the show or the quality of the character. That's a personal problem for my mother-in-law. With these characters, on the other hand, though, it's literally the way that their actions and personality are so close to rich elites in real life. I have to applaud the folks that made this show because, man, they did a great job of painting this picture and really making it feel like you're witnessing real people. There's a lot of things that contribute to this as well. For example, Rhonda using the term brown bagger in reference to the kids that bring their own lunch to school in a brown paper bag. I'm not sure if this is a real insult that anyone has unironically used at any point in history, but that didn't stop me from feeling it and just thinking like, what in the privileged audacity just came out of this kid's mouth? Or like, for another example, her giving Arnold a tip in the end. Like, what is she even doing? This had to be the most socially unaware and oblivious thing that I have ever seen. Arnold doesn't care about money. He's able to afford his bus fare and his lunch, and he isn't hyper-fixated on keeping up appearances like Rhonda is, so that dollar, though it's kind of nice I guess, isn't really all too meaningful to him. Arnold finds more value in character and actions, so I'm sure that he would have much more appreciated a thoughtful thank you and maybe a hug or something. With that being said though, Rhonda doesn't really understand those values. To her, the thing that she understands is money. That's what she knows and that's what makes her happy, so that's what she automatically assumes will make other people happy as well. She even said herself, she, quote, knows how much that means to people in his position. This all plays directly into the social ineptitude that I was talking about. Rhonda doesn't do well with social cues and knowing her audience whatsoever. Basically, if it doesn't include spending money or fashion, she has pretty much no idea what's going on. She said it herself, all she knows how to do for fun is spend money. She's used to going to the movies and going shopping, and now that those aren't options, she has no idea what to even do with herself. However, I will point out that I find it kind of funny because, like, in this show, we've seen her out playing with the rest of the kids on numerous occasions. She plays baseball and other sports with them all the time. I mean, I get that the context here would make her feel embarrassed and not want to be around the other kids as she fears that they're going to judge her. But again, it doesn't make sense because we've seen her have fun while not spending money on many, many occasions. Regardless though, I definitely have to take a sec to talk about her fear of the other kids judging her. I mean, I can definitely see Helga judging her and being rude about her being poor, but that's because of A, Helga's personality, and B, we've seen Helga personally targeted and slighted by Rhonda in the past to make her feel like she's not good enough. Other than that though, when Arnold said that nobody really cares if she's rich or poor, he was telling the truth. I mean, I guess other than the other rich kids and Helga, nobody really cares where her family is financially. For her, that fear is just a projection of herself more than anything. She herself sees anyone who isn't rich as below her, and in her mind, all of these other kids are going to see her as less because she isn't rich anymore. When, in all reality, that's not a problem because she's pretty much the only person at PS 118 who does that. She sees a lot of her value in her family's money, and in her eyes, they're nothing without it. And honestly, that's kind of true. Her parents don't have jobs. Her dad doesn't know how to make money and provide for his family outside of the stock market, so, I mean, yeah, they're pretty worthless without their money. Ernie even offered Buckley a job, and he pretty much said no. Instead of providing for her, he'd rather make his daughter dig through garbage to find bottles to turn in so that she can buy her own lunch. Honestly, I think Buckley is a pretty crappy dad, not gonna lie. Earlier, when we were talking about the episode Curly's Girl, I brought up him being more mad at Curly being a creep than the jacket getting ruined, with that being on the basis that his morals align with that of any sane and normal dad. But honestly, this episode really made me question where this man's morals lie. Kind of moving in a different direction though, I definitely have to bring up the pep talk that Arnold gave Rhonda. He was really genuine in reminding her that who she is not based on how much money that her family has. When she kept crying about it and whining, he went as far as calling her out on how pathetic she was being. This right here honestly felt so good. In the first couple minutes of this video, I brought up how pathetic Rhonda is as a character, and it felt really good to see somebody in this show finally point it out and tell it like it is. Granted, he was saying that to build her up in an odd kind of roundabout way. It was still satisfying to know that someone said those words and that they landed on Rhonda's ears. I mean, come on, we're talking about the same girl who literally pestered a random girl in the bathroom based off of her shoe choice to see if it was her best friend in an effort to scold her for not having more than one pair of shoes. If that isn't pathetic combined with everything else we've seen her do in this episode, I don't know what is. It's not enough for Rhonda to hold herself to a ridiculous fashion standard, she has to go as far as dictating her best friend's outfit and shoe choices as well. That's just so hollow, and it shows that Rhonda cares a lot more about how Nadine looks than she does about Nadine as a person. Now, with that being said though, as we wind down and start to hone in on the end of this video, I want to turn my attention to and focus on the friendship that exists between Rhonda and her best friend Nadine. The foundation that they chose to lay for our basis of understanding in relation to their friendship isn't all too far out of the norm. They have a simple opposites attract friendship. On surface level, they're both girls in the same class, at the same school, in the same city. But outside of that, fundamentally, they are two completely different humans. Rhonda comes from a well-to-do family where she gets everything she wants handed to her. Her focuses in life are on all things cool, trendy, clean, and fashionable. Meanwhile, Nadine seems to live a more modest life as she focuses her time on nature and insects, not being afraid to get dirty in contrast to Rhonda. I will say this much. It really makes me sad that Nadine never really got her own episode that expanded on our understanding of her as a person, but that's a whole nother story. The point here is that despite their clear differences, the two girls have been close friends since they were 4 years old. Their relationship, though, is one that's admittedly flawed. It's made evident that the two of them care about each other, truly, but throughout the series, it's also heavily showcased how Rhonda really just kind of dominates that friendship and walks all over Nadine. It's pretty sad, especially when you keep in mind that Nadine just kind of goes along with everything Rhonda says. It's not all too common that we see Nadine stand up for herself, however, we would see that change in an episode that would see their friendship boil over in a very severe way. We're checking out the Season 2 episode, Best Friends.
If Harold can finish this last piece of fudge, it proves a kid can eat 7 pounds of chocolate and not explode or nothing.
Oh, I swallowed it! Oh!
No problem, Rhonda. Our presentation will be better. Way better.
Mr. Simmons shakes the hands of Sid and Stinky, then excuses Harold to the nurse's office. Meanwhile, the bell rings to excuse the rest of the class to lunch. As they leave, Mr. Simmons reminds Arnold, Rhonda, and Nadine that their group project is the next one to be presented. Just like that, we cut right on over to the lunchroom where Arnold is telling Gerald how thankful he is that he got paired with two people who get along, considering that should make the project flow pretty smoothly.
Oh, I've got it. Let's tell Arnold we're doing a fashion review from the 60s. You know, eyeliner, white lipstick, and little pillbox hats. Don't you love it?
Not really. I want to do a project on the Malaysian beetle. It's amazing. We can let it go, wait for it to catch something, and then take pictures. Look.
Ew! I can't believe you, Nadine. That's disgusting. Get it away from my food.
The two girls continue to argue with one another. Nadine argues, saying that it's not gross and that the beetle is part of nature, and Rhonda offers her rebuttal, saying that beetles certainly are not part of nature because nature is supposed to be beautiful, and that thing is just an ugly bug. Nadine starts to clown on Rhonda for not knowing the difference between a bug and a beetle, and Rhonda gets up in a huff, saying that she doesn't care because they're both equally gross.
Anyway, we're doing a fashion review, so just forget about it.
But I want to do an insect report.
Well, you get to pick next time. This time, we're doing a fashion review.
You always get to pick, and we always end up playing supermodels. It's not fair.
You don't even care what I like, Nadine. I don't even know why I'm best friends with you.
Then don't be best friends with me.
Nadine dismisses Rhonda, saying that her and Arnold are going to be doing a bug report and that they don't need her. And of course, Rhonda does exactly the same, saying that Arnold's going to be too busy with the fashion show to do a bug project. Just like that, with the utmost of perfect timing, Arnold walks up in the middle of their argument to ask when they're going to get started.
I'm not speaking to Nadine anymore. Not ever. So you and I are going to do a presentation all by ourselves, Arnold.
Wait, not fair. I said we're ex-best friends first. So, Arnold, you and me will work together, okay? Okay.
But what do you mean? That's two projects. Wait, I can't.
We then cut to later that day where school is getting out. Arnold is approached by Rhonda, who says that she's going to be at his house by 3 with all of her magazines so that they can get started on a big fashion chart, and she walks away before he can even say anything. Like clockwork, Nadine walks right up to him just seconds later, saying that she's going to meet him at City Lake near 4 so that they can take some slime samples for their project. Just like Rhonda did, she walks away before Arnold can even get a word in. Arnold ends up understandably frustrated and overwhelmed. He vents to Gerald for a moment about how hard it is that he's being forced in a position where he's going to be doing 2 different projects. Gerald tells him to be careful because he's going to end up in the middle of their fight, but Arnold seems confident that by tomorrow all of this is just going to blow over.
I'm telling you, Rhonda, I don't really know anything about fashion.
Okay, tell me this. Do red and orange go together? Of course not. You know that, and I know that. But try to tell that to Nadine. She doesn't listen.
Rhonda, maybe you two should...
Nadine's been wearing her hair the same way since she was 4 years old. Can you believe that?
Well, I'm sure
she does it on purpose, just to annoy me. I'd be happy to style her hair, but no, she won't let me.
Rhonda just continues to drag Nadine, saying that she doesn't care about fashion. She pops off about how fashion is something that sets them apart from bugs, and how changing your appearance is such a special thing that there isn't a single bug in the world who even has the ability to do it. Then, not too long after that, we cut right over to City Lake, where we see Arnold and Nadine as they do some bug catching for their project.
Insects were here before we were, Arnold, and they'll be here long after we're gone. They're practically our landlords. So, about our projects, Nadine. One time, I found an egg sac from a spider. It was so beautiful. I showed it to Rhonda, and she thought I sneezed in my hand.
With that having gone absolutely nowhere, we fast forward to later that evening, where Arnold is approaching the boarding house as Gerald sits out on the stoop. Gerald asks him if they're best friends again yet, and Arnold says that all they did was talk about how dumb the other one is the entire time. Arnold feels very defeated, but at least hopeful that things could get better tomorrow. Unfortunately, his hope would be in the wrong place, as we cut to the next morning where Rhonda is showing up at Arnold's house carrying a box full of stuff. Arnold is surprised, thinking that all this is possibly for their project.
No, this is all Nadine's stuff. I can't stand looking at this plaque. Tell her she can keep the whole box.
But Rhonda, why don't you give them to her?
I'm not speaking to her, ever. You can give them to her when she comes over.
But Rhonda, our project.
Of course, not too long after that, we see Nadine show up with a similar motive. She's carrying a cage that appears to have some papers in it. Nadine explains to Arnold that she used all of Rhonda's art drawings that she gave her to line her pet tarantula's cage, and that if Rhonda wants them back, all she has to do is stick her hand in. Then she just walks right out of the room before Arnold can even get a word in edgewise. Later on that day, we see Arnold sitting at his desk trying desperately to get some work done on their project. Just then, the phone rings, and Arnold doesn't look too thrilled about it. He answers with a polite hello, and Rhonda responds by immediately yelling about how she can't stand Nadine. Arnold cuts her right off, saying that Rhonda already told him this same exact story, and he basically says bye and hangs up on her. Then, a couple hours later, Arnold is exhausted and just trying to do a little bit more work in bed. The phone rings yet again, but this time it's Nadine on the line calling to complain about Rhonda.
I can't recall if Rhonda's stupid birthday parties back to the time when we were 4. We like to dress up as princesses.
Hang on, Nadine. I got something on the line. I knew it. You're talking to her, aren't you, Arnold? What is she saying about me? You know, I just kept hearing this little beep sound, and I knew you were on the other line with her. Just chatting away, talking behind my back, weren't you? Nadine was always jealous. She's jealous, isn't she, Arnold?
The next day at school, Arnold ends up getting beaned by a dodgeball because he's too tired from being called all night by Rhonda and Nadine. Gerald says that he told him not to get in the middle of it, but here he is trying to be the ambassador problem solver. Arnold tells him that he has to help them work it out because they've been best friends just as long as him and Gerald have.
Okay, I see your point. So let's figure this out. Where were they when they started to fight?
It was at lunch, Tuesday.
Okay, so who was sitting at the table Tuesday?
Well, there was Harold and Stinky.
We cut to the lunchroom where Arnold and Gerald are having a talk with Stinky and Harold about what they saw occur between Rhonda and Nadine. Stinky remembers exactly what Rhonda smelled like, and Harold remembers exactly what Nadine was eating, but other than that, the two are little to no help. Thankfully, Phoebe ends up overhearing what's going on, and she comes over to give her 2 cents. She points out the obvious basic conflict in their relationship, each girl's inability to compromise combined with the lack of respect for one another. Arnold invites her to sit down as he asks for specifics about the fight that she heard them have.
Well, both Rhonda and Nadine wanted to do projects that emphasize their personal strengths. But this time, Nadine was overtly hostile to Rhonda's normally dominant behavior. Thus, each girl felt her core interests were being trivialized.
So what you're saying is they both wanted to do their favorite project, and neither one would back down. So both of them got their feelings hurt.
Exactly.
Though Arnold admits that the psychology of all this is tricky, he has an idea of how to tackle the issue in a healthy way. Later that day at the park, we quickly learn what Arnold has in store, as both Rhonda and Nadine arrive at the park at the same time.
Okay, Arnold, what did you want to talk? Hey, that's no fair.
You didn't tell me she'd be here. Okay, it's time to patch things up. I'm tired of being stuck in the middle. You guys have been friends forever and you think about each other all the time.
Not anymore.
Sure you do. Even when you're not speaking to Nadine, that's all you talk about. And you're the same way. You're both mad because you wanted the other one to change your mind. Well, quit acting like babies and tell each other you're sorry.
Nadine says that she will if Rhonda will too, and Rhonda says that she will, but only if Nadine goes first. Ultimately, the conclusion is that both of them say sorry at the same time. They both count to 3 and apologize before hugging it out, and next thing you know, it's almost as if none of that ever happened.
Okay, that's great, Nadine. Now listen, I know what we both can do. See, your bug idea's okay, but like my fast ruler's a whole other...
Later on, Arnold finds Gerald playing baseball with the rest of the kids. He tells Gerald that he finally got them to be friends again, so Gerald invites him to play some ball with the rest of them. Just then, both Rhonda and Nadine show up to talk to Arnold. They tell him all about how thankful they are for him saving their friendship, and that they decided that they're gonna make it up to him by finishing the project so that all he has to do is just show up tomorrow. At first, Arnold seems excited, but then he gets kind of skeptical at their motives.
Wait, what exactly do I have to do?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our one and only insect fashion show.
Arnold makes his walk down the makeshift catwalk as Rhonda and Nadine give a presentation highlighting the fashion statement as well as the accuracy to the true insect, pointing out the functions of the various parts of its body.
Wait a minute, how come I'm doing this? Sorry, Gerald. You always gotta get in the middle of everything. And now I'm a caterpillar. Just smile and move, okay?
Now, we have quite a bit of digging to do as it relates to this episode, but I need to tackle the most important thing first, the tarantula cage scene. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I'd be pretty pissed off if someone came into my room with a tarantula, cage or not, and just left it there with me. That's straight up terrifying. Not gonna lie, I am absolutely horrified of big spiders. The small ones are no big deal, but once the leg radius starts getting bigger than a quarter, I start to get the creeps. I used to record all of these videos in my garage at my old house, and there were like legendary level 900 spiders in there. I'd be sitting there happily recording a video, and seconds later I'm sprinting the hell out of my garage because a spider the size of a small child decides that it wants to come out to play. In all seriousness though, it is kinda messed up that her, as a pet owner, just left the cage there with Arnold. I'm assuming he doesn't know the first thing about caring for a pet spider, and he doesn't even have any food for it. Furthermore, say if Rhonda did come over and wanted to get her drawings out of there, in her state of elevated anger and spite, there's a good chance that she could have hurt the tarantula, or even worse. With that being said though, the act of Nadine with the spider cage was kind of spiteful towards Rhonda. Like, Rhonda just kind of showed up with the box of stuff and was super rude in saying that Arnold needs to give it to Nadine. However, Nadine, on the other hand, is full-blown trying to get Rhonda to stick her hand into this cage, which is something that Nadine knows Rhonda definitely doesn't want to do. If you take all of the layers of their friendship into consideration though, we have to kind of take a moment to rationalize where all of this behavior comes from. It's kind of a sad teeter-totter of events, to be honest. The simplest way to boil it down to one single thing is a history of mistreatment from Rhonda towards Nadine. It's no secret that Rhonda basically dominates their friendship and tries to steamroll over all of Nadine's interests and opinions. For example, in this specific episode, even when they finally hug it out and make up, we hear Rhonda immediately fall right back into her usual ways seconds later. It's like she didn't learn anything from the whole situation. Outside of this episode though, we see this same kind of dynamic persist very consistently. In nearly every episode that features both Rhonda and Nadine, they're usually presented as Rhonda being in charge and calling the shots, while Nadine just kind of follows her and goes along with whatever she decides. Admittedly, it's a one-sided friendship in that regard. Like, we know deep down inside that the girls care for one another, but Rhonda really doesn't show that care very well at all. In this episode, when the fighting starts, we hear Rhonda tell Nadine that Nadine doesn't even care about what she likes, which we all know for a fact is definitely not true. Nadine may not be all about fashion and trends, however, she does go out of her way to placate Rhonda like a good friend does. She talks about how they always do her ideas, and it ends up with them playing models. Though it may not be Nadine's cup of tea, she still does it to show Rhonda that she cares and that she takes interest in what Rhonda likes. Rhonda, on the other hand, hasn't ever really taken any interest in what Nadine is interested in at all. As a matter of fact, she's actually blatantly rude to Nadine about her interests and calls them gross. Ultimately, it really comes down to the fact that Rhonda is a very self-centered person. She's always focused on looking out for herself and doing what she wants, to the point where she is very oblivious towards others around her. Now, with that being said though, as we reflect on Nadine and Rhonda's friendship, it's time that we circle back to cross a few T's and dot some I's. I feel like the constant mistreatment of Nadine by Rhonda certainly doesn't go unnoticed on Nadine's part. And I mean that specifically outside of the context of this episode. Like, in this one, Nadine clearly recognizes that she's being treated unfairly as they blatantly portray her being upset about it. Outside of this episode though, they never really show her being spiteful or resentful towards Rhonda specifically for being so self-centered. But it can be argued that instead of doing that, they intermittently have Nadine getting her revenge bit by bit. To be more specific, we're talking about all of the things from earlier that I suggested that you keep in the back of your mind. Taking it from the top, we have the Rhonda's Glasses episode that we checked out first. In this one, we see Nadine, Rhonda, and a few other girls walking in the hall. Helga points out that Rhonda sat in gum because she refuses to wear her glasses and can't see. In response to that, Rhonda gets her feelings hurt and asks Nadine why she didn't tell her. I'm not sure if you noticed, but Nadine never really answered that question. She didn't even defend herself by telling Rhonda that she didn't notice. She just simply didn't even acknowledge the question as she watches Rhonda get frustrated and walk off. Now, I'd like to think that if Nadine was trying to be spiteful, she'd maybe have a smile on her face or do anything that indicates any malice. By all means, the chance that she didn't notice is very high. It's not like she's constantly monitoring Rhonda's clothes. However, it also could be seen that maybe this is an indication of something deeper. Maybe she wanted to see Rhonda taken down a peg or two, so she didn't say anything. Who knows? We can say this much though. Nadine wasn't a very good friend towards her in this episode. We even see Nadine running around and trying to catch bugs at recess instead of hanging out with Rhonda like she usually does. Sure, maybe all of that is just circumstance, but also there is a chance that she could have been doing these things on purpose in hopes that Rhonda finally understands how horribly she treats her best friend. Furthermore, during the episode Curly's Girl, we see Nadine full-blown turn on Rhonda. She straight up refuses to sit by Rhonda at lunch. Now, this I certainly found odd because Nadine of all people should know the situation between Curly and Rhonda pretty well. Not in the sense that she knows the details of their agreement as it pertains to the coat that Rhonda ruined, but that she knows Curly is obsessed with Rhonda and that it makes Rhonda uncomfortable. Armed with that knowledge, Nadine should already know that Rhonda would never date Curly and that they were just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. However, she wouldn't even give Rhonda the benefit of the doubt. You'd think that with Rhonda being her best friend, Nadine would stick by her side, but unfortunately, she left Rhonda in the dust just like everybody else did. Yet again though, I find myself questioning if this is under the same pretense as everyone else who isolated Rhonda, or if Nadine did it out of spite to get some sort of revenge for how Rhonda constantly treats her. Speculation could possibly lead us to believe that Nadine being resentful of Rhonda is the case, but the thing is, Nadine doesn't seem like the type to have a mean streak. This disagreement that she had with Rhonda is pretty much the only time in the series that we see Nadine get even remotely angry. Outside of this episode, she's usually very go with the flow and is more than willing to accommodate for Rhonda, who unfortunately wouldn't do the same for her. With that being said though, toxicity aside, the friendship between Rhonda and Nadine is a valuable one, all things considered. Though Rhonda certainly takes Nadine for granted, she's incredibly lucky to have her in her life. One of the biggest points to support that is the fact that Nadine is usually one of the only people who can get through to Rhonda. We see a great example of that in the episode Cool Party that we talked about earlier. Rhonda only invites the cool kids to the party and it hurts a bunch of people's feelings. The party ends up being absolute trash and people start dropping like flies. It isn't until even Nadine abandons her that Rhonda sees the error of her ways and comes crawling to Arnold's party hoping for forgiveness. Sure, it took a really long time, and Nadine went along with the whole coolest thing a lot longer than she probably should have, but regardless, Nadine ended up being the one who got Rhonda to see that she was being very exclusionary in the end, and she guided Rhonda to learning an important lesson. What it comes down to as it pertains to their friendship is that it's a complicated back and forth, but through and through, their friendship seems to be one that can stand the test of time, which in my opinion is great because Nadine really has the ability to help Rhonda be a better person. In conclusion, there's a lot that we could say about Rhonda Wellington Lloyd. She's a character that admittedly got a lot more complex as the seasons went on, and we got some more context to her character traits. It was really cool to see a character in this show kind of morph over time from being more or less a filler character that didn't have very much depth to her personality to a complex one that even got to be the star of a good handful of episodes. One of the biggest things that I took away from analyzing Rhonda's role in this show is that the basis of her character is essentially rooted in change. She is more or less a metaphor for change that the writers can apply to almost any scenario. If they need a character to start out the episode being a jerk and change their ways by the end of the episode, Rhonda is usually a frontrunner for that choice. Due to a combination of her naturally conceited ways and her father's vast fortune, she's kind of the perfect placeholder for a story that revolves around being humbled, learning the error of your ways, and doing better going forward. On the whole though, Rhonda is also a great example of growing as a person. When it comes to the Rhonda-centered episodes, there's usually a moral to the story and a lesson to learn that could potentially help a viewer be more mindful, be a better person, and be a better friend. From Rhonda's glasses all the way to best friends, the journey of Rhonda as a character is one that I feel like most people could truly learn a lot from and utilize to grow into a more empathetic person. But what do you think? Were you captivated with Rhonda's progression as a character over time? Did her actions help form you into a more mindful person growing up? Let me know in the comments down below. I always love seeing your guys' feedback. All the love in the world to my patrons, especially those of you guys in the true 90s kids tier. Thank you so much for helping me keep my family afloat. I appreciate you guys. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave me a comment and maybe give a little praise to the all-seeing algorithm in hopes that it pushes this video to everyone else. And as always, thank you all so much for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Peace.